Hmm. Sometimes, having chicken dinner is not easy. Finding targets is not easy. Shooting accurately is not easy. And you don't even have a second chance.
But sometimes, having chicken dinner is not as hard as you think. Now, in PUBG Mobile Aftermath, you have a second chance to fight. Nearby audio markers will appear on the minimap and the main screen. All firearms are equipped with an AC core module and the new scope by default, which greatly enhances the aiming and handling of firearms. Aftermath, not hard to have a chicken dinner.
Sometimes, having chicken dinner is not easy. Finding targets is not easy. Shooting accurately is not easy. And you don't even have a second chance.
But sometimes, having chicken dinner is not as hard as you think. Now, in PUBG Mobile Aftermath, you have a second chance to fight. Nearby audio markers will appear on the minimap and the main screen. All firearms are equipped with an AC core module and the new scope by default, which greatly enhances the aiming and handling of firearms. Aftermath, not hard to have a chicken dinner.
tabla. ¡Levanta todo el mundo! ¡Disfruta! ¡Disfruta de lo que dice esta PMPL LATAM!
Welcome, guys. We are finally here at the finals of PMPL Latin America. This is, Tarzan, this has all been leading up to these next 3 days to figure out who are your top 5 teams this time to qualify into PMPL Americas.
Yep, of course, only 5 spots for that, but all teams will remain to play for the next split. I can see that you're ready. You've got like additions to your room that makes it so much better.
Yeah,
I feel like your fish has grown as well. Like, whilst for me, I only like cleared up like small things, but I hope they grow. I mean, that's the circle of life that we're seeing here. But yes, very excited for this weekend. Of course, we play 6 games a day. I think the 2 more things that makes me more excited is 1, we start from 0 points, so teams cannot feel that security from previous performances and points. It's also, we have an equal split amongst the 3 competitive maps, so that's going to change things up quite a bit.
Yeah, these are, this is where we talked about, and we keep talking about the same thing, but it's like really being able to get consistent enough that, you don't have 3-4 weeks like in super weekends to rely on accumulating these points. It's now or never. 3 days, you have to play the best 18 matches of your life here to get in that top 5.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure. But yes, that is basically why they need to be so good. Like, you need to, like I said, maybe through periodization and stuff like that, you prep and build up until these 3 days where you show your best ability. It's going to be a tough job for some of these teams because we were looking at maybe total points for the last 3 weeks, but suddenly it all starts from 0. So teams need to withstand some pressure that they never felt before. One, of course, longer games and longer days, I should say, with an extra game, but also just this sight of seeing themselves being behind maybe from the get-go.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard to predict, especially in day 1, of who is going to be kind of at that top part of the leaderboards, because this is where you start at 0. One single chicken dinner will vault you up into at least top 3, if not first place. So the scores are very volatile. As we get more games under our belt throughout the weekend, then, Sunday it's a little bit like, hey, we have our kind of fort runners, and then it's just the people that are like 5th place and right below it that are within striking distance that they'll really be going after each other. We already saw those kind of concepts and those strategies come out in the last super weekend that we just saw, right? Like people targeting each other, or people really going after each other to make sure that they get up into that qualifying spot and others don't.
Yeah, I think picking targets will be a very interesting topic here, because in the past you want to target some teams so that they don't make it into, that league play or what we call super weekend or finals. But right here you may want to target those teams who are on the cusp of losing that spot to go into top 5 and therefore Americans Championship, or like when it comes to prize money, they need to really read like where this huge drop-off are going to be, which is a little bit harder. Sometimes you don't want to play around that too much. It's more like, oh, you need to play your best game.
Yeah, so here we have the teams, and we just saw them. If you were joined with us last weekend for the last super weekend, we saw that I think it was Isurus was the one that didn't quite qualify, but the teams that were on the brink of not qualifying, they were, I think it was, remind me again, Tarzan, I'm forgetting. Mezexis was one of them. And I think Golden Eagles is the other one that we were really looking at.
Yeah, of course. Yes. But we are also looking at Fraternity, because they had to just wait and pray for that week 3 because they didn't make it in to make themselves more secured. And now I hope they really did their homework from that long weekend that we had last week, so they're prepared to fight. And starting from 0 might be good for them, but just to recap, we've got quite a few teams that didn't make it through. So we've got Mezexis Esports, we've got Isurus, and I'm going to test you on that remaining 2.
Oh gosh, 9Z, and then Ventru. That was it.
There we go. Perfect. See, she's born ready. Can't even test her. Like, she's got everything going. She's got like plans, a good spirit coming into this one. And what I mean, we were going to expect it. It's so exciting coming into 3 days of finals. It's going to be action-packed. And as we are looking through this flowchart, we're finally in that bottom one there. So today, tomorrow, and the day after, we will play these 18 matches for these top 16 teams.
Yep, it'll be the only difference this time though. It's gonna be 6 matches instead of 5. So if we, instead of having Game 5 effect that we saw at the last match of the Super Weekend, we're gonna have Game 6 effect, where hopefully it doesn't, come out until maybe the last game of the finals. But I think since the finals, they all have cash money. Every single placement point counts to get more and more. I don't think we're gonna see any of those teams kind of just, just throw it out into the wind like we saw on Super Weekend, where it didn't really matter anymore. Everyone's gonna be playing serious from Game 1 all the way to Game 18.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite interesting, though. I mean, now that we've got these prize money, once again, we're showing it time and time again, but it's important to remind that MVP gets that $1,000 US, and then top 1, 7,000. Second place, 3,500, sorry, and then we just close down a bit by bit. But the drop off is not huge, but of course you can still do quite a lot of good stuff with that difference.
Okay, who do you think the MVP of the
already?
match? we're starting with the predictions a little early. Who do you think is going to be MVP of the entire tournament?
Oh, that is really, really tricky. I feel like I want to go with Choco from Aton Esports, because of that rise of that team, progressively playing better and better. That is such a good sign. But like before I had that answer, I was also thinking about Nitsu, but I'm not going to, bail on Aton Esports. I'm just going to stick with Choco.
I think I'm going to go with Reyes from Buluc Chabtan. I think we've seen him maybe the most out of all the players, just constantly like MVP, 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 sort of like that. So I think he's the one I'm going to go for. So
one of the stars of the region. But when it comes to roles as well, one topic that we like talking about, like teams having formations, the roles like scouts, entry fragger. He is such a good off-angle player and entry fragger. Like he always gets those opening for their team, and then that's why Buluc Chabtan has been one of the most, rooted team. Like so, a lot of teams have been like really scared of them. I feel like if I play against them, Reyes is gonna terrify me. But we need to look down to today's map rotations. We are going to have. I feel like my mind was a little bit boggled earlier. I might have said the wrong thing, but today we will have Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, then Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. So it's still quite important, that classical map. So teams that have done well in the Super Weekends should be able to do similarly well if they can just keep up.
I think having another one of the other maps besides Erangel lessens the pressure on like we saw in the Super Weekends. It was 3 Erangels a day, 1 Miramar, 1 Sanhok. It's if you don't have a good start or a consistent play style for Erangel, you're not going to get anywhere in the Super Weekend. So here, adding another Miramar, of course, still with Erangel as half of the maps, it puts a little less pressure. And let's hope that if you can't do well in Erangel, you at least have some more Miramars to make up for it.
A little bit more, right? But it's not going to be easy, and I think to have Sanhok in the rotation, as always, but only one makes it very interesting, because we've seen some hot drops around that map, especially on that temple area, Northwest Island. So one game is enough to shake things up and also propel a team when it comes to their points as well as momentum.
Yeah, so I'm excited for the finals. I think we're always excited to see the finals, because this is where every team is going to start playing at their true potential. Like, no silly business, no shenanigans anymore. It's just all the serious play style, everything that they learned in the last couple of weeks from qualifiers, from Super Weekends. They're now applying it to these next 3 days and 18 matches.
Well, that's what we hope. But whether they're actually going to be able to do so is a complete different topic.
Yep.
Pressure is really real, and you didn't get to reset. You can't just come in and say, hey, like yesterday was terrible, let's start fresh. There's no starting fresh. You need to have the mentality to withstand and then talk yourself out of it. If you can't do it, your teammates may be able to help. If not, your analyst, your coach, your manager, your families and fans, like those are important as well. So hope all of you are as excited as we are, as we welcome some of these teams very soon. And out of those 16 teams, I think it's worth talking about some of them, but let's start with those that we think may win this game.
Oh man, I don't even. You go first.
Okay.
Put you. Reverse Uno back card back at you.
Yep. I'm gonna make the logical choice because since I picked an Aton 7 Aton Esports player as MVP, the team needs to, help him with that, right? So let's go with Aton 7 for this first game.
Yeah, the overall theme of these predictions is Tarzan always analyzes it.
Oh my god.
So this time he went with you picked it within 2 seconds. Usually I hear a whole monologue about the teams, right? And they're analyzing and breaking them down, and then they're the first team to go out in the match. So I think it's really funny. Okay, so I'll just copy and I will go with Buluc Chabtan. I think they will get the first chicken dinner today.
It's trying to burn me and then just go with my plan. Did you hear what she said?
No,
guys?
I said I burned you and then complimented you on only taking 5 seconds this time.
Yeah, monologue is what she said. That means she's refusing to have a conversation. So anyways, there's nothing to be said between these teams sometimes. There are, social media platforms and platforms where they need to organize tournaments. They can have a little bit of banter here and there, but after all, it's the plays that speak. So yeah, we've made our choices. Have you? I hope you remember the hashtag that we're going to show later on alongside the playing path to root for your team and make sure that they feel supported. So anything to add before we welcome that first game out of the 6 that we're going to play today, Monica?
How would you rate your team's logo out of 10? Because we like 10. To always analyze 10 out of 10. Mine's 11 out of 10. We always need to one up each other.
Always got some way to get back at me. Just gotta love it. Well, here's the thing. You know what? It's 9 out of 10 because let's put it this way. If I know all the team names and I haven't seen the logo and I'm given this logo, I might not be able to guess that's Aton 7. But you know what? Logos speak a lot of story, shows a lot of hard work, and there's a lot of emotional attachment sometimes when it comes to the whole org and their players. So that's not for me to say for them. Maybe there are some stories behind, like we said. And symmetry is not one way to look at it. Can we just lay off this topic, please?
Every time I even mention the word logo, Tarzan's it's just really, we're trying to talk about high quality analytics, breaking down the game, and here we are talking about kindergarten level logos and symmetry and shapes and colors.
You never know when it comes to how much, like I said, the attachment to it. To have a good logo is so important. It makes you feel stronger. I feel like it's on. Okay, there's an analogy or something that I would compare to in parallel. If you are an elite sports player, if you go in and your jersey just looks stupid, you just don't want to play in it. You want to look great. You look great, you feel great, then you play great. So it's not wrong that we're talking about it. Can you see me trying to scrape things to pull us back because of what you've done?
You're trying to redeem this intro before we get into the first game. You're how can I rein it back because she's already threw it so far out there?
Basically, yes. But, that's what I would do for you. And that's what I would do for myself. And today is going to be quite interesting because I need to do that probably a good few times. But we'll be okay. We got past a good 3 weeks now into this last one. And I may need to go get changed into something that can match your outfit later on. But at least the color's somewhat similar. But I just can't find some. Yeah, I can't. I'm basic, you see.
You don't have a black what is it, splotches, low cut dress? You don't have that hanging in your closet?
Dress. God, okay. My brain initially asked me to think around a bed that can maybe end up in one, but nah, it's not going to happen. But I may put a suit on sometimes. Maybe that last day would be worthy. Of course it would be. I just need to find it and or buy one.
So, question for you. Okay. So these, and this isn't okay, I'm gonna put it back to PUBG. I think you were just bracing yourself okay, what kind of question? So, top 5 from Latin America will qualify for PMPL Americas. Top 5 from NA, and then top 5 from Brazil. And then
Right.
the winners from last season's PMPL Americas will just get their invited spots. So that's Alpha 7 in Brazil. So Brazil will have like 6 spots technically because of Alpha 7,
Right.
but 5, 5, and 5. So how do you think playing in this kind of lobby with just the region is going to differ playing in, obviously now the bigger stages with multi different regions?
I think it's going to be, of course, different when it comes to macro. I mean, obviously drop-offs are different, but the past, or should I say this competitive split, there's a lot more inter-regional stuff, right? Competitions or tournaments. We've got one very recently, which Aton Esports did very well on. Even CP9 did better than most North American teams. Or we have the AEL in the past few weeks as well. So they came in more prepared. I think they have data and they have, you know, these raw materials for them to do preparation. So it really is an open book. It's about who can prepare and outsmart better than the other teams.
I think it's going to also be, so PMPL Americas is going to be across just a couple of days. It's not like a big long league like PMPL Latin America or qualifiers or even PMCO like that. So I think we're also going to have some teams that hopefully in kind of scrims that they're able to, you know, practice against each other before the points actually count. They're able to figure out those drop spots, you know, because it's more amusing and it's more entertaining to see how these teams play, having all the information, having all the experience against the other teams in the lobby, then, hey, let's just chalk 16 teams in a lobby together for the very first time playing against each other. And then everything is kind of, oh, we didn't know this would happen, or we couldn't set up a, you know, camp on somebody's rotation because we had no information of knowing that beforehand. So, so again, these will only be about 5 days of PMPL Americas. But before we can even get into that, let's focus on the finals. These next 3 days, these teams are trying for the top 5 positions.
And Irango, we are back at you, and it's going to be nice. Hospital is one of my spots. I think I want to see it more for sure. And through Yasnaya as well, I feel like teams have established some dynamics, but maybe changed. And we want to see it change. Like you said, it's about, oh, like things coming up new, like we didn't expect it, which is basically what you need to withstand. Because if teams can adapt, that means they're going to do things differently. And we know at the highest level of PUBG, it's all about being reactive, right? You should be able to just deal with the unexpected.
Yeah. What I am expecting though, hopefully we'll have a pretty general plane path kind of down the center, or, you know, make it interesting for us and throw it, you know, super north, super south, who knows? But Erangel is one of those that people really know how to play it. They have a couple alternative drop spots if you're like a team like Royals of War, who goes all the way up to Fraternity. We've seen them drop onto the military base when they can't get there, but looks like it's be cutting on the northeast side all the way down to Primorsk. And I mean, I'm not really expecting anything too crazy here as we start the finals off.
It's a nice playing path. Very, very nice. Like to the point where teams should be able to get to wherever they want. And it means it's very informative for other teams when it comes to whether they've changed their plans, when, you know, they should be able to get to the drop spot with very little issue. And first of the plane, we've got Stelba Kameshki teams from All Glory Gaming. And then we have Stelacy are teams that we want to look at because they've been extremely shaky, I have to say. So they're sharing that eastern segment alongside 2 other top teams here. Around Prison and Mansion, we have Furious Gaming. Aton Esports will go to Milta Power, their old home.
Yeah, and the only difference in this lobby than last week that we saw on Super Weekend is the entrance of Fraternity. So this team was one that didn't qualify for the last Super Weekend, but they just, by the skin of their teeth, literally maybe 6 points or so, ended up into the finals. So every team here, they can remember, okay, 15 out of 16 teams exactly the same, except Fraternity. It looks like Fraternity is actually going to be going into the spot that Isurus was taking up, kind of a split between Watertown and a split into Razak, but maybe this was something that Buluc Chabtan wasn't really expecting them to go to, because now we're sharing kind of a small city like Razak. Here we are though, Yasnaya, Infinity versus Delta Stars.
I mean, for Fraternity being a team that struggled and just made it into here, maybe they will be a target straight up, especially when they have taken up the previous drop spot of Isurus, a prime target of a team called CP9. CP9 though will go back to the uncontested Pachinki area now that Isurus is not here, and will do a very good 4x1 split around that and Gatka, so that will allow them easy entrance back to this pretty central phase 1 circle.
Yeah, Yasnaya is usually, you know, it's like a El Pozo. It's like a Los Leones. It's big enough that you can share it and kind of have this unsaid gentleman's agreement. Hey, don't cross this compound, this line down the city, and we won't shoot at you. Obviously, if you're running out in the open and you're not in any sort of cover, we're going to shoot you and take that first kill. But for the most part, people usually, and you can see it here, is kind of stay on your side, exit out of your side, and we'll see you later on in the match.
Yeah, I want to see some action, right? It may not need to be fighting,
do.
but if someone will just pick up a glider and fly within
gliders.
We have not seen enough of that. Like we've seen the pickup
haven't.
function that really saved the team, but not quite the case when it comes to a glider saving rotations. Like, it would be nice, and the outfit is nice as well. And that flower is actually my choice for the crossbar as well. I'm not sure about you.
Yeah. Crossbar. I mean, I want to see a crossbar. That'd be really fun. I mean, we talked about pickup. We've seen somebody using it for good, like picking up their teammate, taking them to, you know, inside a building, go for their revive. And I think we saw it for bad too, where a team knocked somebody else, picked up the knocked player just to, you know, bad manner it and just waltz them all the way around. So, you know, both ways we have seen it for good and for bad.
For bad, like for bad manners, but for good, I don't know, like momentum, because you just feel like you've toyed with your enemies. You play with your food, and then just makes you feel powerful. You never know whether that will help you, but like for the enemy, of course, like terrible feeling around there. And also Rozhok, we talked about this spot before, and to see a team that has not been performing so consistently to take up this spot might be very interesting, because I think we're bound to see some maps sitting around that river, and teams around Rozhok would be in prime position to set up and do something good. Or you can just play a different style, less contested like in Severny, and you can play a different style of rotation like Rozhok 4 has been showing through, you know, being extremely quiet, taking the time in the first 2-3 phases, and then finding a way to maybe thread the needle. But like I always say, sometimes you don't get to do that. Those landscapes are too tricky and are very unwelcoming for latecomers.
Yeah, those people who do end up dropping out in those extremities of the map, they're usually the ones that you're seeing play more on the edge. They're not the ones that, hey, I'm gonna drop Severny, I see the circle, I'm gonna bomb it in the center and try to get a central spot, because everyone who drops in a more central spot, like CP9 in Pachinki, like Buluc Chabtan in school, they're gonna have more the first kind of cherry pickings. They can just loot here 5 minutes and then travel a very short distance to get to the center spot. So those edging teams, they're gonna be more, hey, we're coming in late, maybe take the blue just a little bit, and then it's not really till the 3rd or 4th circle, once we see that kind of hardship, that they kind of commit to a spot in the circle. Because you know, if you go to the center and the hardship's away from you, and every single compound building hill around you has players, it's going to be very hard to exit out of that vicinity.
Yep. And I think that brings us to potentially predicting the first fight that can happen. I have a gut feeling, right, which can be completely wrong, but lumber or shelter area, you know what I mean? Like around that segment, I feel like Furious Gaming might be set up around there with a team potentially over-rotating into there. But I don't know, it's just a hunch, but we've seen that happen before, like with lumber and shelter getting extremely busy.
We've also seen Professor Tarzan's hunches for team predictions come out, I think like 11 out of 12 times wrong, something like that.
Nice.
Oh, nice. I kept track for you, just for you.
If we count top 3, though, I think I'm like 30%, so it's not too bad. So, you know, sometimes when it comes to whether you get, you know, second place or first place, the circle does speak quite a bit, so that's me trying to justify my failure, arguably. And Furious Gaming will instead play this north to farm plateau, which we have seen quite a lot of action in the past, primarily between Aton Esports and 7 Deadly Sins. But now, of course, finals new gameplay, we clear the board, and they can come in with new strategies. So Furious Gaming is there to hold that down first.
I think this first game is really going to set the tone for the rest of today, for the rest of the weekend. So I think all the teams are going to be a little bit more like, hey, I'm going to see kind of what other teams do for now. Not saying they're playing passive, just playing a little bit more cautiously and more just priority on info gathering, seeing, hey, this team goes here, that's odd, or oh, this team keeps going here, like we know they do. So yeah, Furious Gaming, we might see Aton Esports, like we see them come up on that eastern side of just the little hill. We'll see if they continue here. But CP9 taking up a Potato Hill and watching everyone down below. Potato.
Very good spot. I quite like it. Like, we didn't see it enough in this region. We've seen some small, very short skirmishes when both teams like feel each other out for a little bit, but then pulling away. So maybe this can be a game-winning one. I know it's only phase 1, but I think if played right, Potato Hill is where you put a lot of pressure in the surroundings rather than right on it. So we need to see, because from a very aggressive team like them, they may be able to make something work. And we see 7 Deadly Sins trading some fire earlier, just briefly on rotation with Team Queso, and now Team Queso will be there first around those coastline barn houses.
Yeah, I think 7 Deadly Sins, they really put the priority. I'm going to rotate, I'm going to get the information, whereas they still have Team Castle still looting here. They're still in kind of their general looting spots. So Bye Bye doesn't have, okay, he does have a vehicle. I was a little worried that he might not have a vehicle and think he's free to just kind of run out onto the streets and find somewhere. But I think Bye Bye able to identify, hey, there's some people watching over me, maybe just get out of here and reunite with the rest of my team, because they really don't want to. And that's something we've seen Queso kind of struggle with. Sometimes we see them lose like Ayala, or they lose a player early. And when Queso loses players, they have, or any team really, if you lose a player early on, that just puts it so much more pressure, makes it so much harder to close out the match later.
Especially on a day like this, right? Like when you know that, oh, there's no resetting. And of course, now for some of these teams, they need to reset this split a little bit with this circle centering over this hill between Farm and Pachinki, a very highly contested spot. And I can say Potato Hill once again being quite important, and we have Furious Gaming moving away from the plateau to a more central area. And I feel like teams know like key spots, key dips, key compounds in this circle, so we don't know what to expect. They may just get to trade fire a little bit. It's all about the efficiency and safety of scouting.
Yeah, but we've seen very similar circles like this through the qualifiers, throughout Super Weekend. I think this was one that last weekend, was it the first match, something like that? Team Castle was actually down to only 2 players, and actually only Nitsu at the very end, but still able to rack up so many eliminations on that kind of cliff side that we saw Queso heading towards. Now it's going to be Mezexis landing from the military base, making their way up onto the main island up in Farm. This is where we remember they rotated here and then actually inevitably lost to Furious Gaming, I want to say it was. So this time nobody is there. They get it for free. As we see, maybe 1 casualty so far, Buluc Chabtan losing 1.
Ooh. See who it is? My favorite player. But not my pick this time, so not my problem. And CP9 right here. I think they met each other before, Buluc Chabtan and CP9 around here, but just one on the east side, one on the west. But CP9 wants to control the whole of it this time around, and they made it work to punish the scout player from Buluc Chabtan. So I think this circle, the interesting thing as well, Monica, is teams can be completely comfortable not having compound. Like, they've got very good dips in here and there. They can scout into it, get enough info for teams around compounds, and should the circle move away from these hard covers, they can be punished. Just wait for them to get into kind of spray it down. So I personally prefer these dips on the outskirts with a little bit of high ground with sight lines all around for the circle. Let's see how many teams get to do that.
Compounds are just, it's more obvious that a team would go there, right? That's the first place somebody looked like, oh, is there anybody in that compound sort of thing? And that's probably more, like, if you have a circle shift, that's probably more likely where somebody's going to crash and kind of roll up onto you versus out in the opens. It's a little easier to exit out of it. It's you might be able to have that kind of surprise angle that people weren't really looking at. And Stelacy kind of all clumped up onto this one compound. I think, they have some room to kind of split up just a little bit, have some different angles. As we do find now Estorm Gaming coming very, very close to our Mezexis Dreams.
It's more like Mezexis Dreams come slightly closer to them. Estorm's been here for quite some time now. They have been setting up, they've been reparking cars, and but here's the thing: we've seen them hold these compounds before, and they did not really make it work. They allow teams to come too close when this is a compound, based on this characteristic and surrounding landscape, should be able to keep teams at bay and put pressure. So that's one thing that we're going to be looking at when it comes to efficiency of compound defense. If you really like it so much, then you have to make it home and stable.
I want to know if Estorm actually pushed Mezexis out of, because they were in that 3-stack building on just the edge of Snake, or did Mezexis kind of leave willingly out of here? Looks like the circle does shift back over. Okay, so Potato Hill is going to be quite the area here, but very, very kind to Buluc Chabtan, one of the teams that has lost, actually the only team who has lost a player so far. So they're going to be able to sit nice and pretty, defend those warehouses as everyone's going to be crunching in on the edges of the circle.
Yeah. Like, okay, I want to talk about CP9 and their Potato Hill split. They've got 2 west, 1 east, 1 south. With this circle, Potato Hill becomes so important as a choke spot, they have to choose. They cannot play exactly this, or they need that eastern player to be so good into keeping teams away, and the rest of the teams need to catch that funnel of teams being pushed away. If I don't see that and they get crashed upon, it can be very disappointing to see, right? So I've talked about this all the time. If you have a spot in the circle for this circle and the next, when you reach to this next one, you need to think about how to make some adjustments still. And we bring ourselves back to Sharkfin, and wow, it will be Team Queso, the one who got here first, but not being able to make it work against Mezexis Dreams.
Yeah, Mezexis, so what I thought was like, playing a little bit too defensively, just leaving esports and not wanting to play. They've turned that around and now playing super hyper aggressively. This time on a Yala, just the buggy kind of shot up in the air, a little bit of a sitting duck, and Sar just not letting him any chance of getting away. They're like, we want to take Team Queso out of this lobby as soon as possible. Can't give the #1 team too easy of a chance to, be in that top 5. So Sar, they're just hunting right now, trying to find Team Queso.
Team Castle with a macro mistake already. They held this spot. They want to make adjustments, but the rotations of the team was not too in sync, and they have this time lapse between teammates moving to a new spot, so they couldn't secure the spot, for each other. So that is the problem. When you come here first, you have a plan, but to execute it takes some synergy. So that was a little bit disappointing. And bye here, just short enough, I should say, to miss out on those shots. And man, you call it the #1 team. I want to come in with a fresh perspective. Now they're just 1 up, and that's going to look dire.
Yeah, I didn't know owls ate cheese, but I guess you learn something new every single day. And this is something I said that Team Castle kind of struggles with. They lose a player a little bit too early. Maybe it's kind of just a little too slow, or a little maybe needs to work on rotating in a way that they aren't getting shot at from every single team in the general vicinity. So leaving only Bye left alive from his team, found the little warehouse in the middle of the field. So it's going to grant him a little bit of time here if the circle keeps shifting onto him. But at some point, he might have to leave, and that's going to be him, always lonesome with his buggy.
Yep, and it's going to be potential buggy plays. I mean, Team Kiss will probably have enough of that. And to have a squad wipe, that's probably one of the quickest way this time around. Top 3 on the list, you can just straight up 1v4, you can use a nade, or the third, you can repeat what they've done in the past, just run over multiple people. As we have this circle shift away from the majority of Pachinki, will still center up, and then Potato Hill will be important. Once again, very strong towards the center, but we may have teams funneling in from wide rotations, as we see Stelacy already on that northern side, and Aton Esports can come in from that eastern part.
And we actually see Royals of War and Delta Star. These are your 2 very far northern teams now chokeholding each other outside of the circle. I want to say Delta Star just got a couple resets in here, so we're looking at about a 3 versus 2. Delta Star is really looking to get Escanor back on up to a 4-man team, as Diego Kid trying to give the opportunity for his teammate M2M to go for a revive, as it looks like Escanor gets knocked once again, and a couple members are flushed out. So looking very, very dire for both these teams, because they both have to get in the circle after this fight, or one of them.
It's tricky. Yeah, I think it's tricky. Like always to have, a play. around circle shifts. It's almost like you, especially from this segment, you have no info towards the edge yet, and you decide to fight. So it's hard to set the time window as to how you want to play things, but it doesn't matter if you can make it clean. And Delta Star's trying to make that happen. 2 kills already, and then they are going to take over this compound. Unless a really, really huge one comes through, Royals of War will be struggling.
Yeah, Delta Stars now advancing all together. Sal's going with his teammates, finding it in the corner, and looks like they are able to funnel him out of the corner right into the laps of Escanor down below as the blue zone does just envelop. Switching on to the middle pack, where we saw Buluc Chabtan now only down to 2, sharing their general kind of compound with Infinity. All right, so this is where the crunch comes in. We're at 15 teams left right now, as we do see a player of Delta Stars actually knocked to the blue zone.
Yeah, it's interesting, I think, for teams to hold that spot on the outskirts of Pochinki. Some of them been funneled away from Potato Hill, and that's the strength of that spot. Making it so that it's so hard to come back up east if it ever shifts this way, but it's actually more central on the outskirts of Pochinki fields. And on this other side, finally knowing each other's positions is between Stelacy and CP9. And you can see it on that mini-map, though. On the far right, Aton Esports is watching like a hawk.
Yeah, Aton Esports, one of those teams that, we really expect them super aggressive, super powerful. I think they're just biding their time now. We haven't really seen much from them yet, but that's okay, because it's really the last third section of the matches where most eliminations do come out, and that's where it really matters to most, to climb up on those positioning points. You see Aton 7 just mobilizing a little bit. They're trying to, we talk about timing. Time it right. You can't come in now because you have way too many teams in the area. So get that information, see it on the kill feed, and know when you can aggress and take probably one of the best spots within the circle.
Yep, and we can see All Glory Gaming coming to join the party as well. It will be layers of these landscape that will separate these teams. I do worry though, I think it's likely, since it's hard edge, right, for the circle, it may shift away, and they still need to fight after all, because they may share the similar rotation path. So cat and mouse situation right here as we see that actually happen. So let's see who will be able to make it into the dip first. Early entry may not be the best thing, right?
Yeah. Now we see Aton 7 creeping up just behind CP9, so kind of saving the Stelacy All Glory Gaming fight to let each two halves kind of focus on each other. Axel quickly jumping into the I think he just slid through the window of his Lamborghini and trying to third-person peek over the smoke and trying to find these last couple players of All Glory Gaming. Jer trying to clean this one up, and they do find the last couple players of All Glory Gaming as CP9 at the exact same time gets taken out by Aton 7.
Wow, that is just... I think it's both really good setup. Like, Stelacy know how to not breach up to the east. Yep. They heard the audio cues of All Glory Gaming coming down. The circle shifts, and they know they need to fight. Aton 7 has been watching, and when CP9 is distracted towards that western side, the eastern team strikes. So it will be these two teams to find a spot down, but the high ground has been taken away, and Stelacy forgot about having someone up there, and that itself is a positional mistake. And it's the blue zone that will add that pressure, because it's now already closing.
Yeah, right into the center. We go dive bombing into the trenches right to the east of Pochinki. Mezexis is fighting for their lives against Golden Esports. We have a 2 versus 3, I believe. Casualties on either side getting flushed out as well. Mezexis is also pushing out a player of Delta Stars, but I believe it's going to be 1 player left alive for Mezexis Golden Eagles. They're launching themselves, so bold of them to run right over the top, trying to find the last player, and they do find him. In the meantime, saving Rachetto, but now having to defend from the shots right to their eastern side.
I think that just might be a 1v2 or 3 with the help of many third-party fire into such a common spot. And Fraternity have found a way to play this game so far as just to slowly edge in. But coming into these compounds are tricky, because you do get taken out easily from surrounding fire, but also your vehicles, like, you do lose quite a lot of them from all these suppressive fire.
Yeah, Queso, remember, it was only Bye-Bye left alive. That warehouse, he finally had to evict out of there and was caught off on the rotation. As we do see the trenches, you're wondering who's going to end up being there, and no other than Aton 7. Buluc Chabtan, only 2 left, but doing very well to defend on either side of this barn area, watching the distance as the mayhem erupts around them and hopefully be able to farm some of these eliminations.
Yeah, it's tricky. They can't peak with less caution. They have to be really
Yeah.
planned. And right now, teams should be talking about what happened if it shifts in a particular way. Like these are the pre-shift preparation that we want to see. As we see Buluc Chabtan still trying to hold it down, and they will get the circle for this phase 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good for Buluc Chabtan, very kind to them. When it's not kind to these teams like Jaguar, like Furious Gaming, onto the edges, as Furious Gaming now has yet another casualty. This is not the time to be getting knocked. This is the time to be getting in your cars and trying to find a way into the circle. Jaguar is still, though, laying on the pressure that is the bleeding wound of Furious Gaming on the outskirts of the circle as they advance, finding the snakes in the grass, getting shot by the Overwatch that is going to be Scream in the background as they creep closer and closer.
I mean, the attempt to do this tangential sweep against other teams that share the edge is extremely important. Whoever goes first may just lose their life, but doesn't matter if you can find a good angle. The clock goes down 3, 2, 1, and they need to decide whether to fight or move, but doesn't matter if you just hesitate for that one bit, your head is taken off.
I think they're just focusing on too many. Oh, you got your buggy play that you were really hoping for, or maybe not hoping for. That's going to be Trigger to finish out the last member of Jaguar, maybe focusing on too many teams at the same time and just spreading themselves a little bit too thin. Now, Aton 7, ever the opportunistic one, they take out a team and then they redirect their focus onto the team that they were fighting on, just unrelentlessly giving none of these teams a single break.
And of course, on the side, slightly quieter, we're trying to see who
Yes.
can be the kings of this compound, as they got blessed by the circle, but doesn't quite get blessed if you don't move away from your not player. Enter 7 down to 2 players up on their feet, and then Milo will need to be picked up as we have once again the blue zone closing. This is so hard for these teams.
Yeah, they're kind of on that medium, like the circle's pretty coming in pretty fast for them. Scream getting a knock onto Stella, actually finishing out Stelacy out of the lobby, but Choco, he was your MVP pick. That if we can do a prediction for that, and he's just lasering everyone in the distance, trying to blow up the buggy and get the explosion onto Trigger if he can, but he's the last one standing from his team.
Trigger was quick on that finger. He's just like make sure he's quickly smoke up and move away from the buggy that was about to explode as they actually made it count. And then it's Aton 7 who get eliminated in just a second. That is Furious Gaming making it in with 10 eliminations and the full squad up.
Furious Gaming, they are outside the circle, right? They can just edge a little bit more in. Maybe they can apply some pressure to 7 Deadly Sins, even take them out. But they are the only team with all 4 players left alive. They're going to be able to collect on all of the loot that was on the Aton 7. Any of the Jaguar, I think they were also there. And Buluc Chabtan actually wanted to kind of help out Furious Gaming and take out the only team that had any sort of visibility on Furious Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the biggest zone bless for this tournament so far. I mean, it's very hard to breach these, but the Gossip PUBG has been very fair, right? You get the pleasure to get into top 4, now leave your compound.
All right, Infinity, though. Not infinite health, though, as he's down to about 25% health, and they play this little cat and mouse game. 1 player left alive from Infin. Actually, no, they were taken out. Never mind. There was 1 player left alive, but he got taken out by Buluc Chabtan, I think, trying to give him the slip to go in. Furious Gaming, they weren't given the circle until now. Now it's just they spread out. They wait for everyone trying to run up the hill, and they pick them off like just chickens running with their heads cut off. It's going to be very, very hard for Buluc Chabtan or Fraternity to even make it any further up into this match.
Yeah, those who help themselves shall be helped in return. Furious Gaming fought their way into the circle for multiple phases until now, and they're not completely in for some of these players, and it's so unforgiving, this landscape. You just, okay, perfect parking. Let's try that again. Boom. Okay, 3rd time.
Woo!
Boom. That's nice. And that is in the perfect spot. But teams and the players have not been in perfect spots yet. And there's no perfect spot for this circle. There's rich lines here, and there's only a perfect plan when it comes to baiting when some of your players enter.
Yeah, Fraternity, they weren't in the last Super Weekend, but here they are now. Welcome back, thrown straight into the fighter and making it into the top 3. 1 does get found out by Stream as Buluc Chabtan, using that as their opportunity to try to send it into the circle as well, but it's very dangerous. You really just need to wait out the other team, let them make the mistake, get taken out, just like that, and Buluc Chabtan does secure their at least top 2 finish. Let's see, 1 versus 4. Do you think this can happen?
Nope. I'm not going to put faith in there yet. I mean, here's the thing, unless through that chaos, all these teams around Pachinki side were able to, get someone out, otherwise this will just happen. Furious Gaming here on their way to take the 14th kill, hopefully, for this first chicken dinner. They will try, and I think they've made it. And that is going to be 29 points for that first game for a team that has performed the best, one of the best teams from this region in the recent globals, and to give them this win, shouldn't say give, to see them fight for this win, it's just so important. The momentum is huge, not for them, but also for Fraternity.
I think Furious Gaming is just in a league of their own. You saw they could not have played that match any more perfectly. I think they ended up with 14 eliminations, something like that. And they knew, doing the math in their head, hey, we have 5 players left in this match. 4 are from us. That means it's 1 solo. We have him cornered into the Jack. He knew it was Buluc Chabtan from watching the kill feed. And you saw how confident they played. The one player ran up, had one overwatching him from behind in the tree so he couldn't come on out. Threw the Molotov, dwindled his health. The blue zone's doing damage as well, and just hip firing through the carnage and finding that last elimination. So well done, Furious Gaming.
That's the thing, like the way that they play as well, the most important things that they've done were not shown on screen. It's about edging in, finding the right time to come in, and knowing how to split and control a certain segment without over-rotating. That is not an easy job, and they've been able to make it work. As a full squad, 14 kills is that result of that first chicken dinner by this team, and they've always been consistent. They know the macro, they know so many, of these other teams and know how to punish, so that was a well-deserved Game 1 win.
Yeah, Furious Gaming, furious that they couldn't get the #1 spot in Super Weekend. They gave that up to Queso, so then now they're coming back with a vengeance. So Furious Gaming, great start. Let's see what happens in match number 2, which will be Miramar coming right up.
Oh, right up. Yes, sorry. We need to give them a little bit more time. So, or you can look at me like this. About like that? No, you know what? Joking. We are going on the break anyway. We'll see you guys on Miramar.
Furious Gaming started off today with an incredible win, getting the chicken dinner and 14 eliminations. So starting things off right with 29 points. That's really going to set the tone for the rest of today and especially the rest of the weekend. Now they're like, okay, we had a great game. We have one under our belt versus a team that went out way too early. Now it's like, crap, we got 0-1 point sort of thing. Now we have to really make it up and the more pressure is going to be on them.
A lot of pressure indeed, and Fraternity actually has 14 points from that game, so that is really good for a team that have not played, Super Weekend. But here's the thing, we always say, how did a team get those points? The majority, I think more than half of those points were from that compound getting, blessed, but they still got themselves 4 kills, so it's not the worst. And Buluc Chabtan as well, losing 1 or 2 important players pretty early on, still making it to second place. So once again, that is just what can happen in this game. And with a sample size of only 18 games, you need to have the heart, and the ability to just be okay when things like that happen. If you just go up being too mad about your luck, then it's not going to help you focus on the 17 games to come.
Yeah, I think Buluc Chabtan Buluc Chabtan did it right, where they, kept one player in the back versus Fraternity, who sent both their players. You saw the last player was just laying prone in the open, just hoping that Fraternity or Furious Gaming didn't see them. And in that kind of situation, you're going to want the other team to make the mistake. That's exactly what Buluc Chabtan did. They get taken out, so now Buluc Chabtan getting second instead of third, but still Fraternity, well played from them, being thrown right into the fire, coming off of, they haven't played in like a week plus, right? And coming back in and starting it off with third place.
Yeah, you know what? I think my favorite part of that game, in a way, was the Potato Hill situation. We could see, how teams need to consider multiple things. And we talked about CP9 in their split and how they have been aggressive, but then needing to really hold that down. And after all, it's about staying still and completely fine when you've lost some teammates, right? Ferdinand, we don't need Reyes, he said, and he's going to get himself and the team 7 eliminations and almost 1,000 damage.
Yeah, I was really for Reyes because remember my pick for MVP of the unofficial prediction, right? My prediction was Reyes and your prediction was Choco on Aton 7. But still, Fernand, great stuff coming out from them, and even being the MVP of the match without being the team being the getting the chicken dinner. I think that says a lot for how much he did for his team and how many points he's still able to get, even if they weren't able to close out the entire match.
Yeah, it's not easy. I think people think, have, underrated players who've been able to successfully and efficiently shoot from a good compound. To peak at the wrong time, to peak too far, to be not optimized around those mechanics can really get you killed. And of course, for this first game, we will have 29 points going into the pockets of Furious Gaming and Buluc Chabtan in second place, 21 Fraternity 14, and we've got quite a few that will be close to double digit, but not quite there yet. So it's good to see Stelacy making some good movements, to be fair, and Mezexis Dreams to take down the majority of Team Queso.
Yeah, Mezexis Dreams. Apparently, owls like to eat cheese. And once in a blue moon, finding out, I believe it was 3, or maybe it was 2 members of Team Queso. Actually, one got taken out by Buluc Chabtan, another one bye. I can't recall who actually ended up taking him out. But let's focus on the second half. So those teams that we talked about not getting any points, a lot of pressure on them, like Estorm, All Glory Gaming, Royals of War. It's not quite to the situation where you're digging yourself in such a hole where you need to put up massive numbers yet, because it's only the first game out of 18 for this weekend, but still not really how you want to start the weekend off.
Yep, and I think to have Golden Eagles with 5 points and 4 of them being kill points is great from a team that was so close to getting eliminated but making it count. And we see teams like Royals of War, All Glory Gaming relying on the occasional big games, struggling here. Of course, it's just one game, we can't really read into it too much, but it was straight up squad wipe for some of these fights. And All Glory Gaming was 6th place, just below Aton Esports for 2 points when it comes to those 3 weeks of Super Weekend or League play. And to see them like this also wasn't surprising in a way, because we have been looking at how they get these points, and sometimes it's more reliant on, positions.
Yeah, and a team that Team Queso, I kind of get their play style, right? Like it takes a couple games to warm on up, and then they kind of close out. We've seen them the first, 3 matches may have been just 0-pointers. They're just kind of just very average games, and they come and just get back-to-back chicken dinner. So I think Team Queso, I think we had a one exception or something during the last Super Weekend, but I tend to see them, and I usually choose them for my predictions later on in the day.
Absolutely. And I want to see a change. I want to see them maybe just struggle halfway through the finals. But here's the thing, it's not down to us. This is not down to us. Like, I want teams to make them struggle, because to have a top team struggling means other teams doing better. They might have grown, they might have prepared against them. So it's one thing that we want to see. Like, this is why the excitement that we showed at the start of this broadcast, starting from 0, is a huge thing when it comes to the mentality. There were some huge games from Team Queso that you can arguably argue that they have good early weeks, therefore they don't feel the stress and they could play better and have these free games. But to come in here with a 1-point start is definitely going to be a little bit more rough.
Just changing the kind of mentality or play style you have because you don't have all those points on your belt is definitely going to be a huge factor. But let's go into our predictions. So Miramar, let's see, man, because we've had like a handful of teams that do well on Miramar, and then a handful of teams that just never seem to put up points on Miramar. This time I'm gonna, oh man, I would normally pick Furious Gaming, but they just won, and I don't want to be like the bandwagon fan that picks Furious Gaming because they won. But I'm gonna pick Furious Gaming because they tend to do well on Miramar, not just because they just won, but I've seen them get multiple second places, multiple like top 5 finishes, and be able to close out Miramar.
Yeah, I'm going to pick Team Queso because I want to vote for bouncing back. Like, quick bounce back is lovely because that shows the strength of a team, and particularly from a team that is as experienced as they are. And of course, some of the juiciest wins on Miramar has been taken by this team. So yeah, I will back them up for sure in this one. And I don't know what to expect, to be fair. Like, now that I've said that.
He's just like contradicted himself. He was like, I hope Team Queso struggles, but I also hope they win. This is exactly what happened in a span of like 10 seconds.
It's 2 things that I like. 1, teams that can outgrow strong teams, and 2, a strong team to show why they have been historically strong, which is their tenacity. So just picking between the 2 things that I like, although it sounds like I'm contradicting myself, but I could find a reason to it, and hope you guys would agree with me.
I think it shows the strongest of teams or the most experienced of teams that, hey, we had a really bad game, but we're still able to be mentally strong. Our communications are still at the same level, try even harder to bring ourselves and our moods, our performances back up to the top tier. Versus some teams that, hey, we lost a match, and then that's going to be their kind of black cloud hanging over their head for the remainder of the day or even the weekend. So yeah, it really shows the difference between teams who have that experience and able to like, hey, we take it one game at a time and put all of our efforts on here and not dwell on what happened the match before.
Yeah, you can see where a dark or black cloud is her or me. Like we're dressing that way, and we've been functionally similar in the past, but the sun will rise if you do allow yourself to be so strong, and nothing can really get you down. And that is the strength of teams, when you can find that mentality. And we've been talking about the same topic all the time because it's the most relevant. Like we have seen players, the montages across all the scene, we all know they can shoot and this and that. But it's how you behave when you're under pressure. It's like just the definition of a winner.
Yeah, I think at this level, PMPL Latin America, it's a given. Every single player in this lobby, they can shoot, they can get those headshots, they can win their hopefully win their 1v1s, sort of thing. But it's kind of that added kind of behind the scenes, what you don't see in those kind of montages I post on Instagram and stuff. And it's that mentality, it's that kind of maturity that some of these teams have and some of these teams lack.
Yep. So, about montages. If you are watching and you want to be the next player, I'll tell you how you can be there better. Yeah, a decent montage with good music, fine. Okay, that's copyright, bear in mind. But also have more TeamSpeak videos. And I think instead of just your play, like the words that you say, but also the way you say it gives a lot of is the quickest way for someone to think that you are good. Like it's very quick. Like you can literally speak out your way of dissecting the game and analyzing in those few sentences in a given situation. So if you have those clips, please have it that way. It will help you get picked up a lot quicker if you are that good.
Have you ever made a montage, Tarzan?
Of what? Like me?
Clips.
Clips
Bodying kids
I
in
think
classics.
So. In classics. No, I did this M24 hip fire thing, like in TDM, I guess, but it's just for fun.
Oh god, you posted a montage of TDMs?
I did not post anything.
Are you a TDM warrior?
No. I'm not a warrior in any way, I don't think. But
are you
here's
the one
the thing.
With a Groza sitting behind a crate in TDMs?
No. Why would she feel like I'm that person? I'm the person who would come in with multiple different guns and would restrict myself to an extended mag because I think it's good to train without attachment sometimes. There's two schools of thought. Like you can go without attachment, so when you have the extra stability in game, you can be better. So that counter your nerves. And two, or you just use your favorite level anyway because it's just pure, complete muscle memory in that regard. But you know what? We can theorize all that stuff, but now it's about applying it, and we have a slightly, to be fair, quite southern playing path with this one. El Pozo is reachable. Hacienda is okay with some glide, but I think it's still going to be tricky because we do have some teams that like El Asaha, Cristabel, like me, or Campo Militar if they want to have an easy early game.
Feel that we keep getting this newbie pilot that keeps, hey, I can only fly south. I don't dare fly up into the mountainous terrain on the northern side, and we keep getting the same plane path over and over and over again. So yeah, like you said, southwestern kind of plane path. Team Queso is going to be sitting nice and pretty because they're one of the first ones out of the plane straight into Monte Nuevo, as Fraternity, one of the teams that we're keeping our eyes on because they're kind of new, not new to this lobby, but new for finals because they did not play in Super Weekend last weekend, and it looks like Team Jaguar thought they were the only ones there.
Yeah, to be fair, you can feel quite refreshed after a week. Yes, it was scary to watch the matches, but if they just focus on just doing the prep anyway, they should be slightly less fatigued because 1 week, under a week to be fair, the rest that they had, 4 days was the actual case, and there's a lot of things to do within 4 days. Like you can't even analyze a full 1 day of play within a day, and then you still need to play scrims, you still need to sleep, you need to rest, you need to go to the gym like Monica, and feed your fish and stuff like that's important for your well-being. So maybe they will just be all ready, but already is what we are seeing, maybe a fight in Chumacera for this northern phase 1 circle.
Look at that northern circle. So we're gonna have teams that kind of land in the mid-sec. I mean, Rosa War is gonna be hot, laughing right now because they're gonna be able to have a really nice rotation. We saw the spike that erupted in Chumacera, and I want to say that was the first time we saw like kind of a big kind of hot drop in Chumacera, and Delta Stars already losing one to All Glory Gaming. So I think a lot of these teams, expecting their drop spots to be free. We saw Jaguar, who usually goes to Los Leones, now going to El Pozo. So I think they thought, because we usually see them right next to Anton 7, I want to say. So going on over there, not really expecting Fraternity to be right in their back door.
Yeah, I think both teams saw the potential of that being open, and they want to take a chance, and they may just have to fight it out. So, I have a question for you. You said,
I might have an answer.
that you will have one. It's just about whether you want to give it. Royals of War are laughing right now because they've got a spot. So when you get a spot, how would you laugh? Give me a reaction.
Oh God, I'm not gonna. You can hear me laugh later if you genuinely say something funny, but I'm not gonna fake laugh for it. I also just basically call you not funny. So.
What? Okay, fine. I was literally gonna ask, like, how do you usually react in that? Oh, there we go. See, guys, we got
But
it.
you've heard them like giggle though, right? Like you definitely hear like players like they get a good circle and they just start like giggling like a little girl because they got a good spot.
Yeah, that's how you not become a player, but maybe you can be a good
Not what you
caster.
that's not what you include in your team speak montage. Like,
Yeah,
giggling with a
exactly. Yeah, face one as well. How dare you? Like, I probably kicked you off the team by doing that. But we understand exactly what Monica meant. Of course we do. So, banters aside, it's about a team like Rolls of War to play good positions, because we know on the Erangel map that we played quite a lot, you know, in the past few days of play, that they rely on being outside, to slowly trail themselves in, to find a time to enter without pressure. And now that they're given a circle, it's not always going to be easy, even on the Wrangle or northern circles. You would thought a Severny team knows how to play it, but they did not show it. So this time, that is going to be the reason why they might not be laughing. But I think they could, you know, still make it work.
Yeah, and in Miramar, the first rotation is so important. You see how large the map is and how treacherous the terrain is, especially with this first circle super far north. I think only a couple teams were in the circle, and even so, it was just on the edge. So that means a lot of teams will have to rotate quite early or be forced to play more edge. So Anton 7, Mezexis, Infinity, they're on kind of that bottom southern side, are going to have quite the rotation to try to make it into the second phase.
Yep, will be interesting. I'm expecting quite a lot of white rotations, actually. Like, the center position is just annoying, like with main roads and then like strong spots, whether it's compound, whether it's a hill. It's hard to get in, so I feel like there might be some clashes more around that eastern and western side, and or if we are lucky, we may see teams trying to stop these El Paso team, but we don't have info yet around that area. Maybe they won't fight once again, like you mentioned, like Los Leones. El Paso can hold several teams, but I feel like the car and vehicle situation might be a little bit trickier around that town. So we've just got to wait and see.
Seven Deadly Sins, they landed in Picado, and they just immediately rotated on up here. So I would have expected them maybe a little bit more of a rotation, especially seeing how, you know, they're in Picado. They probably have nobody to their direct north to prevent them from rotating on further. So they're picking their first spot as a pretty southern spot. And this has allowed kind of another team, Buluc Chabtan, to come up right around them and try to surround them in.
Interesting. I think it's great that they were able to get some info and just pre-smoke and make sure that they can get out okay.
Yeah.
But one smoke is a little bit too few, maybe. Oh, there's two, so that it's great. You know what? Like, we've been harsh. We've always been harsh, like, for good reasons, I feel like. And to see this team get out of Picado, at least, like, that is a good thing, right? Because we've seen teams saying, oh, Picado might be sweet, no one's here, so we're just going to stay around. Not quite the case, and Buluc Chabtan is very ready for this pinch. And Seven Deadly Sins, if they can make it out of here alive, that would be amazing. But I feel like Reyes is moving accordingly to maybe pinch them, and we'll just need to go back later and see what happens.
Well, they should. We always see Buluc Chabtan and Seven Deadly Sins right next to each other because they do land next to each other, and they have, obviously, with their first rotation, they're going to be like the best chance of having an engagement. Buluc Chabtan rotating to kind of that warehouse spread between Shumasera and Picado. So I think Buluc Chabtan, they're playing very proactively. They know that Seven Deadly Sins comes out of Picado around the 5-minute mark, so they come in a little bit closer, see where they go, follow them, and they had it set up to try to pick off a couple of eliminations. I think just they're able to give them the slip just a little bit, so they weren't quite able to do it, but the thought was there.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, to be fair. I know people were like, what are you talking about? There's no action, there's no knocks, there's no kills. But both teams should know rotation timing and know the strengths of their spot. And to move before the 5-minute mark, that's quite admirable. I dare you, right? I dare everyone to put time and just look at the time on top right on your game. Like, if you get to go to Picado or whatnot, let's say there's no one there, will you actually rotate out by 5 minutes? I really doubt it. And that's why these players are at the competitive level and they are still growing, and that's just a joy to watch.
Yeah, Estorm Gaming, though, looks like a couple shots from CP9 in the distance. So Estorm Gaming, we didn't really see that much come out of their previous match, so they're just going to just get out of here. I think they're playing a little bit more passively here. Just keep all 4 left alive as they are getting a little bit pressure from CP9. They're saying, hey, this location, it isn't really worth it. And we're just going to just get out of here and let CP9 have this ridge.
Yeah, you know what I like about what CP9 did, which is kind of different to what they've done in the past. They've decided to not shoot. Because there's a chance that they can't take down that person from the buggy, but it's also a setup where they can punish them easier later, depending on the shift. So I think at least that's what I've seen them do. If I'm at their spot, I would do exactly the same thing, because there's no chance. We always talk about, opening fire, whether you can actually get something out of it beyond damaging their gear, and I think that is a good controlled play from a very aggressive team.
Yeah, Furious Gaming, here's my pick. Also the winners from the last match. Yeah, they're actually also equal line with Mezexis, like Aton 7, in terms of distance needing to rotate to get in the circle. They landed down in Puerto Paricio. They're going to be coming on over, and Aton 7, of course. I mean, Aton 7 and Furious Gaming, I think both of them have very equal kind of chances of getting this chicken dinner. And Aton 7, they got taken out kind of mid-game last match. I think, though, they're going to kind of regroup a little bit and come back with a vengeance for this one.
Yeah, I find it very interesting, by the way, between Aton 7 and Furious Gaming. Both teams played in the scene for a long time. They even played against each other in the PMGC West League. And they're now back here, and on 2 huge maps, they both played the southeastern, so the bottom right segment, quadrant, right? And they never really clashed with each other in the early game. So maybe they just understand each other's rotation path so well that never happens. Or I just don't have an answer to that. I'll just decide to choose that as based on good preparation.
Okay, yeah, Buluc Chabtan, coming in the power grid, we've seen them take the spot quite often in having, one over into the compound just on the edges here. We see an explosion. Looks like Delta Star is trying to catch Stelacy off rotation, being able to, explode one, take him out of the, back to the lobby he goes. That's going to be Jer, leaving Mystic, Rolex Boy, and Axel out of Monte Nuevo. We've seen them time and time again just on the edges of Monte. And I think it was just kind of a drive-by, passerby shootout as, they continue to rotate on their respective paths and try to get further into the circle.
Yeah, and we've seen the plateau as well, St. Martin and Power Grid 2. For both teams that almost clashed to find themselves a home, and they will both be in. Here is the issue. Both those spots are key, very, very good, but may need someone to scout further in the circle, leaving that after playing very noisy is extremely hard, as we see a potential rematch around the surrounding of St. Martin.
Yeah, this is an extremely northwest circle. Team Queso actually really, really quick on the rotate. They went from Monte, really rotated that northern side, because in their head they're thinking, okay, plane was very south. No one's really going on that northern side, and then we're going to come down from the north to the south because it's probably going to be still, it's not going to keep shifting up towards us. So they just picked the kind of really uncongested side of the circle, probably for this first half of the match, and they're going to stay away. They don't want to lose any members too early, and I think they're going to have a pretty good game this game.
And here's the thing, Mezexis Dreams. Let's talk about the biggest habit that I don't like, probably worse than people using substances, which is to stay on hard edge when you've got grounds to move, right? And they have lost their plays and lives like this multiple times. So I think it's important for them to move, and I'm glad that they are starting to move. There's not a lot for them to grab around here, except maybe that care package, but otherwise I think it's important to move more center, like we mentioned.
I think they're just playing, hey, we didn't get too many points the last match. Like, we're going to, they got a couple eliminations like on Team Queso, but hey, we're just going to get the information. We don't know who's going to be ending up on this side, but they could have probably been able, like you said before, like keep track of how many people are still left on the plane when they jumped. And Mezexis should have been one of the last ones. It should have said probably about 4 players left alive at the time they jumped for Impala.
Yep, absolutely. And right now, of course, Eastern segment is bound to happen, all these teams, strong teams as well, filling in from that side, but it will be Estorm to strike first. But I don't think it's very unforgiving, like Aton Esports can just wide rotate around it, and unless they really want to take this fight, but Estorm to want to push this is an admirable effort. Let's see how it turns out.
I know, they leave the one Overwatch in the background. They have Ronaldinho. He has information, tosses a grenade just a little bit shy. He does about half HP damage though. Fear peering up a little bit, gets the first knock, and yeah, he kept that Overwatch in the back. Doesn't overpeak to the point where the Overwatch can't support him. As now Estorm pushing up even closer. Currently, only 3 players knocked, or 3 players alive from Aton 7, as another one does get put down onto his knees.
Fear's doing work and just buying time. Milo will just get pushed down, but that might be the overpeak that can change things. And of course, with a very, very good team and experience, they need to make this work as they get pushed down further and further down the slope. Estorm needs to make an even bigger pitch.
And Estorm, I think they're wary of pushing up too far because that just negates their Overwatch watching them. But it looks like the Overwatch has now left his spot, come a little bit closer to support the fight. CQC in close quarter combat as now Fear, Estorm, they're kind of weaving, fanning out across on all sides of Aton 7 and leaving them kind of just twiddling their thumbs as 10 also goes down, leaving 2 players out there trying to go for the knocks. And Walls also gets down. So all of a sudden how the tables have turned and only 1 player left standing from Estorm Gaming.
Oh no, they did not peek at the same time, and that's just a huge mistake. And Choco will be holding the squad wiper with 2 up and 1 still got some blood before they completely bleed out. This might be just crazy. Estorm did not orchestrate it properly. Choco, we need to make it work. We'll make it work. Holes not quite in 1v1 situation right now. Down to Lucky moving around, tracking those footsteps. Will pre-fire and makes it count. And that will be the sweet swipe and the revenge onto Estorm. They will be biting their tongue after that one, Estorm.
It was kind of funny. Estorm Gaming, like, although they were together, they just weren't looking at the same place at the same time, and just kind of allowed Aton 7 just to one come up to bat. You know, the next one kind of down below going for the revive. Choco gets knocked, and then sends another player of Aton 7 back on up. So basically, Aton were just taking their, like, yeah, that's how you win your 1v1s, quote unquote. Because we did have multiple members of Estorm, but the fights though, it was basically just pushing the 1 versus 1, 1 versus 1, and then just knocking more players than Estorm could in return.
That can end their run if they didn't have the mentality after that fight, because they literally had 3 up and then the enemy with 1 up. To fail that push is just terrible. And to do that after you're at advantage, and now to see yourself at 16 players and now already sitting in lobby is not an easy thing to digest. And I think, like, the small thing that we saw was the Overwatch player coming down, taking a knock, then greed. It was greed of flushing out a knock player that got him return knock, and then it just like went down bit by bit. And those are things that will just haunt them in their dreams if they can't bounce back from this.
And I want to identify Team Queso and All Glory Gaming. These two really rotated far. Team Queso from Monty all the way up to La Cobria to come in on the northern side where there aren't any teams yet. All Glory Gaming, who came in from the Chumacera area and rotated even further than Team Queso, get also on that kind of northeastern side. So they're really playing to where the circle is, always keeping in the back of their head, where was the playing path, where is our best chances of getting in, because it's not going to be very congested. On the flip side, Jaguar coming on the northwestern side, I think they're going to have a couple pesky neighbors if they continue this way, but they do end up stopping here and just seeing a glimpse of Team Queso in the distance.
Yeah, and Team Queso in one of my favorite compounds, but leaving it is not easy once again. And just a very common standoff between this position and where CP9 is. And I feel like they're experienced to know that it's just a deal. You can trade some shots, but it's not going to result in any possible push without getting punished. So it's going to be a little bit of you know having the discipline, really, saving your resources as well, and start planning whether they can send players somewhere else to prepare for the potential shift later on.
Yeah, we love the spot from CP9 because they are pretty spread out, but they have a pretty, just slightly off center position here, and they're gonna not let Team Queso come in anymore. Looks like Drew just a little bit closer. David kind of off back. Usually we see David kind of though. He's like, I want all the action. I'm going to put myself in the face of my enemies and be the first one to get knocked. That's what I usually see from him, but looks like they're staying a little bit more on the defensive, holding this position. And it always seems like CP9 really favors those kind of top elevations, those mountainous terrains like we saw in the last match where they were up on Potato Hill to really, I think that's their kind of forte, looking down at everybody and saying, we're the kings of the hill.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy playing that though. I think if the circle ever goes away, like the distance to travel is so horrid. And that's the thing. Like when you have a map like this with this segment, there's so many dips and main roads to dissect the rest of the map. It's going to need some splits to come through, maybe a 1-3 to secure the other side of the mountain. So it might be 200 meters away, but it's worth sending someone there. So that prep work is what I really want to see, but also, we may see it and around here again, and we see Royals of War, I guess, already taking that peninsula, and they held that horribly last time. So maybe they get to do some redemption.
Yeah, we also see Delta Stars, who did unfortunately lose one player at the very beginning to All Glory Gaming, kind of just following in their footsteps. And also, I think this is just trend. Everyone in the general Monte Chumacero area has wide rotated all the way around clockwise around the map to try to get as close as possible. And the leak getting actually exploded from Nitsu with his shots of the 3 times on his M4 over onto him. So Delta Stars just really just cannot catch a break here, because if it's not from All Glory Gaming, it's Team Castle to take out their players.
Yeah, I want to see the catching of the funnel though. Like for Nitsu being here, holding players on the outside means someone can maybe be on the eastern part to like finish what's been started. But it's also okay for them to just hold this stronger spot, because it's also one of the positions where teams, if they really want to crash you as a 4, you may need more than 2 players to make that work. And Nitsu just holding and holding, and that will be just another side of a gatekeeping happening. Lucky will take that one, and they don't have far to rotate. That means it's a very northern phase 4 circle, and that would traumatize a lot of these teams.
There was your end of the funnel. Just it wasn't between Team Queso. It was Team Queso just inadvertently funneling them into the laps of Anton 7. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it works, but it's Anton 7 to reap the benefits of that setup. Looks like Circle has about 1 minute, 20 seconds before it closes once again. This time, Stelacy, never-ending action from them, now finding themselves in an engagement with Royals of War.
And Royals of War moved away from the usual spot, but made it work so far. But leaving there won't be an easy job, as they just escaped some shots from Axel. And there will be more, because it's one of those compounds where everyone can be looking at you without you looking at them. And it's going to be Stelacy down to that one player, might be the next squad out.
You never want to be the one that everyone is looking at, and it's for certain Axel in this compound. 2 halves of Royals of War on either side of him. I mean, the Circle has gifted it here, but he's kind of playing like bye-bye from Team Castle in the last match. Last one alive, just hoping no one kind of pushes onto you or, finds you out. But it looks like Axel, he's not long for this world, as Royals of War is creeping on closer.
Oh, and it's the third party from surrounding. Like, we couldn't expect anything less for this spot. And to be fair, Royals of War made it like slightly better than full sending it to have some player on the outskirts. But Team Queso need to redeem themselves once again against All Glory Gaming, a team that has not played so well but will suffer still.
Yeah, and Team Queso, I mean, like, great thought from them coming on the northern side, but it slowly becomes not such a great thought when everyone has the same thought. Again, All Glory Gaming up on the northern side, actually getting the best of Team Queso, and this time it's going to be Ayala to just send it and try to find a spot. So what was bye-bye, now it's just him, as it looks like Team Queso, 1 person left alive.
And Furious Gaming, like we said, knowing when to enter and where from. Like these edges, it's always hard for some teams to work. Oh, let's hold that thought. Furious Gaming, I've just jinxed them, but doesn't matter. It's Overwatch versus Overwatch, and it will be the side of Milo that made it better.
Yeah, Furious Gaming, I mean, maybe a little bit, a little over-eager, right? They're like, ooh, third party, let's go fight it, and haven't set up properly yet. So it's going to be Scream. He's in the circle. So go about to close one more time. Multiple members, actually just Milovan because they lost Porto, but be waiting here. If they can clear the side, they're going to have that eastern kind of ridge line to watch over the teams. But so whichever team cleans this one up, we have about a third-party action here, though. Infinity crashing up onto the backsides of Fierce Gaming. Gamma going down on his knees.
Oh man, that peek and shit is just so sweet. And 2 is the actual fact, and that will be a little bit of a sick one coming from that player. Just playing around that one rock scream, refused to go down, and Middleban tried to go wider. I mean, like that was established, he couldn't make it work. And now down to those 2 players, Furious Gaming will have another 80 meters to move. Not easy at all, as we have teams already set up on the other side.
Yeah, Anton 7 is such a harsh position from them because it's very hard to smoke uphill, especially in mirror, because you toss it and it just kind of rolls all the way down. Plus, they don't really have vehicles left alive, so it's just going to be Fierce Gaming waiting for them to run out of smokes and then just shoot them as they try to run up the hill. Or, I mean, I guess starting the med game at 11 teams still left alive, and it's not really going to work well for them as we shift over western side. This time Jaguar versus our newbie team Fraternity. Welcome to finals.
Yeah, and there's got a lot to prove because there's only 30 seconds for them to break into that western side. Or maybe they can go wider, but they need to read the map well or no mirror map like the back of their hand. Jaguar will be playing with that position as well. It's going to be tricky. They both want the same thing, and they will both be held out by CP9.
Mezexis unfortunately couldn't quite make anything out of this Miramar match, only getting 1 point in elimination. Seems to be kind of a trend of all these teams. Now over into this north side of Hacienda. Rose of War, who did take out Mezexis, now having to defend from 7 Deadly Sins coming in. This is the team that we saw them come out of Picado. Almost fall into the grasp of Buluc Chabtan, is able to escape from it as Jaguar crashing up on a CP9.
I cannot believe they did not kill him. Like, there's one job when it comes to holding that compound. And so let's see whether there will be teams coming in as well. Fraternity will come close using that time of aggression between CP9 and Jaguar, and it will be a little bit of standoff for now. Blue Zone comes in, forcing players to the angle, and that will be CP9 using that to their advantage. After all, it was that patience. They were just waiting them to come into that small room.
I mean, if you're gonna crash a compound that's outside the circle, you need to crash faster. You need to clean up the fight as soon as possible. Because only 2 of those players actually got eliminated from CP9. The Blue Zone took out the other half of them. So Jaguar just, not the ideal spot. As we close onto the circle, shifting up into the northeast section, 7 Deadly Sins fighting against Rose of War. The fight finally breaks out in heavy casualties on either side.
And upon this reset, which would take another 20 seconds, they need to get away in. But doesn't matter, they need to clear out the Rose of War first. And they were just looking a little bit too lost through that smoke.
Yeah, a little bit too lost indeed. Rose of War, Diego shoved back into the room by himself as 7 Deadly Sins Credo. He tries to find him out. He heard some kind of indications here, pushing up by himself, and actually multiple members of 7 Deadly Sins. What are you doing? Why are you pushing up by yourself? Now it's going to be Lucas Boy to try to clean this one up. They find the vehicle explosion does it, but that was almost a dire, fatal mistake.
Just because they did not push out together to finish that fight, they won't have enough time to really revive them when we look at that clock on the edge. But Golden Eagles actually find themselves one of the best spots to maybe just show why they are actually deserving the spot in the finals.
You see the Blue Zone really doing heavy damage on 7 Deadly Sins that they just cannot afford to get knocked like that and try to rotate into the circle. Golden Eagles really defending this compound well. We saw so many great nades come out onto All Glory Game as CP9 rampaging right into the compound. They left Strap into the building just far away, maybe playing a little bit of an Overwatch, but not crashing up with the rest of the team. Only him left alive.
And only 3 teams as well. Like a trio, no, actually 2 full squads and a solo. But CP9, after all that action, this is already the best that they can expect. And if I were him, I'm just gonna maybe get a frag grenade ready to get myself out of here, so we didn't give away 1 point. And that will be after a very, very good angle that they found. And it will be down to a 4v4 between 2 teams that we probably didn't expect.
Yeah, Guapo really loves seeing him in the minimap. He takes his car, rotates all the way around, and he was actually the one to find the last player as CP9. Golden Eagles did not have it. So in this kind of circle, it kind of depends. Is the circle going to shift onto the compound, giving it to Golden Eagles, or is he going to shift off out into the open? More likely that will happen, as in All Glory Gaming, they have that wide split around, the kind of control on this northeastern side of the map. So we'll see. Will the PUBG gods be kind to which team left?
I think whichever team the gods pick, they need to think of one thing for this final fight, which is aggressive smoke. You need to use them onto that ridge line or into the building so they can't peek and see you, or you force them to peek elsewhere. This will be the basic, the bread and butter, but not easy to remember in finals moment like this.
Yeah, Golden Eagles Inferno. He's Imperium. Actually, he's really trying to get up onto. I think it's the other side that you can get up onto the roofs. Unfortunately for him, otherwise that would be an insane spot to kind of overwatch down into the dip where All Glory Gaming is at. So right now it's All Glory Gaming just consolidating their resources. It's kind of a nice, and it's very rare that we see like a full-on 4v4 to end the match. Usually we see these players kind of at the end, 2 versus 2, etc. But it looks like the circle, I can't even really tell, but I think it shifted back onto Golden Eagles.
Yep. Oh no, I'm not quite sure. I feel like it might be All Glory Gaming. So here's the thing. Golden Eagles don't have as many vehicles to make final plays or make quick entrances. So it's going to be tricky. It's all about smoking the enemies, I feel like, and now they are smoking themselves more than anything. So I don't think this is a good start, and that those will be, nade magnets into those smokes. So those smokes just need to go further. We already established that, and I think that is so key. If they don't do it, I think it's GG.
Oh, GG's indeed, as All Glory Gaming lobs the perfect grenade in the second floor, and they know this is where the floodgates open. They had one knock that kind of slows them down just a little bit, but this is where everyone throws caution to the winds, as now it's going to be Rojas him and Guapo, 2 versus Golden Eagles. They have to know it's one person left alive. I would be pushing this, sending it up this stairway, but it looks like they're going to stop a little bit, try to go for a reset, as Golden Eagles as well is getting their players back up. They have the numbers advantage, and they're just waiting for Golden Eagles to make the first move, just shooting out into the smoke.
Yes, and this is a great angle for Rojas, and that will be him actually not making what doesn't matter. The pinch comes in, All Glory Gaming, defying what we said and show why they are deserving that spot. And even 6th place before, but after this game, they might be higher up than 6.
They gave me, they had my heart beating fast. I really thought they were going to throw that one because they all of a sudden got the knock, the great double knock with the grenade up on the second floor. It was a 2v4, and then one player from All Glory Gaming got knocked, and they knocked another player of Golden Eagles, and they had the 2 versus 1 advantage, but they did not push it up. Actually allowed Golden Eagles to get a couple of those revives, but they were able to clean it up at the very, very end. So very well deserved, All Glory Gaming.
It's interesting. I think that dynamic is worth analysts breaking that down, because around those not timing and the circle moving in, it makes it so tricky to know whether you can do a reset, right? So it's suddenly very hard to think, oh, do we push or not? Will I get knocked if I cross these ground? But after all, Glory Gaming made it work upon no aggressive smokes on them, freely peeking and taking this one chicken dinner of 11 eliminations.
11 eliminations, well found on a map like Miramar. So All Glory Gaming, I think that we're seeing a different side of them. In qualifiers in the past one about a week ago, we didn't really see that great of a performance from them. They made it into the Super Weekend, but then starting in the Super Weekend, they started really having these chicken dinners, these moments of glory that we now know them for. So we will be right back and see if they can keep it up in Sandhawk. All Glory Gaming with the win on Miramar. They had quite a few eliminations to add to their tally, and I think it was just a great game from them. They started in Chumasera, wide rotate all the way to the northeastern side, just avoided the crowd, avoided the rush hour, and then they were just able to come in at the end, beat out Golden Eagles, and get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, that was an interesting win. It's almost like around a very tricky segment, and teams just need to eliminate each other, and whoever's just found that somehow end up around those spots, which is fine. And we didn't expect that ending, and I think it's so dreadful for a lot of these teams, because that's the type of landscape that you cannot go past a certain point before you just feel a lot of pain.
The ultimate theme of our casting right now. But we sympathize with these teams, right? And we know kind of how they're thinking, or like, well, oh, we went out this early because of this unfortunate situation, and we like to analyze that and break it down of how they could do better. But Golden Eagles, they were so very close, and I think unfortunately they had that double knock with the grenade. I think it could have been at least a little bit closer if they hadn't got knocked up on the second story like that.
Oh yeah. Still didn't like that ending because of lacking those aggressive smokes. I just really wanted that way, you can change a lot of things, but it was interesting to break down. It was a good case study, to say the least, for analysts and those funneling that we talked about. It's inter-team collaboration, but it's unintentional. We're making up words now.
Yeah, I think it's like you said at the end, they should use those smokes not to smoke your cross down into the hill, but smoking out your enemies so they can't exactly see you. There's only certain gaps between or put no gaps, and then just kind of smoke out the entire ridge line back to back so they can't really see anything. And then spreading them out just a little bit so it's not super obvious that you're all trying to cross on that right-hand side. The team are also keeping a corner of their eye on the other smokes, and you might be able to just get that millisecond of surprise on them and might be able to overtake them.
Absolutely, but we will leave that till another time, until they do those types of, wouldn't say mistakes, but improvement points that they show again. But Irango, we need to celebrate his success in this one. 4 eliminations, 700 damage, and the team actually somehow find a way to survive through all of that mayhem. So that is itself quite an achievement.
Yeah, about 200 of the damage was just from that one grenade lobbed up on the second floor onto Golden Eagles. So great stuff from him and the entire team. Let's see in Sandhawk though, can they keep it up? And will some of our teams in Miramar that didn't do quite well, like Team Castle, they've kind of had a slow start, and I tend to see them do this, but they really struggle with keeping all 4 players left alive into the end circles, and they struggled with that in Erangel, they struggled with it again in Miramar. Maybe Sandhawk, well, I might be jinxing them because they land with CP9, don't they?
Oh yes, if there's anyone, it's me who jinxed them, okay? We'll just get that out of the way. I'll take the bullet. Here's the thing, they know there's a lot on their shoulder. They've got, I think this split last year is the one that they've won. And so there's a lot of expectations to match. But looking at this map though, 5 teams actually making to double digit. All Glory take 26 points. Golden Eagles showing why they can soar with 16. CP9 is great, off a really good other event that we've seen around if you've been following the scene. Coming in strong once again, 16 eliminations, 7 deadly sins, another very good squad, can do a lot of stuff. Rose of War, 10 points after, a tricky game 1, but then we see all these top squads actually falling down, almost all of them, I should say, to that second page.
Yes. Stelacy, another one of those teams that I think they just lost a player a little bit too early, like Jaguar, I think it was, and then they just haven't really been able to come back from that. As we see Estorm, Buluc Chabtan, I'm very surprised to see them this far down because they did get second place in the previous match. So to go kind of flip-flop, do a 180, and now get only 1 point, that's quite the stark difference. Team Queso around the same position, Mezexis Dreams around the same position again. So, we are only on to match 2 out of the 18 matches this weekend, but we're nearing the halfway point into the next one. But let's take a look at the overall standings though across these 2 games.
I think this is where the pressure starts to come in. Yes, they can choose to remember there's 16 more to play, but to see yourself right at the bottom is never a good feeling. Furious Gaming, though, have broken through that eastern side somewhat okay. I mean, we've been waiting for them to clash with FN7, you know, when they share that eastern side. So that is bound to happen, but they are still holding top spot with 10 points to spare. All Glory Gaming after that one will be very, very happy. And Buluc Chabtan, after, you know, a good game one, will not be able to do more this game, but the position is still there.
Very surprising. I mean, not surprising because we watched the last two matches, but just overall surprising to see a team like Team Queso in 15th position. Remember, you're shooting for that top 5 to qualify for PMPL Americas, and this is the make or break weekend. You cannot afford to have a single bad day, because that puts you a third of the way down of matches that other teams were able to get their points that we could not. So really hoping to see Team Queso turn things around. Actually, all these teams are turning around, because that's what we like to see. We like to see growth, we like to see improvement, and we like to kind of root for the teams to have those massive matches.
Yep. So we need to see whether they can bounce back. Tricky if I need to continue to vote for them when it comes to predictions, to bounce back still, because it's going to be tricky. They may clash with CP9 based on the current momentum. CP9 may just take it, and I think it's like 2-2 all or something like that. They both had their good runs, so I'm gonna leave that segment out, right? So I'm just going to pick 7 deadly sins out of no particular reason other than their, you know, their ability and confidence to play aggressive.
I think I'm going to pick. Man, I have no idea. Okay,
Flip a coin.
I don't even have a coin nearby me. Okay, I'm gonna.
No,
I'm just gonna go with Team Queso, even though they're gonna fight against CP9.
Wow, okay.
I think the pressure. This is a team that can really perform under pressure, and I think they, you know, they see themselves 15th position. We really need to turn things around, turn the aggressiveness onto, you know, high mode, and really try to go for this one. I've seen them close out Sandhawk before if they don't die to CP9 in Temple.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I want to talk about Estorm though. We all saw how that fight, they had the confidence to take it. They have almost taken it, but then came short. And that was such a heartbreaking way to lose that fight. There's usually 3 reactions when things like that happen. A, you rage. 2, everyone's in absolute silence because they couldn't believe it. They are, you know, disappointed. Or 3, which is the least likely, which is someone who would say, it's okay, like we tried, it was almost there. Like it's so hard to go for option 3, which is the desirable one for, you know, a full team. Like to have that mentality across the whole team is extremely hard. So I'm gonna keep a close eye on Estorm to see whether they're able to bounce back after that fight.
Yeah, in the fight, if you remember, so Estorm had Ken kind of playing that huge overwatch on the back end side, not allowing Aton 7 to cross even any further. I think Aton 7 did a really good job of keeping that in their minds. They never like overextended over the top to give that overwatch beyond that first knock any sort of room, forcing Estorm to come down towards them and forcing Ken to evict his overwatch position and having to come closer, and then so they kind of just played into the hands of Aton 7, and they were able to just to one up that. I think Aton 7 only lost 1 in that engagement. Yeah,
it was really tough to watch. So if you want to understand what we're talking about, you can go back, you know, repeat watching it and do the slow mode, whatever you need, because everything is a good fight to study for sure. So okay, of course, Sandhawk, we need to get ready for you. Bootcamp is something that we have been waiting for in a way. We've seen outskirts of it, but I think hot drops not as frequent as we want. But we also like some setups in phase 1 to punish some teams' rotation, like Stelacy getting punished by All Glory Gaming, I think, around like outskirts of Painan, so we can see more of that. That I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, Stelacy, we've seen them kind of, I don't know, just, you know, kind of just freely running in. Oh, there's no chance anyone would be, you know, trapping us here, and then just running into the midst of other teams that set up. Because Sandhawk, it's so much easier to just sit behind a rock, third-person perspective, peek, have that trigger control, that kind of like patience, wait till you have your enemy team in the placement you want, and then all hell breaks loose, and able to you know, clean up those eliminations. With Sandhawk, you're looking for the snakes in the grass and the little mice squatting behind the rocks.
Oh yes. It's tricky. I think heal strat we have not seen teams using it as plan A, so that is actually good. I think when it comes to punishments of players or teams pattern, pretty good as well. We see it surrounding Paradise Resort. We see it around Painan, like we mentioned. We see it also against Rounds of 4 when they leave Tapmok to move down south. So quite a few things that we will be watching once again. But here's the thing, I want something completely new. I want us to be absolutely wrong. I want them to change completely, but be ready to make those changes. Of course, that might be a lot to ask for 1 week of preparation, but you never know. These teams can be that good.
Basically, Tarzan is saying he hopes 7 Deadly Sins, who he picked as his prediction, goes out first because he hopes he's wrong.
It's someone kept me out. She's putting words into my mouth to make a far logical sequence. Someone click that and tell her why she's ridiculous. But anyway, yes, of course, I want to see them do well. I think the line of entry from around Charlie is one way that can win the game. But of course, there's a lot more. I think that the thing that makes it slightly easier in a way to predict on Sandhawk is because the map's so small. So if you really want to go to where you drop, you can, which is not a game that you get to play on Miramar and Sandhawk, and Erangel, which is 4 times bigger. So yeah, we just need to wait and see, and to see Fraternity coming in to see whether they can make this work as well as important, because that last game wasn't too good, but it's not the worst, because they get to rotate around a fight and they time it well. It was just hard to get in based on landscape. So yeah, we are patiently waiting.
Sandhawk also has some massive dividing lines that Miramar and Erangel don't quite have. You know, the huge riverways that dissect the different islands of Sandhawk. If you are caught on the wrong island, you know, probably like 4th phase or 5th phase, it's gonna be ever so harder to rotate onto the correct side because everyone's gonna be set up and they'll be watching you. We've seen mighty teams fall just because they were all swimming in the water, literally like sitting ducks and not able to defend themselves.
Oh yes, I want to see that. Because I'm terrible. We want to see three-way between the 3 island around Trifecta. I think that's one of my favorite circle finishes. Yeah, I'm not that bad, when it comes to wishing a terrible circle for players. I think Northwest Island is worse along those high hills, but it's time to go, guys, as we see all the hashtags that you can put into the chat to cheer for your favorite team. We would dissect the midline across bootcamp.
All right, so my hashtag is #VamosTQ, while Tarzan is, where are you? #Go7DS. So we shall see who will be the best hashtag in the lobby. But like you said, just right down the center. Sandhawk's small enough that you can get it anywhere where you want to go. As we do have, looks like Team Queso sending 3 into tempo, while CP9, I believe, has sent 4. So let's see this first fight to start things off. Who will be the victor? No, we lost one.
Please. And Nitsu being so important as well, just far. I think it's always mind game, it's a chess game, and now, excuse me, well, bye-bye with a very good spray with that Tommy gun. I think early game Tommy gun's just too deadly, right? So 2 for 1. Wow. I think it will just keep happening. Who knows what they're gonna do in the day after. But as we can see, Estorm's also around this segment on this island. So I don't know what to expect. They would just run down without a lot of resources. And oh god, this is going to be tragic.
I think we constantly talk about the funnel, but looks like Team Queso is never able to funnel quite all 4 into where they want to go, into their mixing bowl, because it's going to be 2 with CP9 running down the hill and right into the backyard of Estorm Gaming. And again, that's one of those teams that we saw a lot of mistakes in the previous match in Miramar, so hopefully they'll be able to have a much better Sandhawk. But I mean, CP9, they've got 2 weapons each, and they're just all huddled, holding hands on the side of this mountain.
Yeah, good. Bromance time. In adversity, we hug. Is what they are doing. Estorm, though, I feel like they have not made the most out of the situation. Like, if I were them, I know I'm close to this temple fight, and probably close enough to just know that it's okay. Forget about hearing gunshots. Like, I think the way that you parachute should be able to float close enough to know whether there are more parachutes around tempo, and when you come back to that compound, you can loot in a way that you end up on a particular compound, a compound that's strong, that can peak and stop people from running down the hill, right? Like, so small things like that, we know Estorm's not quite at the winning and championship caliber yet.
Yeah, but looking at the team that we know is at that level, it's going to be All Glory Gaming with the chicken dinner in the previous match of Myanmar. And we've seen them when the circle did shift up to the northwestern side, so great for those teams that landed up there. All Glory Gaming, we've seen them kind of sit in Painan when the circle's on them. They never really like to leave their hometown, but they're going to be forced to leave this time. In Mezexis, coming down from Paradise Resorts, seeing 7 Deadly Sins, who actually came out of boot camp to go up on this hill. However, they are pretty split up, so we're going to have kind of 2 halves of the teams taking their fights.
Ooh, it's all about footsteps now. Who's got the discipline?
Oh.
There is the nade, and there's the pinch. Roger already pinged the rock, is what we've seen before, but it's going to be too much. Here's the thing, it's a way to move to get your teammates the angle, right? But Saha is there to trade, but it doesn't matter too far the support line.
Yeah, really just way too far, maybe collecting the information, but you always have to assume there's a risk that there's a team up there. Sending your half of the team up there, all these trees around Follow, TNX, no way to support them at all. Now, 7 Deadly Sins have gotten the reset, while Mezexis is unable to, leave them in a dire position as, they're throwing the smokes. Smokes are quite the rare commodity on Sandhawk, so they've wasted this one this early in the match, not even 5 minutes in, and 7 Deadly Sins and the other 2 wide to get the off angles.
I'm sorry, but that smoke is absolutely useless. Like, it's to the point where, yes, they can't be flushed, but you can't go out. And to even show where you throw it from, cuts off your chance of, potentially trading one, flushing one, or even now leaving. So that macro is just absolutely atrocious, I have to say. And when you go into that area, like, the first play was not to ping the rock and see whether you can get an angle. You need to absolutely stop to bait 7 Deadly Sins into coming further. But maybe 7 Deadly Sins have always known what they are here for, to really stop these crosses, and Mezexis have fallen into that trap.
Yeah, and what I'm suspecting here is Follow might get knocked here, but we do have Fierce Gaming in the compound just down the road. They sent one out wide, trying to find that angle on Follow as he goes, he's hiding behind the wall. But if they're not careful, the Predator becomes the prey. Fierce Gaming, they got a win in the first match, didn't have the best of matches in the Myanmar, so they're coming back definitely stronger than ever, looking to third party onto this fight.
Quite some distance away, but probably close enough to hear it if it were to happen. And 2 kills on board for 7 Deadly Sins, and need to be careful about that though. Like, the remaining players just need to... Oh, that's a beautiful double nade actually into the smoke. We talked about smokes being a little bit of an issue sometimes, and now it's a hard-on 2v2. And hard, we need to find the angle will be the pre-fire that comes through better from the side of Mezexis.
Okay, if you get knocked, you should move, because that is going to be the first place somebody lobs a nade. That's going to be Follow to toss it right on top of them, exactly as anyone would think. It's like, I knock you, and some teams they kind of, I think 7 Deadly Sins, they kind of lost their cool, right? As soon as half their team got knocked, they kind of started freaking out. Other 2, okay, we need to rush to clean this up so we can go revive our 2 teammates, instead of like, hey, let's position ourselves well. One person got knocked, and again, kind of all thought went out the window. Oh, I need to revive you right away because I don't want to take a 1 versus 2 fight, and then just put a utility right on their heads, and out goes 7 Deadly Sins in first.
My team, no.
So you were right in saying you hope you were wrong and picking 7 Deadly Sins, so you kind of won.
Okay,
because that was your prediction.
Thanks for doing that for me. Thanks for doing that for me. My God. Like, here's the thing. Like, I use this phrase, I will sound like a broken record. I don't care. There is a difference between confidence and aggressive play and disrespectful play. I think that's not completely applicable. It's good nade into the smoke, but that pinch itself doesn't exactly always need to happen. Like, I think it was bound to happen later on as well. But look at around that though, like those actions drew the attention of Furious Gaming, and see whether they can work around that, because the majority of the sixth phase will be on the Northwest Island.
Furious Gaming coming right too close to Fraternity. I think they were in a good position to third party and just weren't expecting also Fraternity coming in from the other side to also third party this fight. But hopping on to the opposite side of the circle, we have Delta Stars versus Golden Eagles, and Golden Eagles who, I don't know, like they had such a great almost win in Miramar, now down to only 2.
Yep, oi, and playing around that. That is just brilliant route play, and just peek and shoot, peek and move to the other side. Gamma will challenge it again, almost too aggressive. We'll get to potentially reset on top right there. We'll also respect the sight lines from the other side, and we'll just heal from a different angle. And I think the players from Fraternity can maybe make a flank around this, but it's not easy.
Why is he so by himself? He's the only one here.
I don't know.
Oh, it crashes it right into, okay. So, I mean, he's so separate from this team. At least he has a vehicle. At least he's able to survive and not die, right, all by himself. So he's just gonna, hey, I don't want any part of this. I don't want to pull 7 deadly sins. I'm gonna come back to the rest of my team, and we need to really focus on getting a little bit closer into the central of the circle.
Yep. Question, is that a tactical, like confident but tactical retreat, or is a lack of confidence in sending more players?
I think knowing Fraternity, how they only made maybe 2 of the super weekends, I want to say, maybe even 1 super. No, they made 2. They made 2 super weekends. I think they're not quite that caliber of team that would have been able to make like that on purpose. I think that was a, hey, we came in, got information, maybe, but put myself a little bit too out there.
Yeah, potentially. Well, we'll go with that. We won't know until we ask them. So yes, slide into our DMs so we can know what's going through your head. Not now, but you know, like later when you come back and do your VOD reviews, that would be much needed. Rhea said, "I want to play this game, please." Like I just always, he's not been having a good time in it. Like he's not there. First one to lost. To lose his life, I think, in that first game, and this one will need to make it, you know, very, very worthwhile. I mean, playing some of these classical spots, we've seen them almost won a game from here before. So we need to see whether they will be able to do exactly that. And this squad still with a very, you know, good formation and clear roles, I would say. So it's a very special team to watch for that reason.
Yeah, Buluc Chabtan. They are set up pretty nice here. They're kind of on the southern side of the northwestern island. So you're expected to see some of those teams that come on that do drop on the southern side, like All Glory Gaming, like others, are going to start rotating through that area. Furious Gaming, though, they've kind of come out of the compound after getting the reset on one of their players. They did lose Scream, though, to Fraternity before. But Mezexis, they, you know, as a duo, they can't really make any power plays here. Only 2 players. It's not like they can just, hey, I'm just gonna rotate as if I have 4 players and we, you know, rely on our fragging power to get us there. They're playing as 2. That puts them more in the boat of, hey, we're probably gonna have to med strat at the very end, or just kind of like edge it in and try not to cause too much attention onto ourselves. All Glory Gaming, though, just waiting onto the edges. The circle does shift right. You see that massive dividing line right into the middle. Estorm Gaming, they had a nice place. The compound just south, and you know, the compound that Estorm Gaming is at now, the one directly south, that's where we did see a circle end there once before that CP9 did win. Unfortunately, they're only at 2 players now.
This is a very good rematch, I think. At least for Buluc Chabtan to come back and say, hey, we can do this time. We'll still go with the aggressive slit, but we will refine it. We know when to regroup, and that's something that we want to see. Infinity, another team that we have been talking about in a very specific manner. Good overall points through Super Weekends. Week 3, not particularly strong, but occasional outbursts, and they now want to be the kings of this trifecta, which is on that south edge, and looks, good luck.
Oh, God. No luck to be found here. I think the car kind of drowned out. You saw the weapon being pulled out by Leonel right sitting down pretty. So Infinity, only 2 players up. That was very unfortunate play for them, sending 2 into this compound that wasn't properly cleared out. And yeah, they're gonna give it to All Glory Gaming basically, as we do see All Glory Gaming still need to make their way across the water. Furious Gaming finally breaking the fight with Mezexis.
Yeah, they've been waiting. They're like, and I respect that quite a lot. And they still lost that player though. Scream being one of the strongest on their team. That is very, very huge loss, I would say. But on this map, it's still possible if your positions can make it count. But on this eastern edge, there will be a lot more for them to deal with. As on this other side, we see Buluc Chabtan go back to that compound. They got them double-digit points and second place, but now Aton is also swamping these teams who are impatient on the south side. They're playing around the clock as we see phase 3 starting to hurt just a little bit.
Yeah, Jaguar up in the Hating area. Jaguar, though, they've got 2 left alive, and they do land in Hating, so they haven't really moved anywhere at all. Delta Stars, though, looking to flush out the entirety of Jaguar from the city. I believe it's going to be only 1 left alive, hiding in some little corner. Actually, 2 left alive, hiding in some little corner, as Skeller is probably not long for this world. Got a utility beam thrown up them, and no mercy does end his reign of terror.
Brilliant. I mean, just quite clean and confident as well. Like, to go further or not, that is the question. Because after all, like, in these compounds, it's possible, you know, to have someone just lost their life running in with no support. But if you bring 2 and someone's ready, you can also loot both lights with a good nade. So we need to come back to that. On the other side, Estorm, we've been harsh on them. They have been harsh on themselves in a way, indirectly and unintentionally, but they are in a position that can win games if they know how to hold it.
Estorm is one of those teams that they have a lot of experience in PUBG Mobile, a lot of experience in PMCLs, PMPLs. You know, they ended up top 4 in PMPL Latin America before, but just haven't seen that come out from them. So just I don't know what changed, what made the differences, but the circle is starting to close, and we do have 2 solos playing for themselves, Gamma from Infinity and Mezexis TNX circle closing right onto the compound of that side. So everyone kind of sitting in the middle. Estorm, like we really need a great game. Buluc Chabtan, very good. It has not been kind to teams like Fraternity, Furious Gaming, and Mezexis.
Yeah, like Estorms need to know how much ground to hold. And with to send Ken, I mean, we know Ken's been that off-angle player, but to send him up the rock with the discipline and patience that he showed in that fight before, he needs to really make it work. So this is one of the biggest blessings that you can get, and you should be able to feel slightly better after a game like that. But to miss this one or to not make this work might really be a nail to the coffin. But I'm just thinking, I hope they are better than my guesses.
That DBS come out with CP. I mean, okay, CP9 not in a great spot because they landed in Temple. 2 of them got taken out from Team Queso. They came down the hill to this compound. This is all they've been to. And this compound was secondhand. It's like a secondhand looting for them because one of the players of Estorm had already looted this entire compound, and then they came down in there. So CP9, even if they keep getting the circle, you saw them, DBS, like they just don't have any meds, hardly any armor, and probably not the ideal weaponry that they want in this match.
Yeah, not at all. Like Team Queso is about the same. Like Bypass running around with absolutely nothing. And I think it's mostly Estorm who went to, you know, the Camp Alpha side to make it work. And see, it's just tough, you know, to when you have low resources or just like bandages, it's still doable. But when you have absolutely nothing, the margin of error, like for error, is just extremely small. So All Glory Gaming trying to make it in. I mean, they passed it. They sent one over to the other side when they had 3 on trifecta, and now just cruising through the coastline and maybe making it further.
That was Fran's second elimination with a buggy. So he's pulling a Nitsu, and he was like, I'm just going to run over everybody and let my weapon of choice be my buggy. Furious Gaming looks like 1 has made it just inside the circle, swimming in the water, as the other 2 are going to be hovering on this island, watching for all the other fishes swimming around them. That's going to be, looks like Stelacy, if you can just kind of get on this little bank here, and All Glory Gaming in the distance to receive them.
Okay, like this is going to be quite tough, I think. We've been terrible in this prediction game. I hope they can really change it. So do it for Monica so far that you can fight with absolutely
Mercy.
no meds. Like give it a 100-meter DBS headshot. That's what I want to see.
Yes, that's what we would love to see going into the highlights for sure for this first day of finals. Fierce Gaming finally jumping out of their island retreat. Porto, though, a very dangerous situation here because he's right on the bank, can't swim any lower. Trigger knocked in the distance. It's becoming quite the desperate position for Furious Gaming.
Oh god, well, wow, like that is important
Man.
that he saved his life there. I think they might have done heal strat, which is like very doable at this phase 5 if you have enough bandages. Like you can tank with bandages until just about phase 6 if you have good amount of boosters. Of course, here, like All Glory Gaming with 4 eliminations and still going, and this is going to be a key one to decide what to do. Like, do we have 3 to push, or we accept that it's so hard to push through that we just farm all fishes, fish, all of them,
Fish farm. There are
eat them.
fish farms.
Yeah, brilliant. And fish farm and do a little bit of heal strat might be the call to make.
I do like Delta Star's position. They've got that high upper ground over. Estorm really cannot leave their compound. I think they're in the circle, but they can't really go anywhere to make any use of it. And All Glory Gaming, though, staying on these cliff sides. As we see, the people who come in a little bit too late for the rotation are paying quite the toll for it. Now it's gonna be Buluc Chabtan to try to prevent All Glory Gaming on getting any more in, and Leono cannot get knocked in that position because there's no one really back there to go for it. Now pushing them into a 2 versus 3 situation. Buluc Chabtan versus All Glory Gaming, the winners from the previous map, pushing in and applying the pressure on the Buluc Chabtan, forgetting to clear the corner behind you, and Rojas is running in blind, flushing up the kills, but now it's a 1 versus 2.
It's going to be a tricky one. It's all about pre-firing and the pinching as well. Of course, the 2v1 should win, but Rojas will be playing around that. The time has been bought, and that is exactly what we want to see. But I think the side Buluc Chabtan did not have to lose that amount of players as we welcome a southeastern shift away from these mountains into the hands of Estorm.
Yeah, into the hands of Estorm. Indeed, they can just move down the compound just a little bit. Royals of War, they finally came down from the tap muck area, but out into the open like this. Opening up the push into the compound to Estorm, and Delta Stars to play spoiler. 9 eliminations found so far from Delta Stars. Great points for them as they need to just come down a little bit further south.
Yeah, 15 seconds to go, and there's still another 10 teams excluding themselves. So that is going to be tricky, and I think half of those teams are actually in the blue and healing. And I think it's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 solos in this game, ladies and gentlemen. Like, what do we expect? Like, it's just tricky one to say the least. Delta Stars, though, has got a spot in the circle. So, like, with the angle so far, with known positions of Estorm and every window that they can peek from, this might be good for them.
Yeah, and you can see Kunha from Team Queso, last player left alive. He's been at about a tick of health this entire time, so he really just does not have any meds to be playing this med strat game. Unlike the other teams that had a proper looting phase, now out goes Fraternity out in 11th position. Buluc Chabtan as a 2-man now, pushing up and trying to aggress onto the spots of just down below on this hillside.
This is a good rotation path in. They knew it was tricky. They just, took the time slowly to use the landscape. Picked the correct side, to say the least. And we're not going to go back to talk about how they lost those 2 players. And I think with this shift, things will become quite dreadful for a lot of these teams. Delta Stars will need to pray for them to get it. And I think they might have just done it.
I like how they sunk 2 of Delta Stars into the middle of the circle. The other 2 playing Overwatch, the highest elevation of the circle. And they're going to wait here, right? Now, it's not the time to try to force yourself into the center. It's to play gatekeeper to everyone who is all the way around you. Furious Gaming, though, finding a solo. And right, you said almost every single team beyond Delta Stars and Estorm Gaming is a solo in this match. So you take out solo, that's 1 higher placement point that you can get as Furious Gaming does go out. We're down to only 7 teams left alive.
Yeah, and I think this is also experience in Buluc Chabtan to understand that in Sandhawk, when you have a small bit of ground like that, it's the outside that you need to worry about more. So those camera angles came in nicely, like we expect them to be. Delta Stars are trying to control this. Here's the thing, like from that small watchtower is just the most predictable spot to peek from.
Yep. I mean, it's predictable, but no one can really aggress on the position. Kunha, again, no meds whatsoever. He sees this all breaking out from Delta Stars. He might be able to have them, but I think he wants to stay very quiet because you shoot one, you turn all their attention onto you. He could try to kind of third party on this, be the thorn in the side of Delta Stars. He's getting ready to do it as one is about to go for the revive. They have no idea. He's like John Cena. He's like, you can't see me. I'm completely invisible, as he does get the first knock, but goes out to the Delta Stars.
Actually, the patience was there. He just needs to crawl in 1 more meter when he reached the edge, but he did not wait. He's done it for so long and he didn't make it towards the end. Anyways, Buluc Chabtan is still in this one, and Estorm will just get a little bit of okay, beautifully done across that ground as well. How did that two-piece even happen? And more nades onto the side of Delta Stars, and that's what you expect when you hold the spot like that.
I mean, this is why you save your utilities for the end here, right? In these dire positions where you can't afford to peek your body out, that's when you throw it and let them get the knock. All of a sudden, Estorm Gaming, we praise them on having all 4 members bringing it into this compound, and they're suddenly down to 1. Now the favored team in this is going to be Delta Stars. They have the circle. Everyone else needs to cross the road.
It's going to be so hard. And Estorm, we didn't expect too much. I mean, they've got the compound, and that's enough to get them to 4th place. And I don't know, with this circle, maybe they didn't even outlive that healer somewhere on this map.
Yep. Yeah, they're just kind of waiting here. Is it going to be Buluc Chabtan or Estorm Gaming? Who's going to be the chicken to cross the road to give the chicken dinner over on to Delta Stars? All now reset to 4. I think Buluc Chabtan, they're like, we don't want to take the fight against Delta Stars. We're going to take it with the solo right next to us. 1 player left alive trying to 1v4 the lobby. And he does actually get a couple of knocks here, but it's going to be Delta Stars. Actually, we didn't even see it. Stelacy, med game of the century, out in who knows where off in Narnia, getting into 2nd place.
I cannot believe it. Here's the thing, like MVP awards we count survival, right? So I know you want to find that last guy, but it's tricky, but just full on med stratting. And goodbye, Axial. Not quite the case yet. They healed for so long, and I mean, okay, that's one reliable way to get points. Can't blame him for it. Let's go.
He's like, is there any more first aids for me? Does anyone have any first aids? But wow, what a way to jump into 2nd place. But great win from Delta Stars. I think they played that I mean, every single match that we've seen a team win, it's been a full 4-man team. Right? Fierce Gaming, All Glory Gaming, and then now Delta Stars. So these teams are really upping their level. We know the best chance of getting that chicken dinner is having all 4 up.
Yeah, and the way to do that, of course, from all these 3 teams is a very opportunistic way to work the edges. Like, they just did not over-push, did not over-rotate, did not engage too far. So that is such a pleasing thing to see as we just wrap up this game right now. The only Sandhawk game that we have tonight. So there's a lot more tomorrow and the day after, but, you know, it's still exciting. At least we got one thing right, which was CP9 clashing with Team Queso. I think they will just keep doing that until there's maybe 3 Sandhawk a day, and that's when we will change it. But we need to celebrate, and of course for this game we have drum roll, and I roll with my feet, and not quite the case. Sorry, we'll do that later again. Yeah. If you see my face of me doing it, would look stupid. Hey, there we go, with like 13 kills from Delta Stars. That was a pretty impressive game.
Yeah, 13 eliminations, well found out. A ton of those were at the end, and they just had that upper elevation. They're able just to catch all those teams running on their feet. Not a whole lot of vehicles from any team beyond them, and they're able to just find that great spot, find that watchtower from across the street, and then just really prevent anyone else from getting in. They didn't, you know, Stelacy, Axel, this is the 2nd time I see him do that kind of med strat. Remember, I think it was in qualifiers where it was the one that Isurus won, and they had another team in between them, and Axel was medding in the blue zone, and he kind of shot a couple of them in the side. So Axel, I think if there's an official award for best med stratter, I think that should go to Axel.
Oh, of course. And Delta Stars, I just realized they had a lot of guts playing that one. I mean, just sweeping to late sweep into Northwest Island Mountains is a very ballsy thing to do, but doesn't matter, they made it work and they need to repeat it. We're gonna go on a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back onto Wrangle soon.
All right, we finally got that med strat that Tarzan has been hoping for, and that came out of Axel from Stelacy, but not to take away from the incredible win from Delta Stars.
Yep, and you know what? Like, it was just nice to see a team play confidently around edges and, you know, entering when it's appropriate, but also getting double-digit kills. Not easy from a team that has not had huge games, but this is such a good time to do it. And on this map as well, huge confidence boost.
Yeah, in Sandhawk, you tend to see, you know, there's so much action right at the beginning, especially teams trying to rotate onto each other. It's just that much harder to rotate on Sandhawk, and you tend to see teams kind of get their numbers dwindled down. So like you saw, it was Estorm Gaming, it was Delta Stars as the two full-man teams, and everyone else was a solo or a duo. So it's really these two titans kind of focusing each other, and the solos kind of taking each other out at the end.
Yep, and I can't say more about that game, to be fair. Let me think. I think there are something, right, when it comes to preparing to cross or having botations, maybe. Like, that's one way that can change things. Tricky when you're under that pressure. It's always just hard to execute. But it's to look forward as well. Oh, before we do, of course, we have to talk about this. Zazie, what the heck? Just popping off with that 1100 damage.
I think they kept knocking over and over, say Estorm Gaming, say the other teams kind of in their general area. I think I was a little scared for them when Kunha from Team Queso was right behind them, and I think he was able to do a little bit of damage to them. I think for him, he went for the knock on the player that was reviving, and then just, you know, tried to flick onto the player that was up on the watchtower, but just, you know, he was 10% health, because Team Queso, CP9, both of them did not have any adequate loot to start the game.
I feel like, you know what, like that, yes, now that you talk about Team Queso, that play could have been even better. Like, just keep crawling, and that's the pressure getting to you, you know, like it's, you're doing so many things right, and there's that last step, so that was unfortunate.
Yeah, so anyway, 5 eliminations, great from him. Let's take a look though at the overall standings. This is just from this previous match, so 28 points. I think that is only 1 point less than the first game, where I believe Fierce Game was able to get 14 eliminations. So great from Delta Stars. And I think they really, really needed that after their first and second match.
And I think they actually didn't do like too bad, like in the first two, and having this one in is better. It's always better to say, hey, if you need to choose between a team who start with 1 good games and 2 mediocre games, or the other way around, like 2 mediocre games first, you always want to be here now that you are feeling like you're at the top, to have more recent success.
Yeah, and we saw Stelacy. They were, I believe they were at rock bottom in 16th place overall. They were able to med up Axel up into 2nd place, getting 12 position points. That's probably going to skyrocket them up to probably mid-pack. Really great from them. Team Queso was only 1 spot above them. I think they got about 9 points in total, so maybe a little bit higher. But again, these are 3 matches under a belt. The scores are so volatile at this point. And let's take a look at the overall. This time Buluc Chabtan has meandered their way up into 1st place, actually tied with Furious Gaming. But remember, the tiebreaker is going to be those positional points.
And Buluc Chabtan made their way slowly in. It's more like just these past 2 games, but I mean that is Sanhok as well. Like, it picks your side, and Buluc Chabtan plays Northwest Island, so kind of given to them. But if we look at every of these other teams, 4 of them now into past 30 points, and that is just quite good. Like averaging 10 points is a very good line when it comes to qualifying for top 5 into the PMPL Americans Championships.
Yeah, what's interesting is we see Fraternity, which is a team that did not play this past Super Weekend. Actually didn't only qualify for 2 of them. We see them in that top half. And then we see a team like Team Queso that was, number 1 by a long shot with the most chicken dinners throughout all the Super Weekends. Currently in 15th position. Something just isn't clicking here, or they still haven't warmed up yet. Only 11 points found in total today.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely tied with Estorm right here, and that's not what you want to see. And for Estorm as well, like when you get a compound like that, I think they must be feeling themselves like they must be laughing right now, so they went like ha ha ha, but no, not quite the laugh that they want, because it takes a lot to make a central compound like that to really work, and they only got those 2 eliminations and got out healed as well, so still now at 14th place after such a zone bless.
Not quite enough, but yeah, we still have 3 more matches today, and then 6 and 6 on Saturday and Sunday. So we're about the halfway point of today. Actually, we're exactly at the halfway point today, and we still have 3 matches to go. So this one is going to be a wrangle. What is your prediction for this match?
Let's just pick CP9. No reason. I feel like they had some decent success like throughout the past 3 games when it comes to certain fights. And why do you look so surprised?
I'm very happy that I'm like teaching you to just like go with your gut and just go with your feeling of which team. And you picked that one like right off the bat, right? Instead of like, I don't know if this team, but then this team and this team. So you're just flipping the order of how you pick the team and explain it.
Exactly. And now I will stop. No reason.
No reason, that's it.
No reason. No, I already said it, but in 1 sentence, so yes.
Man. I'm gonna give Buluc Chabtan another chance. I think did I pick them the first match? I think I picked them the first match and they were like narrowly there. They ended up in 2nd place, right? Is that how? Yeah, I did pick them the first match and they didn't quite get there. And then I think this is the one, because they did end up in 2nd,
CP9,
3rd place last game.
CP9 is I want CP9 more. I don't know why. Like I just
you don't get your logo. See, I got my logo before you, and I picked my team after you.
Because I didn't shout like loud enough? I don't understand. Like, here we go. Like, you just need to ask for it. And no one can make me feel hesitant about this one until they actually play. No, I'm not gonna do that to myself. Well, this next game though, second one for Erangel, and we've seen some interesting things in that first win, Monica, which was Fraternity taking some of these spots that were there because Isurus is not in. So whether CP9 wants to capitalize on that to repeat what they've done before, we don't know, but I think it's a possibility. And CP9 this time, if they go back to Potato Hill, they should make this work.
I think CP9 knows the only team you could possibly have done that ultra bullying to was Isurus, and now that they aren't here, like, nah, we can't just use Fraternity as the replacement, because we know Fraternity, as we have seen, Fraternity is in that top 7 or so. Like, they're not a team that you can just willy-nilly pick on and just chase on after.
Yeah, not as easy to pick on compared to some of the teams that are no longer in here, but who knows? Like, I feel like CP9 has been quite fluid in their play style, but with one thing being consistent, which is confidence. So that's just lovely to see. Like, we've seen them almost like in the bottom part of the charts in the past week, like, for certain days, but doesn't change them. They just know how to confidently play, so that's a good sign for me.
Definitely. So, Erangel. Remember, it's going to be Erangel, it's going to be another Miramar, and then back home to Erangel. So, I mean, this is the map. Everyone should pretty know every single dip, rock, nook, and cranny of the entire map. And it's pretty... I mean, we know where the players are going to go. It just depends on, you know, how the circle shifts, where the plane path is going to end up going, and then how that's going to alter how these teams play Erangel.
Yeah, or just give me something crazy, like early game clashes, fighting for a car and stuff like this. Like, I want to see it. Early game gliders, maybe, or late game gliders, I don't mind. But we need something interesting, because I feel like in this competitive scene, that's one thing that is missing a little bit in that phase one, which is when teams decide to punish someone on spawn almost. So, like, it's not always on that first rotation, like we mentioned. It doesn't always have to be a hot drop, but around car spawns, I think that's one of the most enjoyable things to watch. You know, from time to time, you drive around the player and have to play dodgeball. Like, I really like that.
Yeah, we've seen some really crazy buggy plays, vehicle plays. I think that's just kind of like a, hey, you know, I want to save my ammo, or I just want to be, even before I eliminate my enemy, I just want to do the bad matters, right? There's nothing worse than, oh, I got ran over or something like that, and then also getting flushed. I've seen players, they got knocked, almost immediately the teammate of the enemy, just without missing a beat, just runs them over and just takes them out of the lobby. There's no mercy, no chance of getting revived. We might see some of that happening, but yeah. So Erangel, we saw. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it's not exactly applicable to them, but if that ever happens to players, I'll tell you a story about me that will make you feel better about yourself, okay? So I think I played one scrim in the older days, yes, so they still have the red zone. I was once not by the red zone, and for the next bomb that I hear, it ended me. So, like, if bad things happen to you, just remember me, and that is what my luck on Miramar as well. How dare that, man? I loved it dearly, so it just killed me in 2 consecutive bombs in the red zone. Outrageous. But here, of course, like, for this game, there's many other ways to die that makes you feel terrible, and one that we've seen quite a lot is getting run over. So we will see whether we get those 1v4 car runs. I don't understand how that happened in the first place.
It just really was just like, I'm just gonna put this guy out of his misery and just boom boom, I just took you out. One time I was driving. Yes, one time I was driving down Pachinki. I was a driver, and I think I was just playing like, it was like a classic with my friends, and the red zone happened on the city. I was like, no way! Like they're all freaking out. Like, no way! And actually, the bomb did land on us in my UAZ, and then when you know how it pans over onto where you died to show you kind of how you died, and you see in the middle of the road the vehicle's just gone. In the middle of the road there's 1, 2, 3, 4 crates, like exactly how we were sitting in the car, and that's how we all got eliminated.
I need to find a clip. We keep talking about the way that we die, but like I was playing solo squads one day, and I went to military base, which is where Mezexis will go, but hope they have better, luck than I do. I had my win, right? So I cleared military base and I'm driving away. There's this weird rock that put me 6 feet under. Like my car was literally stuck on that rock and the ground, and it went underground, and my car just exploded. I just died there. I have a clip, and you're going to like it, Monica, because you're just.
I am.
I can't find an adjective anymore. Like you just like to see me looking embarrassed, you know, and all that stuff. So we've established that.
You're like, who put this rock here? Who would dare put a rock in my path where I'm driving and take me out of the match? I think we've all had that unfortunate thing happens where we just die and just hope nobody saw it. But only Tarzan is brazen enough to clip himself being eliminated out of the match. So hopefully we don't see any of that in this Sarengo match.
I mean, it's for the laugh of everyone. It's okay. Make a fool of yourself, like to help the world if need be. And right here, onto this map, we are still watching for one particular thing. I feel like the hunting of CP9. See whether they want to do it recklessly like before, or maybe that eastern segment, that bottom right quadrant, the potential clash of Aton Esports and Furious Gaming a little bit earlier than before. As we welcome that plane path, we start right to that northwest part from Stalber all the way down through that eastern bridge.
This is Tarzan's favorite spot, Stalber, Kameshki, and we don't really see teams tend to go here. I think one off situation we've seen All Glory Gaming go there, but I think it's gonna be in the clear. Yeah, I know, but let's see.
They did.
Where these teams are gonna end up going.
It's good for them. It's been good for them. Like they've been playing better. Like I think from the last day of the last day of league play, they've started going there even more frequently. I think before they always know the spot, but now they have been finding some space around it. They don't get punished. So it's good. Like I'm completely fine with that. And Roosevelt, no surprise, going back to Fraternity and this middle chunk. All these colors. I hope they really survive that.
We have Fraternity going once again to that Razak water town area, and I think Buluc Chabtan, is that who I picked? I did pick Buluc Chabtan.
Yes.
Be very close to them in the school area. I think they're going for they didn't drop all the way down the school. So first they go for those vehicle spawns, and they're actually spread out a little bit higher into Yasnaya. So maybe that was like a shift in positioning from being too close to Fraternity in the last match.
I think they just want them cars, to be fair, like between just around those split junction compounds, like close to that gas station. It's just one of the best spots to get cars, and as long as they can have the loot after all, then it'll be okay. And Delta Stars, once again, like back to the home right here, be able to secure that one car before they continue looting up. And you know what? This one done. I want to see more. Okay, interesting. Like so.
Do they even loot?
Yeah, explain this to me.
Are they going for Furious Gaming? Maybe they saw, maybe they saw the members of Furious Gaming dropping up in this general vicinity, possibly taking the loot, but it looks like Buluc Chabtan has already shifted down. So grab the vehicles, didn't miss a beat, quickly go back to school. So now they have vehicle spawns and school to loot on up. But Delta Stars, that was very interesting that we haven't seen that yet. Just quickly, 2-minute mark, loot, grab what you can, get in the car, and go.
Yep, we love seeing those. Like I think we've seen a lot more decisive plays from teams, and as long as it doesn't end up being very stupid, then we are completely fine with that. And Reyes, of course, got some redemptions to make. He died as the second person or first, in that game one. So I cannot repeat that because Monica's picking you again, and it'd be very sad for her. If you die again, Reyes.
I got some high expectations for this team, but you love to see Reyes running around with no gun, no nothing at all at the 3-minute mark. So I don't know about that, but he's going to be able to get it now out of the school area. Mezexis, like you said, dropping into the military base as Fraternity now has free reign over Razak.
I always like that outfit. When they die, I feel like, you just came prepared. You're already dead, wrapped up, and preserved. So
I'm already embalmed.
Exactly. So you can't blame that. I was gonna say, there's one thing that I want to see more: mutant as a gun to be used. I don't know why. I understand why people didn't use it. I just have a weird fondness for it for just occasional games. Like, do you
What is
have
it?
one? It's almost like a gun. The mutant. The mutant, where like as you know, the 7.62 gun that can go burst mode and single.
The barrel?
No, the mutant 47. Like,
Oh, mute. Oh, I was hearing something different.
oh god, she's low key mocking my accent now.
No,
What do you
I was
hear?
just like, no, honestly, I was like, I don't know. I was hearing like lutent or something like, or I don't know.
Lutent?
I don't know what else. I don't
The
know.
thing
I
that
don't
you
know. But it
can't
makes
have.
sense now. The thing that is not a
Joking.
gun in this match is what I thought you were saying. So makes sense though.
Okay, now that you understand it, your
Now
views.
that I understand.
Yeah,
I don't-
now that you understand.
Yes,
you
but
like
we
a
don't
cup
really
of
see the
tea?
mutant used in, like maybe like off. It's like the DBS, right? It's like, oh, I grabbed it off drop and using it if we have to hot drop, and I can't find any other gun. But most people, I feel like, don't use the mutant.
No, I get it. Like, it's a tricky one to use. But I have some of my favorite boot camp moments. I'll find a clip for that when you get this early
It's
game.
just a
You just
collective
use
clips,
whatever.
man. See, I got a
Yeah,
clip
no,
for
I will.
everything.
No, I've got three. Like today, we talked about the M24 one, the one where I died like in a very weird way, and now the mutant. Probably, you know, you land a double headshot with that burst mode when you aim the neck. Oh, that feels
How
so
many
good.
clips? How many clips again?
3.
You're halfway there to a mutant montage with some voice speak over it.
Oh my god. Okay, like I don't know where to go from here, guys. Like, take it away. I'm just gonna make her cast solo for 1 minute.
Yeah, just be like, what? Wait, no, come back. Okay, so
No.
Golden Eagles though. Okay, so Golden Eagles, we saw them almost win in Myanmar, but they just unfortunately got knocked, 2 of them, to a grenade, and then they just kind of smoked their own cross, made it very obvious of where they were going to go, and then All Glory Gaming was able to just kind of take them all out at once.
Yep, absolutely. And you know what? Golden Eagles have changed my views on them completely. I think that last day was just such a good effort. They play with so much grit and resilience, and I think amongst all the teams around that part of the table, like around those few days, they really made it so gloriously in. The other teams have shown signs of giving up. Like, we see teams not having full squad, they die on rotation, they've got winning compounds that they never used to strike, but Golden Eagles went against the flow, right? Like, they went against like all the restrictions, all the interference, and they made it count. So I know it was close, but you can see those glories still now in the finals.
I think the one day they had, was it around 69 points in, say, the second day of qualifiers or something? It was only second to Anton 7 getting, I think you calculated 70 points in one day. So
Yep.
they are a team that they can do it, right? They can put up those numbers. It's just a matter of actually doing it. So can they repeat their performance from that second day in qualifiers is the question.
Yep. It's an open question, and I think it's great to see teams taking that into their own hands. And Estorm, another team that needs to do that. I don't know, like it's been, you know, sometimes it's not, when you just die right, like very early on, is one type of frustration. But when you're so close to getting something, then completely screw it up, it's arguably worse.
Yeah. And Delta Stars, remember they left Yasnaya just to come back. I think maybe leaving to get some vehicles and then coming back, but seemed like a little bit of wasted time. Infinity, though, they have vacated their eastern side of Yasnaya to rotate, to favor the rotation into the circle a little bit further. So Delta Stars allowing this team to get a jump ahead of them and finding a spot that maybe they now cannot take. Fierce Gaming, though, just on the edges of Razak, just to the north side of school, so right in the neighborhood of Fraternity and Buluc Chabtan.
I really like the fact that they join the action around this segment. I mean, they punished Buluc Chabtan last time, and they want to repeat it, and it was great. And then they can play a little bit of that as well. Like I haven't seen that in a long time. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can throw meds now. You can use that as the premium bait in end zones. We could have add that to the list. You know, onto how things could have been different in the final circle on Miramar. Throw meds, throw bandages and stuff like that, so that they get confused.
Like, what is going on? No, I was laughing because the one scoped in from behind at his teammate on the roof, and I can already hear him be like, give me some meds. Like, I need some meds. And the next thing you know, it comes flying at you at your head. Unfortunately, you can't get knocked to a flying first aid. Wouldn't that be funny, though? If you were like, hey, I'm going to chuck you a first aid, but I accidentally, headshot you, my own teammate, and got knocked to a flying first aid.
One has a lot of things to happen accidentally, but
everything has to go wrong.
Because I try to picture it as we're actually glorious. We just need to make sure we can make clips around it. Like if we can, and around here at Aton, we talk about them. We put a lot of faith in this team, and I think today they are not showing their true colors yet, and it's also based on how they clash with certain teams in the segment that we would assume and predict as well. So I think sometimes they may lack creativity. If I'm going to be trying to pick something, pick some weakness from them. Yeah, if I try to criticize, I mean, like I like that team and how they played. I know they've got good infrastructures and stuff like that. But sometimes to go all the way and to against the current, you need to be very creative. You need to do something that is not too stuck to the structure.
I think it's these teams that have so many expectations, so much pressure on them. Like you would expect teams like Aton 7, Team Queso, Buluc Chabtan, Fierce Gaming, those kind of teams to really be in that top 5 to qualify. And I think Fierce Gaming, Buluc Chabtan, they've really shown us that they can play this. They're in the top 1 and 2 right now. But then teams like Team Queso, like Aton 7, they seem to be crumbling under that pressure that they haven't been able to make anything really out of the first 3 matches, and they're definitely well out of that top 5 right now. So they still have tomorrow and Sunday and this match and 2 more today to make up for it, but it's starting to, I guess they're not digging themselves a hole, but they have a slight deviated footprint into the ground right now.
I like it. Good. Good expression. I'm gonna steal that. I don't think I can carry it though.
I'm gonna charge you royalty on that. You're gonna pay me £2 every time you say it.
Yeah, we're gonna have a dictionary company sue you at some point. Let's go back to this segment right here. Fierce Gaming, they find a very good spot, and here's the thing: they can play very loud around here. I think it's about time to set someone to another side, but they know how to play that 1-3, so I'm just finding whether they are actually doing it. Don't think it's the case yet, but it's also interesting because things are going to happen, but just don't know when. It's almost rare that we have 64 players in the lobby by this point.
Yeah, it's quite the difference between Sandhawk, right? Sandhawk, we were just immediately off the bat, Team Queso versus CP9, and just immediately it was Mezexis versus 7 Deadly Sins, right? And here it's no one has even seen anyone else, I believe. Like now I hear a couple shots, but I don't think anyone has really done any damage, like 0 damage dealt so far in this match.
Yep, and I think we've done damage like between you and me. Towards each other.
Like, what else to say? Yep.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. No, the truth is, I was slow in terms of like fiddling with my mic, which has been a small thing today. So we apologize if that has been an issue. But we will try our best to give you the entertainment that you deserve, and hopefully that doesn't come from teams doing dumb stuff. Because I think this circle allows a lot of teams to look like a fool because of the landscape. Like you go in somewhere and you realize you should have scouts and you didn't, and you just keep driving, and it may be the situation where teams need to keep driving with 200-300 meters until they find somewhere open, and that is the nature around Rozhok, School, Headshot Hills, and even Watertown. Like it's very punishing.
Yeah, and I think it's still that kind of first day jitters. So the teams who've done well today, we want to keep the streak. We don't want to break our momentum. We don't want to do anything too risky to risk that. And then the teams at the bottom are, okay, we really need some points. Like Team Queso here, we're just going to play a little bit quieter, you know, try to get into that end game with all four, because that is something that they've really struggled with this time. And now, finally, we might see on the horizon a little bit of action between Team Queso and Estorm Gaming.
Quieter, indeed. And right here, like, I think they are in a segment that can really win games, but they need to quickly now finally show their true colors in adjusting splits, just taking a spot, baiting teams into a certain spot. I think these are things that Team Queso can do, and they've shown it in the past that other teams haven't learned yet. But it's almost like, are they just at a level that teams are not at? So they're doing some counter logic things when it should be simple. I feel like it could be that.
Yeah, looks like Estorm though. They're just gonna watch as Team Queso. I think they didn't want the smoke, right? They're like, we're gonna reposition ourselves. We're a little bit too close to comfort to this team, and they don't have the information, right? They may have like, I'm guessing this might be Fraternity. I'm guessing this might be one of those teams that lands in general era, but they don't really know for certain who this is. So Estorm Gaming still be able to hold the spot as we watch on Stelacy, Axel, who was able to met into the second place in Sandhack just now. Pretty nice split between the four of them.
Yeah, only 40 first date shots from doing that same thing this game. And who knows, like, I feel like Heel Strat is still doable in some way on a different map. But yeah, like, you know, I want to see a team do it. Like, in the last map, yeah, they say people would complain about it, but, I mean, you can make it work. Probably not as, I mean, there's no boosted loot like Sandhawk does, naturally. If you don't know that, it should be 2 times, right? I think that just naturally. So that's why it's also doable. But on this map, of course, like, more space for you to play, so you didn't have to feel like the blue zone's blocking you completely. But sometimes they can do that to themselves. I don't know, Estorm, this is the thing with Watertown. I think it's fine to split around it, but to leave after showing a presence is different. And I think the only reason why Team Queso's there to wait is because they've seen, you know, some of the Estorm players hopping around, like feeling like there's no one around.
Yeah, and when you see people hopping around like that, it's kind of hey, this could be a really easy knock, and if they hopped a little bit too far, that could be a really easy push to clear out the team. And for a team like Team Queso, without that many points, they really need some easy points at the beginning as we wait for the circle to close on up. This time we hear a couple of shots, this time as it shifts back over. So instead of being the previous match was right onto the southwest of Potato Hill, now it's going up to the northern side. We might once again have that school apartment finish that we all know and love.
Yeah, oh god, well, this is a tough circle. It's very, very interesting. I think Aton 7 needs to know that means teams funneling from the bottom left of the map. Teams will go for very, very wide rotation because the roadblock from school area is just too huge. So that means teams on the southern side who rely on that comfort need to suddenly become very, very aware. And I think Team Queso here is working through just a simple segment, but they need to think about the next step. Right, because like you need a backdrop around here. Teams can funnel in once again, so they need to just make sure they have some security behind, and that's what they are doing for now. And I hope that will work out for them great.
Yeah, this is a nice spot if they can make sure they don't get pinched on either side. Because Fraternity, they're up sitting nice and high as 7 Deadly Sins are within the compounds here. It looks like they aren't really, 7 Deadly Sins isn't really paying that much mind to Team Queso. They still have 3 across the street and 1 on over here. A team like 7 Deadly Sins, though, they could have, you know, they obviously heard the shots in the back. Maybe wanted to, could set up a little, you know, put somebody over there to watch the warehouse side. So Team Queso, because at this point, Team Queso, they could just freely run into that warehouse because nobody has it at this point and infiltrate the compound where 7 Deadly Sins is at.
And oi, first knock. Who's that? Like a Golden Eagles with against the blue zone. So that's interesting, but not quite eventful. And I find that completely fine. You remember, you know, I think when it comes to 1.5 years ago, like we are at the state still that team like just wants to play survival so much. Even on Sandhawk, we can have 4 players around this time or even 20 minutes in, but we are finally changing that now into a segment that Furious Gaming should know, but that will be 2 players knocked on their side.
It looks like they're just giving up on that other half of the team. They know that they're right into the clutching grasp of infinity. There's no way to go for the save on them now. It's going to be up to Trigga and Porto. They're just going to put themselves in this little tiny compound with a tiny broken wall in them. I'd be a little bit scared if anyone's going to pull up into the mountainside above them, as we now see, what a slow beginning to a match just means an insane middle game and end game, as more of these players are shoved into the middle and late stages of the match.
And I talked about this already. I like the fact that Aton Esports know they can look at these teams that will go wide rotate all around and come in from southwest. So that is how CP9 has been caught off guard by the cluster of teams that share the same thought. And right now, Estorm will want to do something interesting. I personally disagree. I feel like this is a huge missed opportunity by Mezexis Dreams. They sat here to feel secure and not using it. They didn't expect someone to come in for them to punish. So why do we gatekeep in the first place again?
It just why do it in the first place if you're just gonna half-heartedly do it? Sar now throwing the grenades in the direction of Ken. If you can just throw just a little bit further. I think he's trying to just make sure he doesn't get knocked in the meantime. But yeah, it was just, I mean, first of all, Estorm, I think, rotated a little bit too close to Mezexis, so he lost his vehicle in that. He could have wide rotated just a little bit more as the circle shifts down onto Potato. Look at Anton 7's positioning over the crest of this hill. They're saying, we're kings of the mountain, and we're gonna center up just a little bit closer as we brace for impact for all the other 15 teams in the lobby.
They have to pick a side. They have to pick a side. Like, unless they're the best players on earth, like, it's impossible. Like, think about the amount of grounds and compounds in this circle, right? So it's just so few. I think they just need to keep one to watch west and use the eastern sightlines down to really punish multiple teams, right? Finally, they got what they should have done a minute ago. With how many nades and smokes again? Excuse me, that is just... Yeah, like, that is the pain. I can hear it in your voice.
They wasted so much utility, grenades, and Molotovs. I was laughing because Royals of War from the backside, I believe it was Felipe was the one who knocked him. So I was gonna laugh if Royals of War actually ended up getting that elimination, and Mezexis committed probably around 6 utilities just for this one player.
Yeah, like, imagine having the setup according to a normal gatekeep. Like, that would have been so much easier. Hope they go into the end game so we can see them use and ration their utilities better, but it's quite a distance to rotate as we have 20 seconds left. Teams should not wait until now, right? But of course they may meet on rotation like now, and maybe Team Queso want to take this.
Royals of War, they do find Ayala as once again this buggy from, I think, Team Queso. This is just every single one of them is going for a buggy elimination clip, because I think it's Nitsu, it's Bye Bye Ayala. They've all done it now. Only Ayala getting knocked onto his knees as the circle is starting to close on in. So really needs to get the heal up, spread out your players amongst all the vehicles that they've now taken from Royals of War as they turn their attention back on up. Seven Deadly Sins actually turning a blind eye to them as they too, in fact, need to worry about getting into this next phase.
This is going to be tricky, and Royals of War, yes, they lost some players on that split. They want to pinch it, but they got run from behind. And now for these two players, need to play around soft cover, don't peek too far, otherwise you may lose your life, and that would just be the case. Why do they do that?
I think tunnel vision folks, like, ooh, car driving by, easy pick off because there's 2 players in there, and then just completely forgot. He allowed Bye Bye to get out of his vehicle, stop, aim down on him, shoot him, get the knock, all of that just to, not even get any sort of elimination out of that. So that's going to be Fierce Gaming now on 16th position.
Wow. I wonder how that happened. So that is going to be something we need to be filled back in later on. But as we can see, teams just about made it into this edge and realized there's this dreadful 20-50 meters to move in again. And then, yes, I think that is what you are trying to do. But patience will reign supreme on this edge as we have another minute to go. Quite a lot of time, but teams need to decide on which segment to just control bit by bit.
Maybe that's something you can do in the first phase, but here where all the teams are clustered together, you can't just forget that there's not all the teams in the lobby still surrounding you. That's what a fatal mistake from Delta Stars, the winners from Sandhawk, now left with only one standing on his feet by the efforts of Jaguar. Fraternity though, pushing in a little bit closer as they do lay a casualty onto Team Queso, and CP9 once again, just a solo left in the match with another solo right behind him.
It's tricky. No, I think it's good to see Fraternity coming in with 4 kills and the full squad, like after a dreadful week, but maybe they're just getting refreshed. And good to see DP as well, as we have Neurofim using that spot to overwatch and guard all his teammates in. I feel like the ghillie suit should be for the entry fragger, but no worries, right? They have made it right in.
Yeah, he was a little greedy. He's like, no, you don't get the ghillie suit. And clearly this is the crate that they did end up looting. Team Queso being torn to bits in the distance. Only one player up on his feet as All Glory Game has been gifted the reset. Golden Eagles, though, I mean, they had one playing the Overwatch in the back, has left this compound, now come up. Now all 3 of them are playing downhill from All Glory Gaming. I think the one thing that's saving them, though, is going to be the third party, Aton 7, to distract All Glory Gaming from focusing on their backside.
Yep, and we will soon find out how good they have been on this position that's arguably given to them, but Potato is so hard to hold. Like, just because you have it doesn't mean you can make it, you know, work. And of course, on the other side, all teams trying to get in. Golden Eagles continue to break through. We'll find a second as a trio squad, and we just need to do this tangential sweep once again. And the lone wolf right there will not be finding that chance, and the quick turnaround wasn't enough either. Like we said, watch your sides.
I think that was kind of the desperate play. Hey, I'm halfway health. I'm out in the open, not close enough to the rock, so all I can do is lay prone and just hope that I can outshoot this guy, and it just didn't prove fruitful for them. Now, Buluc Chabtan, my prediction for the match at 7 eliminations found so far. Just on the northwestern side, just be careful of Aton 7, just a little bit further in them. 2 of these teams still 4-man left from either side.
It was also actually great from Zara Aton 7 to give space to other teams so they can control certain space. Like, if they really hold this very tight, they may not be able to defend multiple sides. So that's the macro that we are seeing. I know they have not gotten all the eliminations yet, but I think it's controlled, it's methodological, but then we also need to see how it sways into that end game.
Yeah, you can't be too far apart. You can't be too close together. Really finding that Goldilocks in between to perfectly execute the match. Now, Buluc Chabtan, they want to tiptoe with the Giants of Aton 7. I think Rhea is just trying to bait them out, right? He's like, hey, come shoot at me, do a little bit of damage so I can tell exactly where your shots are coming from. Buluc Chabtan, they're just kind of parking their cars, their supercars, a little bit close as the utilities are coming out, and they're trying to open up this engagement.
Yeah, supercar or not, that's close enough for Aton 7 to hear those car sounds, right? Like car sound, like rendering distance is also extremely important. And I actually have a number in my head, but then we need to see whether Aton has heard it and made adjustments accordingly. Infinity down to those 3 players would decide to open shots before finding a spot in the circle. I've already made it clear that it might not be the wisest choice.
Like a rider to support the engagement between Buluc Chabtan and Aton 7 as it does break out. That is their cue. Reyes, though, having a Groza in the hand as Fernand, the MVP from the very first match, now gets put down onto his knees. Only Madan and Ilankin left alive from them. They need to take a second, take a deep breath, go for the revives, and reset to re-push onto Aton 7.
And both teams will respect that, but it's going to be Aton 7. There's a lot more Bruce. They decide to not peek up, because by peeking up, they may also be fired from below. So they read the landscape okay, but it's just tricky. There's more for them to go and more for them to do. The circle, we have Infinity right in there, but they do not have the numbers needed.
Yeah, 5 teams left alive. Their immediate information is the 2 teams right next to it. I think Buluc Chabtan they identified. This is Aton 7. One did get flushed out that they collected the elimination. Actually, they did not, so somebody else collected it. But it looks like Aton 7 wanting to tiptoe with the one solo, Delta Stars, as is to their right-hand side. If they can flush this one out, he clearly heard the information, throws down a smoke down to that side to clear out their rotation, as Infinity does find the last player of Delta Stars. We're down to our top 4 in this match. Who will be the winners of Potato Hill?
Boy, it's tricky. Like, they have to basically leave now, and everyone knows it's been action-packed, so it's about delegating those angles and then maybe using some bait as well if you come from Potato Hill side, and that will be Fran moving between the smoke lines as we have Kid also coming down, and they will find a good dip for now.
Really scared for that buggy though, because it's about to blow a lawn. Kid just finding a little bit of cover as Aton 7 now having a little bit of trouble against Infinity. Zohan just spraying and praying through the smoke. It gets turned on though, and then it's going to be only one left alive as Aton 7 down to only Fran. He's going to have to try to go for the reset here as all the teams everywhere around the circle have knocked players. So if everyone can come up with the truce, go for the resets, but I don't think some of them are going to allow it to happen, and out goes Golden Eagles.
And that's what you just need to expect from there, and that is just so preventable in a way, but it's so hard because the position that they could use is just so slim, and I think that means Buluc Chabtan has made it work. They need to really use this position though. I think they're just making sure that they've got the angles. That's one down, and just the last one to go. Reyes will finish what he didn't get to do, and that will be Monica with the prediction right.
I'm the first one. We have a little competition between us casters to see who can get the most predictions right, and so far I'm for 1 out of 4 and Tarzan is 0 for 4. I just want to point that out there.
Okay, why? Like I actually took the time to send you the funny clips of myself so to cheer you up. You don't have to be so mean, but I'm joking. Like that's just how it works, guys. Like there's no hard feelings at all, and we will have this, you know, chicken dinner happily to them. I think that means they topped the charts as well, like because they were very close to top 3 anyway, and with that win, very nicely done. And I think they entered and approached Potato Hill from the correct side, and they actually have someone to make sure that that rotation was like nicely done. And then they also didn't over push their boundary as they used the positions to do the job for them. Wonderful work by them, and I think they might even reach close to 100 points maybe towards the end of the day. Like it's a tough job, don't get me wrong, but I feel like they could be the closest one.
Yeah, I think they did a really great job. Even that fight at the top where it started at the very beginning. They landed away from school, had the vehicles that they had with them the entire match, by the way. So really great rotation from their part. And then in that fight against Aton 7, they had multiple players knocked. So knowing when to aggress, they got half their team knocked, backing off, right? Like, oh, now we don't want to overextend and push and get another player potentially knocked, was able to reset. And as we've seen a complete trend today, every single team that has been able to keep all 4 of their players up, they have been able to cleanly win out the match. So great stuff from Buluc Chabtan, and we will see who is going to win the next match going back to Miramar. Buluc Chabtan showing us why they are the kings of Potato Hill, dropping over the Yasnaya roadside, coming to school, and just going uphill from there.
Not an easy segment to play through. We've seen them getting punished in that phase 1 before, around that segment that they like to control, but seems like they know better this time around, and I think they might be topping the charts. So really, really wonderful game there, and we need to really look at those overall numbers again, because I feel like teams been taking turn to go up and down as usual, like for this whole PMPL, but it will be these points that can't be reset going into, you know, the rest of this weekend, and that will be the challenge to the mentals.
I believe before this match, we had Buluc Chabtan and Fierce Gaming tied in scores. I think Buluc Chabtan getting a huge win and Fierce Gaming going out a little bit too early. It's going to put quite the distance between these two teams. And then we're also looking at these teams that are at the bottom. Were they able to shake things up and get a little bit higher, or are they staying in the exact same spot?
Yeah, I feel like I want to talk about Team Queso. Not really talk about them. I want to keep an eye on them still, because slightly more but like it's tough, like to not even get into around like top 5 or 6 for even once, like in then you're having some trouble. Like we are 4 games down, and that's not a good sign. Like you're more than 20. Sorry, I can't do my quick maths right now, so I'm not going to use it. But yeah, like a quarter of games now, and that is going to be quite some tough situation to get through.
Yeah, we got Reyes, who I unofficially predicted would be the MVP of the tournament, though. We just seen some crazy stuff from him. He went out a little bit too early in the first Durango match today, came back with a vengeance. Now it's going to be 6 eliminations out of the, I want to say 13 team eliminations, so almost halfway there. 873 damage too, so really just showing us why he's one of those people that you really rely on when you're on the same team with him.
I feel like he must have been MVP like in some games every week, like at least twice, just because of how he plays and the team that sets him up to do so. So really well done there. Once again, one of the biggest stars in the region, and we know exactly why.
Yeah, so I mean, great, just great all the way around for him, and I really excited to see how he continues to perform in this tournament. We are heading back to Miramar, so let's recap our previous Miramar match. So we had Golden Eagles that didn't quite make it to the win from All Glory Gaming, and actually before we touch that, I forgot about the results. So let's take a look at the results from that game just now. Buluc Chabtan 13 eliminations and 28 points found in one match.
Yeah, I think it is possible for them to get 100 today, but they need to repeat what they've done here later on. And Aton Esports finally, should I say finally, but like I feel like 12 points is above what they have done so far. And then Infinity for sure, like having a game that they have not shown before, like in a long time. But we know according to the math they have decent weeks, but of course we start from 0. Fraternity once again make it to those top half, as we see All Glory Gaming after some decent ones will fall just onto that second page of this map.
Yeah, knocked off their pedestal. No back-to-back glorious games for them. But as we see, I mean, Team Queso is finally out of the bottom half, I suppose, but it's also pretty surprising to see Fierce Gaming, who was tied for first place, going out in 0. So the complete, I mean, good for Buluc Chabtan, who's going for that first place spot, right? 7,000 cash prize just for that first place, plus all the other participation and everything going on with it, versus Fierce Gaming, the one right neck and neck, now getting 0. So just complete opposite ends from each other.
Yep, and that is why they are now like not 100. Like they need to go crazy with this one, 33 points away, but still, averaging more than 16 points per game is just quite insane, right? And Delta Stars were not a team I expect to be there, but they are, and Furious Gaming still sitting in 3rd place after a 0-point game. But you can see the point difference from 3rd place to 8th place being only 8 points of a difference. That is actually quite slim, and that is actually Fraternity at 8th right now. So if Furious Gaming repeat what they've done earlier, which was terrible, the game that was just finished, and Fraternity getting a decent point game, and they might be able to overtake.
Yeah, and I mean, even looking at the teams who haven't gotten a chicken dinner, Infinity without any chicken dinner is still being kind of neck and neck with at least, third place. That's only 3 points above them, but you see the difference, the only 8 points in difference between third place and 8th place. Now looking at to the second half, and Team Queso, they clawed their way up from 15th to 14th place, but it kind of painful to see them sitting with 16 points.
Here's a different perspective, right? They are 15 points away from Fraternity.
That's true.
And with Team Queso's ability in the past, they have taken 34-point games, right? Like, so they just need to do kind of half of that, not even that, right? To be joining that pack. And then it will feel a lot better looking at where you stand thereafter. But I think out of all the teams on this page, there's only maybe 3 teams that we would see them actually doing that in the past. I think Stelacy is just about able to do that. We see the side of CP9. No, sorry, I might have looked at the wrong team. I'm gonna just drop them for now, but like Team Queso is for sure one. Yeah, like when we talk about those early Miramar games, and we are playing Miramar soon, maybe that is something that can happen. I feel like they need to do it now and not leave till tomorrow.
Yeah, it's, before I said not digging a hole, but now a footprint. Now it's kind of like it was a rainy day and you stepped in a mud puddle and you kind of like really sunk into it. Now it's starting to get a little bit, like you can kind of excuse one bad match and then make up the points after that. But now it's kind of 4 matches in a row of bad matches of very low points. It's kind of, how do you turn the day around for that?
Tough. I mean, for Jaguar as well, dead last right now. We know they have huge wins in the past, but fluctuates like a bit too much, and they have that hype house effect, right? So if they're not really, having a good few games in a row, then I feel like they just don't really have the gas to do so. But we are just waiting to show who we're actually rooting for in this game with some predictions very soon. So I need to think very hard, so hard that I'm gonna make you do it.
I usually take the time that you talk to think of my play.
Nah, not this time.
Not this time?
Flip something with 16 sides, okay?
Flip a 16-sided die and try to figure out who to vote for.
I'm just gonna point at something, move my mouse, and point at something. Where am I? Stelacy Esports. Okay, I beat you to it. I'll go with Stelacy. The reason is my mouse. Okay, I can't have that's the most lame reason I've had so far, but that's fine. Like, sometimes you don't need to reason everything. And let's bring them back to the first day of that last week, right? And they can win this.
You want to hear something funny? I actually did message in the interim. I did message the team of Stelacy asking about the med strat from Axel. He had 50 first aids and 60 bandages that he used in that Sandhawk match to get into second place.
What can we say? GG.
What can we say?
Here's the thing, like, your drop need to allow you to do so. So that is part of the drop selection on Sandhawk. Like, if you want to use that as a plan B or even plan A, if you really want, you need to have those server splits. Like, if we just quote a PMGC team, right? Galaxy Racer had that strat. Like, they play Sami, big split around there, possible, just because they have that amount of loot. So it's the same right here.
I'm gonna go with Team Queso again. I think Gabble's giving them a stern talking to, like, hey, we need to turn our cheese around and get some points finally in this match. So I mean, I think they're gonna skyrocket from 14th all the way. You said 15 points difference. I think they're gonna go from 14th all the way up to like 7th after this.
Okay, huge statement, but a team that can for sure do that and have done it in the past. So this game, I think there's a few teams I'm looking at when it comes to habits, exploitable habits. Royals of War, moving around St. Martin the way they did, going to that peninsula, punishable. Have not really seen them make that work yet. Still excited to see Picardo outskirts onto that plateau, maybe we'll see some fights around there, like between Buluc Chabtan and Seven Deadly Sins. We like those two teams because of their strength. And of course, I think we've only finally got some mid-game clash on the eastern side between Furious Gaming and the side of Aton Esports. That last Miramar game, maybe this can happen again. So we've got quite a few things when it comes to macro side that we may want to watch out for. But of course, you may just want to see your best team, your favorite team player, I would say. So hashtag needs to be ready for later on.
I think also the Miramar match that we just saw, or the one from 3 matches ago, we saw that, hey, it was a very southern plane path. The circle shifted all the way up to the northern side. It was 3 teams that have the exact same idea. Team Queso, All Glory Gaming, who won the match, and then Delta Star, a wide rotate to the northern side. So then we saw kind of engagements between all 3 of them. I'm wondering if, like Team Queso or Delta Stars, if they were the only ones to have that idea, maybe they would have gotten the chicken dinner instead of All Glory Gaming.
Maybe, and we can always just wonder, I think, after all that. Right, this next game, let's talk about something different. Right, so today so far, what was your favorite moment? All things included. Doesn't need to be in-game. It could be about between us as well. Like I think that's as far as we can go. I can't talk about the standard day. Not interested in that, sorry.
Beyond me getting my prediction right and you to have yet to get a prediction right, I think I really enjoyed I think it was the fight. I think we both enjoyed this part, but it was in that first Arango match where we had on Potato Hill and you had, I want to say it was, oh my gosh, who was it? I can't even remember anymore. It was like Stelacy fighting against somebody down below, and then it was Aton 7 fighting against somebody else down below. And as soon as Aton 7 wiped that out, they focused on each other. So it was just like, it was a lot happening, but it was very clean for Aton 7.
That was actually in my top 3. The top 2 is more egotistical. It's all about me talking about when I asked a dictionary company to sue you or something like that. Someone needs to clip that. But yes, that fight was very good, the one that you mentioned. So we've got Stelacy coming in patiently with CP9 set up on the western side of Potato Hill waiting. And then we've got Aton Esports on the other side, right? Just waiting, and that is the layers of Potato Hill. But speaking of layers, we have to talk about the desert dunes of Miramar. It's going to be even, and I always want to know who is this person who is responsible for running in Los Leones just in that clip. But so we need to find out for that, for the joy and the curiosity of everyone. So the layers of Miramar, once again, punishable if you don't know how to move around it.
Miramar is like an onion, right? You just keep peeling it and just more layers and more layers come through, and we really like to see, have you seen a finish in like Los Leones, right? In one of those 5-stack really high ones, and we've seen a circle end there where it's every single floor, every single layer is a different person. This time though, a little bit more map to be had, but I think we still got the same pilot that's like, I'm gonna fly all the way to the southern side, and once again it's gonna be the southern teams to be benefiting.
I feel like this is quite a lot nicer, to be fair. I mean, Campo Militar is reachable. El Pozo is not, like, is fine as well. And everything to the south is fine. So what's been excluded? Trailer Park, maybe. And my favorite, Oasis. I actually like to go there. There's this weird thing on this map. I like to go to Oasis on Miramar just to feel like, it's like a resort. Until I get shot by a bot. And then I just don't have a good time from there.
Well, I mean, we've all experienced being shot like a bot, right? You're like, why did I do this like this? But let's look at how spread out Mezexis is. I think they've identified that, hey, watching back the previous Miramar, where do all the teams go? And they're only sending 1 to Impala, and the rest of them all spread out the Minas Generalis area. So they're kind of spreading them all out. You know, it's good you spread out. You can all efficiently loot and get as much loot as possible. It's just kind of hard if you do find yourself as a solo next to an entire team. Let's hope that SAR has enough distance between Furious Gaming, but quite a bit different than most of the circles we've seen so far, and this time up in the northeastern side.
Interesting circle. I really like it. I haven't seen it enough of that type of circle in a while. Close to El Asaha, we've got dips and main roads to separate. Teams are can be very predictable when it comes to hugging coastline to enter. That means teams can really feed off that. So let's see whether that's an actual case. As we come back here in what's maybe in an old rematch, like Aton Esports, right in here, Jaguar just want to come back to old comfort. I feel like it might have been the case, Monica, that they have prepped for something for the finals because we know they are aggressive players, but then a bit more than they could chew. Like it takes a lot to make new strategies work. You are also going against a lot of your old muscle memory, your autopilot, and your habits. So coming back isn't a bad thing.
Yep. Not a bad thing indeed. And another team who has come back is going to be Jaguar instead of being into the El Pozo area. Obviously, pretty far away from the plane path. But now I think we're going to see Infinity, Aton 7, and possibly Jaguar maybe seeing each other on their rotations into this northeastern circle because they're all going to get in their cars. They're going to all try to rotate up north, path of least resistance. I mean, you can wide rotate to the west, I guess. It'd be very hard to wide rotate to the east because you have so much waterland, and getting funneled into that Impala area with Furious Gaming would probably not be the right way to go. But Stelacy, they've got probably the furthest distance to rotate to get into this next phase.
It's fine. They're going to win it. Like, with me predicting them, and they will be fine. I think there's one thing, though. Although they had that second place from healing, I feel like it did them something. I think the thought that you've got double-digit points, although it's from a strat like that, just makes you feel more confident. Like, you know it's an important, like, 12 points that is very hardly, gotten sometimes on other maps. So I would respect them for that.
What I respect is Fraternity still committing to go to El Pozo, even with the plane path so far down on the southern side. So they still just, hey, we're just gonna, if it's not broken, don't fix it. We're still gonna go all the way over there. Aton 7 still just kind of clumped together. I think they're trying to funnel themselves into their vehicles, hopefully, to get on out of here in Infinity up on the northern side of Los Leones. I'm wondering where Delta Stars is at, because remember we saw Ogler Gaming lose 1 to Delta Stars in Chimacera.
Yeah, I need to find out as well. I think Delta Stars is in the position to confidently fight, but sometimes this is the thing. Like I really love, I love analyzing players, and sometimes when you're in the position of advantage, like Delta Star's second place, I should say, they want to continue to fight because they feel good. Or they would say, let's not risk what we've gained so far, so we're going to play the solo game. We don't know. We're just theory crafting once again. And let's go. Someone go ask them for me so that they can give me an answer as we have Fraternity coming back, of course, like we said. I think it's glidable. Like, is that a term? Like, it's close enough for them to reach. So I'm fine with that. But the eastern rotation from here, it's just like so many roadblocks, so many like dips in here and there. Like, I think L pots are so strong. And the only problem is on the hard eastern shift, and you just feel like you need to go past so many key segments.
Yeah, we now see Estorm Gaming and 7 Deadly Sins very close to each other by the junkyard area. Both of these two teams haven't really had that great of a showing today. I think the best was Estorm in that, what was it? I think they got a second place or something like that, or third place in that Sandhawk match was probably their best one. 7 Deadly Sins. We saw them have great games during qualifiers and Super Weekends, just a couple, but we haven't really seen that come out of them today. Been able to get a couple of eliminations, but haven't really been able to survive into the late game to put up those big points.
I mean, coming back here is takes some courage. I still remember, was it Buluc Chabtan that hunted them down around Minas Generalis, and so to come back is courage, I think, but it takes more than that, because I think we need to talk about the heartbreaker of them on that 4v4 against Aton Esports earlier on this map. So, but they have like completely given up, not even close, to be fair. That they're still playing okay, and so I think that means they are better than a good few teams that are no longer in here that has struggled. And please not between our teams.
Between our teams, indeed, and this is actually his old teammates. Actually, not really. Team Queso's old players, but not Bye Bye. He was never on the team with Axel and Mystic. But this is one of those, hey, I'm by myself. I'm shooting at this car with clearly more than one person to try to get a knock off them, and now I've kind of announced my presence. But we do see the reinforcements coming in the back end side. Just one player from Team Queso coming in a little bit closer. Two of them now, and we might see a full-on brawl. And how does this always happen? Like you said, our two teams' predictions going one after another.
I don't know. It's a new strength, new gift I see as we see Stelacy actually making a trade back for Rolex Boy, and it's tricky because the circle's coming, and it's about who has more patience. Just find angles. So I think that is going to be advantageous for Team Queso in this situation.
Yeah, Axel again, player who used to be on Team Queso, now getting knocked and flushed out by Kunha, leaving two players left alive from Stelacy. That's gonna be Mystic and Hair. Gonna be waiting here, and Team Queso, Bye Bye's not out of the match quite yet. Did fall down as Ayala lobs a utility up into the second floor, pushing him back on the side, but Bye Bye. He is about to say bye-bye to this lobby, though, with only about 20% health. You know the pressure's on him. Ayala to slip on in and try to give a little pat on the back, but might be a little bit too late as he does bleed out right through his finger.
Well, it's tricky. I think like to not have that amount of meds and still want to play this position for this long is always going to puzzle me a little bit. So let's see whether he can make it. Oh, yeah, that will force down again, and that just seems to be a thing that happened too often. Kunya on the outside, still trying to grab something. It's going to be even so far, but that means it's terrible for both of us.
And utility tries to throw it into the window side, but where is this last player of Team Queso as Mystic by Kunha? I don't know, maybe caught with I mean, he was able to at least steal an elimination on his own teammate, so denied it for Stelacy at least, but leaving once again Team Queso just cannot hold on to their members past the first stages of the match.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tricky. They are not even seen on this minimap right now. So that's a different type of curse to curse ourselves as the casters as we welcome the next phase. For this phase 2 into this, one of my favorite players. Those big rocks to the north of Minas Generalis will be in dead center.
Yeah, dead center indeed. I mean, Estorm, this is what we're hoping for. This is, you know, repeat of kind of Sandhawk where they kept being gifted over and over the circle as they were just sat right into the middle. But here we do have Mezexis finding, so that they're still kind of right within the junkyard area. They came in from that big split, one in Impala and the others just kind of to the east of you. So they really haven't moved too much at all. And they're able to get the information, see where it is, but they don't want to go too close to, I believe it was Estorm Gaming, right into the Minas Generalis area.
I love Minas quite a lot, but you can only pick a side to play. And I feel like Estorm has done this before, and this split is just too far. Like, please, Ronaldinho, come back here, like back up north, somewhere that your team can help you. And I don't know, it pains me. I don't think it's wrong. But to split like this, what's the escape strategy here, guys? Like, where is the car? Even if you have one, can you get to it, you know, quickly? Is it facing the side that allows you to drive your teammate efficiently and quickly? We don't know that. All these questions in my head, and maybe, like, by needing me to ask those questions, means that this team has left questions not just in my head, but in our viewers.
Yeah, we all have a lot of questions for some of these teams and for this match too. Like, who is going to end up in first, because both of our two prediction teams are now just barely hanging on to this Miramar match. 7 Deadly Sins though, rotating up from Picado, watching. So how are they turning the tables back on Buluc Chabtan this time and saying, hey, you camped us last time, now we're laying the trap out to try to take you out of this match early on?
It's interesting as well, like from what I see. No, not yet. Like I was doing some weird calculation. Okay, doesn't matter. We bring ourselves back to 7 Deadly Sins because I was going to look at the Stelacy situation. Seems like they would just make sure that they can at least continue in the lobby. And Guerrero right in here in a tricky spot always. Graveyard is hard to play. I think when it comes to like splits and stuff, like you need to have most trigger discipline to even allow people to go around you first before you go up and shoot, and that is great. Continue
And
doing
what's funny is for a team like Buluc Chabtan to watch back the bot and be like, there were people there the entire time, we had no idea, and being able to like kind of see the thought process that goes through the traps here. Unfortunately for 7 Deadly Sins, they haven't quite gotten a knock yet. Reyes is barely holding on, and oh, at the very last second he was trying to drive down the hill. Does find him as he whiffs. Oh my god, and Swimming getting a secondary knock before he gets traded out himself.
Well, Swine is an easy pickup, but the rest of 7 Deadly Sins need to stop the revive from coming, and I think it might just be doable, but this is where the block is. Reyes just need to bleed out. The rest just need to relax a little bit, but is he actually trying for that revive? That is quite insane.
Yeah, I think Elon Kid just coming up and then knowing he needs to back off a little bit. I think that one player, Reyes, is going to be just out of touch for all of them, and it's going to be quite too far away to get the revive, and he's definitely not safe. 7 Deadly Sins able to collect 1 elimination out of this engagement. I think he's sitting right into the center and does bleed out. Going to be the 59th player out of the lobby.
I think that shows strength from 7 Deadly Sins for them to understand when to strike. They did not stop. They did not start shooting when Buluc Chabtan's like around them, but when they start to move, they make sure that there's no trade potential if they can actually knock Reyes. Took some time, but those final few bullets finally came through. And we talk about Minas in the past. It's just so tricky to fight around here. I personally just don't like the area. Like, you need to hug some sides, maybe onto the north, or just be around some ridges. You cannot go into the deep part of Minas.
I mean, for a team like Infinity, they're going to be really happy with this one, right? The entire southern half is going to be free for them to grab. Jaguar finding a player of Delta Stars, rotating a little bit too far and getting crashed out into the open. So Delta Stars down to only 3 as Jaguar continue to put their pressure on them. So in putting the focus onto Delta Stars, that might give the opening for Furious Gaming to potentially push on up and potentially third party them from behind.
Yep. And it's going to be Nate City, and we know other teams might be watching from above just because of the landscape surrounding Minas, and Jaguar right now getting those 2 valuable points after what seems to be, you know, a terrible first few games. But we know they can fight. It's all about finding the control aggression for sure, and that will be an on fire player from the side of Delta Stars and will be taken out, and not completely, actually, not just that player. So this is a huge 10 adrenaline boosting into the bodies of Jaguar.
Yeah, I think Jaguar, they were able to really turn into their sides by getting that first knock, as Royals of War now have Fraternity right where they want them with only 1 player left standing. All the other 2 of them, actually one just got revived in the distances now, but they're just right on the edge. What are they playing for here? They're only playing for survival, as they're just begging Royals of War to stop pressuring on them. Diego Kid, however, does get return knock. There's going to be 1 player left alive from Fraternity. It's going to be Ryder hiding between 2 buildings, or 2 vehicles.
Yeah, we'll see whether that will be possible, like for Royals of War to actually get it done with less work, because like that was not what we want to see. But over here, some boat action situation, maybe. We'd love to see that, the old school that we want to see on this map. The Fraternity actually just got spared just about, both teams on edge. That means they may have to move, and whoever moved down south first for this phase 4 might be in an advantageous position.
Okay, so Gamma's able to get the reset here. He's able to now apply pressure to the one off angle Royals of War M2M, as Royals of War, I think, now just biting off a little bit more than they can chew. They thought it was easy, but look at that circle shift to the western side. Now it's going to be, I mean, some of these teams are going to have to really wrap around, because there's not a lot of entry in that southern side next to 7 Deadly Sins, kind of all open field.
Yep, I mean, this is really farm fest for 7 Deadly Sins. If they position themselves nicely, they'll control maybe 40% of the ground from the eastern side. Royals of War comes back to the key junction compound around Hacienda del Paton, and it's going to be I think it's getting out later on that's the problem. Teams know how to avoid it, and Estorm still holding onto these rocks, and there goes the clock, and the circle will come in now. Like, it will take just really a good 10 seconds to get down those rocks and start going. So I hope they can really make this worth it by staying.
Yeah, and you talked about getting out of a certain position. Estorm kind of overcommitted to the top of those mountainsides because now they need to get down, which takes a while, right? And they just kind of committed to shooting at one team rotating past them. And that's not really, the worth is not really worth the risk because now they're going to be slow to rotate in the circle, lost their positioning, and their vehicles are going to be, they're just coming in late behind everyone and going to get shot at from all different directions.
Well, we've seen it before, we will see it again. Like, lessons need to be learned in order to progress. As we see, Stelacy actually made it into the circle. Oh my. But same for Team Queso, like, they just need to know, okay, this is as far as we can go with a 2v1 situation potentially here. Or should I say 1v1, because they are split. Mystic need to find a cheeky last player, being Nitsu from Team Queso.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, do we want to, finish your food. Don't leave any sort of scraps, as they have one player of Team Queso. That's going to be Nitsu. I think they might not be quite aware that he's right there as a circle. Everyone's going to be focusing on getting here because the circle's closing in here. Golden Eagles left out into the open, soaring a little bit out into the open skies, and Rose of War to clean up on this one, shooting into the smoke. Dead giveaway of exactly where a player might just be hiding. He's just a silhouette of Yessi as he puts him down to 75 HP. M2M coming up from behind and trying to find the people.
Yeah, needed to go wide earlier, like otherwise just going right up there through that ridge is not possible. Just go more north and there will be ways. And Rose of War should just demonstrate that right now and just, hug this hill. Like, I don't understand. I feel like it's not too hard. It's such a classical spot, and Golden Eagles to go straight down south instead of hugging north, it's just really confusing me. Anyways, like, Rose of War come in to show how it's done better, but then it's 7 Deadly Sins 2 will hold down that line step.
Yeah, Dreamsy came up. It's like, oh, this might be free. It's like, whoop, I'm going to do a 180 backing up off the hill because I did not expect to see the entire team up here. Circle's still closing in here. Jaguar lost one, but still 3-man up down into the trenches here. The only thing that could harass their positioning is the team from up above them. Infinity too, just barely sneaking his way in. Lux though, just couldn't quite do it. I mean, Aton 7, they have a couple casualties on their side. They're just on the edges of the circle. But Infinity though is going to be dire for them because none of these teams are within the circle and have to focus on sending it in a second.
It's going to be scrappy, like 30 seconds is not a lot. Infinity wants to full sense back to pinch this, and I respect it. Like, that is the support. As long as they've got enough info to move in, then that would be okay. Last one standing will be lucky, and I think Infinity don't have to put this much resources into finishing a last player, right? They ended one of them, we talked about it before. Like, that means they've got a kill feed in the past and knowing that this is a solo.
Yeah, I mean, they know this is solo. They're losing the time. Now, what they could have started rotating at the 30-second mark, they're now rotating beyond the time that the circle is closing here just to go after one solo player. Maybe not quite worth it to overcommit like this. Now the other teams that put a more priority on getting in the circle might have an easier way in. Dreamsy just barely making it within the circle, trying to go for the revive, but remember, they're on the faster side of the circle, and I think the blue's gonna envelop them before they can even finish this revive.
I feel like they might be just okay, but I think where Dreamsy went was so interesting. In terms of not what he did, the 7 Deadly Sins actually forgetting about Rose of War there, as we have the side hugged like by Fraternity and ready for Roro's re-peak, and that will be a tricky one, but Furious Gaming also trying to make work done as a duo.
I mean, Scream is the only one right here because he has Milovan knocked right now. We see so many people getting knocked at the most inappropriate times, right? The circle's closing in, you're wanting to defend, you're outside the circle, etc., etc. The list keeps on going. Now we have Scream getting shot in the back end side, just forgetting that there might possibly be a team right on behind you, and out they go in 11th position. Now it's going to be the fight of the church, Jaguar versus all of the teams surrounding them trying to overtake them.
Yeah, and I think this is a good spot. Once again, just need to peek carefully. All Glory Gaming, like the only team that's as a full squad and just like slowly edging in from that south side. There's still ridges for them to play off.
Yeah, I was laughing because the one player from Golden Eagles was just sitting in the passenger seat of the car. He's just like, no one would look over here, which is true. Like usually when you look at a car, you're kind of looking around it, but you're not really looking to see if anyone's just sitting in the open in the passenger seat.
Yeah, I've seen some crazy plays done by that before. I mean, some cars are just too strong, like when it comes to skins and this and that. But anyway, it needs to be strong enough to protect you in if you ever have a car still, because a lot of these teams have already lost one, as we see a burning one just on that left side. Infinity need to move their way in. This trio, 70 meters to cover, is not going to be easy, but also All Glory Gaming actually just need to stay right there as they see the old center being the new battle zone.
Yeah, I mean, All Glory Gaming, they won the previous Miramar match. They're playing so conservatively out on the edges right here, even still having 4 players up, but I think it was just a little bit too slow to the punch. We see 7 Deadly Sins now taken out. I mean, this is getting hard, right? You got this little bit of hard cover, and then you had the ridges and hillsides and the layers that we talked about all surrounding here, and this is crazy. 9 teams still left alive in such a small circle.
Yeah, I think props to the teams who knows how to work around this area. It's so classical that they would remember some dips here and there, but this is where it's tricky. Playing so loud for all this time, Buluc Chabtan needs to think of a way in. If they lose those position, then going in later on would be tricky because it's just quite open field, right? So these are all the things that needs to be thought about. But as we speak, the time that the teams will just like fall like flies, and we're just down to those 19 players and 8 teams.
Yeah, All Glory Gaming has now carved them out a side of the southwest side, and look at the split they have. They have quite a bit of control here, and not only do they have the advantage of having a 4-man team, now they have kind of the circle control, not allowing the people on the northwestern side to get in, and now they're turning their attention onto Infinity after throwing all those utilities on them as the fight continues to break out within the church area. Buluc Chabtan, they're all kind of cornered on the top here. Hopefully no one sees them up here and tosses one utility up into this kind of watchtower area.
We'll be okay. I believe that will be, because it's so close, like to each other, these teams, to the point that if you want to pull that move, you might be exposed to someone else. And I think that's the exciting thing about this part. But I think the landscapes available is still so vast. As we enter phase 7 in a couple seconds, it will all be revealed. I think someone might be very patient as to someone peeking out, and then this is the time to strike, just in a few seconds.
Time to strike indeed, and I think the advantage of being in this top part of the watchtower is not really proving fruitful for Buluc Chabtan, because All Glory Gaming is right kind of level ground with them, and same thing vice versa. They're just kind of shooting each other back and forth as the circle is about to close one more time going into the 7th phase. This is such a late game circle. You really cannot afford to be in the blue zones as it shifts right into the middle. Okay, so All Glory Gaming, they have the furthest to travel, and Buluc Chabtan is going to be just waiting very, very patiently up above and shooting at anyone who doesn't have the utilities or the vehicles to send it into this next circle.
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 into those like broken walls right there, and the rest to really hold that spot still. Rose of War knows what it takes, but M2M won't be able to make it further. Dreams he continue to deliver maybe, but it's down to his lows. Some 8 kills on board.
Wow.
Will find that angle, and that's a misjudgment on this very typical structure on this map, and Dreams he delivers for the Rose of War.
I mean, at first I was saying, oh, Rose of War, why are they pushing up 1 by 1? But they took advantage of all those angles, and he was able to find them. But yeah, the mistakes from Jaguar and just assuming there's nobody out there and just kind of metting out into the open, but, not calling him out back. Buluc Chabtan, I think, identifying that a fight just happened here, watching the kill feed, hearing, putting 2 and 2 together, what guns did we just hear and who just got eliminated, and having to know that it's Rose of War and there's probably only 1 player left as they push on a little bit closer. So they're getting within the circle, making advantage of it. All Glory Gaming still need to come in just a little bit, but now this player at the top, keeping them out, has come on down.
And this is a good timing by Infinity. I think that's practically a full end, and it's good because everyone's so cautious around this position now, and that is just going to be the back. It's like a flap of skin that he saw, and that was enough. Maybe the Groza is just that powerful.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, the Groza, you hear it and you just flashback to TDM Warriors, right? As Rosa War Dreams, he almost got taken out, but able to come back at the very, very last second. So we are down to the nitty gritty as still All Glory Gaming. They've got the numbers advantage in terms of players up.
Man, he's a slippery one. Like, so smooth, like this criminal, and he's been doing so much work so far this game. Buluc Chabtan try to control too many areas, and it's like towards the end here, like this is on paper good. As you can see, the layers of ridges that you need to face is never good. Infinity will get some work done. Rosa for the last player has fallen. 10 elims is the end result as we have Infinity continue to make it count.
Yeah, I think, oh man, shooting the shots like that and just kind of announcing his presence. Now trying to find All Glory Gaming, standing out into the open and trying to get the knocks on Lino, but it just quite wasn't enough. Now it's going to be Fernand. Last one left alive, exposing himself just a little bit. There's nothing stopping All Glory Gaming of pushing up a little further and shooting down at Fernand.
Oh, those nades just gotta land. Come on, man. And there's like no meds from Leno right here. There's a crate, but doesn't matter if you didn't have health. Fernand just really moved into there and just don't peek too much. I've seen this too many times, and that is just too scary. But 4 bandages is more than enough to make one clutch play.
Let's see if Alon Kid can come in for... he was allowed to crawl all the way up to him. Nobody stopped him, Infinity or All Glory Gaming. I think Zoha and All Glory Gaming are keeping each other from aggressing as the Buluc Chabtan stuck down between them. But yeah, this is turning into a 2 versus 2 versus 2 to end the match.
I cannot believe they allowed that to happen. Right, maybe just to do this. Ah, so the patience there, the angle is there, the health is not quite there, and that's going to be Infinity trying to take this one away.
Yeah, All Glory Gaming, I mean, they won Miramar before so well. Now it's kind of falling to pieces as Infinity is allowed to push up right above them, and they just pushed it, and it just completely overwhelmed. So how did All Glory Gaming have 4 up to losing all their players and just... I mean, Infinity was they just played aggressive, right? They like crash, or take out Rose of War and Jaguar, and then just push, take out All Glory Gaming just to finish it out.
They capitalize on the mistakes from All Glory Gaming. That is the style. If they play a little bit more reactive, waiting for things, maybe they won't be as ready to fight, and that seems to be the case. Towards the end, they're even holding the Mark 14. Doesn't even get to land one bullet, that is for sure. Gonna sting. That's gonna sting. It's like, oh look, I got this gun, a Scott Viper. Like, it's such a good one. Favorite gun in the game. Don't get to use it to 1v2. Not even a single bullet. Not even hair or a fingernail. Okay, but after all, they are still coming in when it comes to points a lot stronger than the teams that we've been rooting for, and to have them, you know, struggle through, like practically struggle through that week 3 is good for them to come in to have some decent games.
Yeah, struggling makes you stronger is basically the big takeaway here, and Infinity has certainly struggled all day today until this match and finally getting the chicken dinner with 9 eliminations. So really, you know, great way for them to close out the game. And then Buluc Chabtan, even though they did unfortunately go out in 3rd position, kind of died a little anticlimactically, they are still in 1st. They still had a great 3rd place match with a lot of eliminations, so putting themselves even higher above the teams like Delta Stars and Fierce Gaming right below them.
Yeah, indeed. So we are going to go into some preparation of our final one. I mean, it's a long day, long for us, long for everyone, long for the team. So the fatigue may come in as we prepare still to go into a bloody game 6 on Erangel. We'll see you guys soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're on to our last match of the day. It's going to be back in a wrangle, and we'll see if some of these teams can turn around today, because we've seen a couple of mishaps.
Oh, more than a couple, to be fair. But I feel like today, these teams have been impressive. I feel like we had a very long week last week, and they came in playing quite patiently for a lot of them. You see moments like these solo players, you're taking off angle, waiting for the right time to strike. These things can easily go out of control. Like on the final stage, you want to really get that spotlight, but no, they played a good game of PUBG, and I don't think any teams made something too embarrassing.
Yeah, I think there would be a lot of teams after this match, like, well, I mean, they all should, but hey, VOD review, see what we did right, see what we did wrong, and try to fix it or keep it up for day number 2. So hopefully they keep up the good things and not the bad things, and fix the bad things that are happening. But let's take a look at our MVP of the match. It's going to be Zohan from Infinity. So, great stuff from him. 5 eliminations out of the 9, so over half that his team has had, and 412 damage. So tell us what that means when the damage is less than the eliminations.
And just opportunistic, like smooth and cheeky with that one. But here's the thing, I feel like Infinity has not taken the spotlight the way that many of the top teams did, because I think they are really, really opportunistic. Like they know when to play quiet, when to play loud, and when to not over push. And sometimes that doesn't work, because sometimes you just need to fight for a spot. But in games like this, it works.
Yeah, definitely. So this is one of those teams that I think was in the middle of the pack for a super weekend to qualify here, but getting 24 eliminations, but it was actually bested by Rose of War, getting 10 eliminations actually out of that. So 18 points, so still not quite up to 24 because of the placement points, but Rose of War were just constantly in engagements and in fights, and really racked up those points.
Yeah, and I think it's so good to see Buluc Chabtan right there as well. Like 6 games. I think it's possible what I said they could do, like in 6 games, right? Like I think they have found the consistency needed to start this finals. If they continue like this, I wouldn't be surprised if they take the whole thing, like with the experience that they have, with this momentum. I mean, if you draw some comparison between them and Team Queso, you would feel it, right? Even for Furious Gaming, just drop off the water like after those first 2-3 games.
Yeah, this is very similar pattern as the previous Orango match, where Buluc Chabtan was able to get, 18 points, and Furious Game was only able to get 2. Same kind of similar thing happened in the Sandhawk match before, where they... Or was it the Orango where Buluc Chabtan won it and then Fierce Gaming went out in 0? So just putting even more of a gap. We see now it's going to be a 24-point difference between Buluc Chabtan and Infinity, and then Fierce Gaming has now fallen to 5th position with only 41 points.
Yeah, the amount of position points that Buluc Chabtan and Infinity has is enough to place them at 4th place. But the difference in the playstyle is easily seen from the difference of kill points. It's more than double. And that is just madness. But Buluc Chabtan, the way that they play it, well balanced between the survival and the aggression, averaging just under 17 points per game. And I think, give it 7 points per game. That is what most of these teams are having, like around like 35, 36, but 86. No, sorry, it's 84. Man, like that's quite a statement.
Remember, the goal is to be in that top 5 to receive your invitation straight into PMPL Americas for the second half of, not even second half, for the bottom 6 positions of the tables. Though it's getting more and more dire to even try to make it to the top half, let alone the top 5. And the one we're all looking at right now is Team Queso, move shifted down to 15th position once again, and only 3 points above the last place team, which is Estorm.
See, like here's the thing. I feel like when it comes to this region, Team Queso is the one to remember. Maybe it's Alpha 7 in the Brazilian region so far. They both sometimes have days like this. But I feel like recently when Alpha 7's done it, they bounce. Sometime, some way. Team Queso in the past, maybe. But the past half a year have been struggling in terms of bouncing that way, and we've seen it on the big stage as well. So I find this quite worrying.
Yeah, where Team Castle was one to, I don't know, they were the team that we've seen back to back to back chicken dinners from them. To see them only perform 18 points across 5 matches is really just so jarring to see. So now let's get into our predictions for the very last match today. You can go first this time, Tarzan.
I'm gonna go with, oh, it's so hard to pick, my god.
We both did the same like scrunch face just now, trying to think.
It's so hard. It's like trying to, but Furious Gaming is my choice. Yes, they have not been playing the best today, but they are a team that withstood, long seasons of high pressure on the better stage, and they are still showing how to play basics. When it comes to Buluc Chabtan, if you look at how they play and how they got no points, I think 50% is from them getting blessed when it comes to circles. Furious Gaming needs to chase these circles. I'm not saying that that means they will always chase circle today, but they have a rather stable way to approach the game that if you draw out an average for 18, 20 or even 50 games, they can deliver, right? So I think that is why I've picked them.
I'm gonna go with Aton 7. I think this is a team that, I mean, back in the Super Weekends, it was like, how could you not pick Aton 7 for the getting the chicken dinner? And this time we haven't. I think they're second half, like middle of the pack, somewhere in there. I think they know how to play. I think they've had some unfortunate cards played today, and this one they might just turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at those trends as well from that team, like the 3 league weeks, right? When it comes to Circle Super Weekends, 80 points, 126, 174. They are for sure on the rise, but they have slowed down a little bit. Maybe, finals are a different beast. And of course, like it's just so turbulent, I would say, across all the 16 teams, like to not know where the
Are you bashing my team now?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about as a whole. This whole lobby has a lot to think about, because that is the thing. Like, you as a player, and I've heard it before, you can be stuck in the mindset for 3 weeks straight because the bots doesn't reset. Now it does. Every night could feel different in a way that you could not expect. You get what I mean? Like you can sleep every night for 3 weeks knowing that, we're never gonna chase Team Queso. Yes, of course, that you miss a super weekend and they're doing well ever since. So you cannot knock that idea out until maybe today. But then is a very different scene that you need to face, right? Look, Delta Star is strong. Queso is at the bottom. We are somehow we are worse than Fraternity. How do you deal with all these, right? It's going to be a tricky thing. And that's why sometimes the best players that we've seen, one, very passionate, but it has its downfall. And the other type of players that I've seen that work very well in Europe, they almost look cold-blooded. They don't care. They play just as usual, but they do just about enough to play the game and to be a good teammate.
It gives these kind of middle pack teams, I think, a little more confidence to play when they see, wow, Team Castle went out already, or wow, Furious Gaming is out of the game already. Now we know that really hard-hitting contenders are out of the match. Now we have a little bit more of a level playing field. I think the off days of some of these really kind of super teams that we've seen has paved the way for some of these other teams to play ever more aggressively, ever more confidently. And we've seen that come out with, wins from teams that I wouldn't say you wouldn't expect it, but more opportunities for teams like Infinity, like Algoa Gaming, and Delta Star teams, and you don't as much see teams like Furious Gaming, Team Queso, and those kind of teams up at the top.
Right, yes. I agree, and it's going to be hard for these teams. I think it's fatigue. The thing with us watching and commentating is we just talk about whatever between games. I think teams, like when it comes to me having the experience working with teams, there are certain teams who knows how to really wind down in between. but a lot would feel like there's a missed opportunity to discuss things. So if you consider discussion time is non-stop, it's really non-stop through the 4, 5, 6 hours, and I don't think there's barely a lot of jobs in the world that works exactly like that. And of course there are some, but it's not an easy game. That's why we always talk about mentality, we always talk about psychology, we talk about well-being. You need a good brain in order to function and to win.
Yeah, hopefully we see some big brain plays in this last match. We don't see any game 6 effect. I kind of doubt that will happen though, because this is finals and they're not playing here to horse around. But yeah, so we'll see if Buluc Chabtan can keep their, first place. They still have that 24-point gap between them and was it Infinity right below them? Yeah, it was Infinity right there. Yeah. So we shall see. But Arango, let's see which logo is gonna end up on that one.
I want something colorful, With okay, here's the thing, like we've got. Yeah, it's a very wide, so I want it to match nicely on that. How about Estorm, huh? Or Golden Eagle, something different.
Navy and yellow. Did you know? Did you notice that Fraternity's logo is also an eagle?
Okay.
It's like, and
yes, of a different breed, maybe.
So
I don't know which one I like more.
Lobby, but they're not the only eagles in the lobby.
I mean, they came in flying okay, like a gentle, normal flight, not too flashy, but also not scraping the floor. I mean, it could have.
I hope you're not scraping the floor as you try to fly.
I'm in the mud trying to scrape my way out. I've for sure seen Golden Eagles do that, right? Now the mud is off, they are looking shiny again. Not all shiny, but on the rise is what we want to believe. Right, ladies and gents, are we ready for this? Game 6 of the first day of finals before we got 2 more days. It's going to be a marathon, but it will be the test for whoever is the best.
Yeah, marathon indeed. We'll see who can pace themselves and not burn themselves out after the first day. I think some of them have really created some momentum, while others are, really, like you said, scraping themselves across the ground to dig themselves out of the holes that they've now dug for themselves. We have a very southern playing path to start this Arango off.
Yeah, I already thought of something. Remember me saying teams with patterns, and therefore teams around them need to consider what other teams do. The first thing I think about, Royals of War needing to go to Severny. I think they may need to go around Pachinki to grab cars, to go past, that means they may fight with Fraternity, or they go to the junction, between school and Yasnaya. So we talk about those split compounds where Buluc Chabtan like to go. Maybe that is where they fight cars. So who knows? These are the things that you need to still be, really sharp about, really spot on towards that last game.
Something we have seen all Glory Gaming, and I don't believe they're set up to do it this time, is when we had this far southern circle, they landed in those compounds just across that western bridge onto the military base, and we saw them have a bit of a scuffle between Mezexis and them at the very, very beginning. I think here, though, I don't quite see them out yet. Maybe they're going for those car spawns on the eastern side and driving all the way up to Stauber/Kameski.
Yeah, nice. I think Royals of War need to just find this different way, and they found it. They want to touch the ground quicker. I think that's all right, but it's going to be scrappy, I think, around Gaka. And I think I don't think they will all get out alive, is my feeling. And I think it's going to still be the thing. It's just more congestion around the Claw Junction or to the southwest of Mansion, because Furious Gaming's going there, but we also got 2 Yasnaya teams who wants to go back to the home. So it's a different type of phase 1 for sure.
Yeah, Royals of War, like you said, going for those vehicle spawns. And we saw a couple shots come out from Delta Star. Didn't quite make purchase on them though, but we have, okay, so Circle, it's still pretty, I mean, I wouldn't say central, but it's kind of off in the northern side. Still comfortable for most of these teams to make it. It's going to be up to 7 Deadly Sins and Mezexis. Are we going to have a botation from them, or are they going to go sending it across the bridge to try to avoid the bridge camp?
Yeah, I've got a new adjective for that circle. It's boring.
Boring.
Boring. Here's the thing, it's fine. Give them a break, for something. I think the plane path itself is tricky, like we mentioned. So that is the spicy bit already. If we have an even crazier circle, it might be a bit too harsh, right? Like, so we just take it as it is. Just be content, okay, all of us. So Stelacy will definitely have not been content for a very long time, based on. I mean, probably the best one was maybe one of those games that they got a Sandhawk chicken dinner, like sometime in the second or third day in League Play. But that's a one-off thing, right? It feels really one-off, and then they have something that will not win them the game. But yeah, 50 Thursdays was the way to go. So we need more. We need more, a lot more juice, confidence, and yeah, like basically what we were promised when they have Axel join the team, maybe.
Or promise? Did they write you a letter signed in blood that they promised that they would?
Well, it
they
doesn't
would
have
have
to
some
be
great
blood,
performances?
chill, lady. Like, but hey,
Blue
yes,
ink.
blue ink. I was like, what? Okay, blue ink. Why blue?
Because it's the closest to green, which is their logo.
No,
I just made that up on the spot.
that is what is going on right now. But hey, as you can see, like long days do interesting things to you, but we're actually not quite there yet. We're just quirky, okay, guys. Like we're completely fine. Like give me 10 games, I would just still do it. Mezexis Dreams, never properly punish. I feel like going to the Southern Island, and they always just take their time, and there hasn't been a problem. But remember one thing, the team that likes to play the style has translated it completely to how they handle ridges, or should I say edges sometimes. They missed prime window to go in because they're never around a position where they need to choose in between. They're always trailing, right? So that is what a drop can do to you if you don't know what it means, or it may condition you into a type of player that you find yourself not too all-rounded, right? So I just want to put that point out there.
Yeah, so they could either rotate now, zoom past Team Kessel before they can set up any sort of bridge camp, if they do. But they don't want to play that middle rotation because if Team Kessel decide to, they would want to do there. Or the other option is coming so late that Team Kessel would not hold the bridge camp there. They would already rotate it into the circle. So Mezexis needs to time their rotation pretty carefully here to avoid getting taken off right off the bat. And we've seen kind of some scuffles back and forth, so that's kind of the danger of, hey, has Mezexis bridge camp Team Kessel? Now, as revenge, will Team Kessel do it back to them?
Here's the thing. I like the thing you said, but it's still going to be a different timing with a way to become avoidant. I've got to draw a parallel between that South Island team with the other 7 Deadly Sins that's like Novo. The way they played Novo in the past, and we've got quite a few games where they involved in early action, they would punish Mezexis around that bridge at the early phases, right, of last week. Or they can also do the thing that they did where they killed maybe 9 players within the first 2 phases from Novo. So that is what I mean. Like, you can go for a different timing, but then what you decide to do with it can be very, very different. And I think Mezexis is like you said, and I think it's a very good read on the character, is still going to be avoidant.
Rose of War, I mean, it was fortunate for them to come. I mean, they lost a lot of time going for the vehicle spawns, driving all the way up to Severny, but the circle does kind of favor them on this side. They don't really have any pesky neighbors nearby. However, we have seen them struggle with those kind of circles where, they come in, and we saw it a couple times in qualifiers and Super Weekend. I think it's like what should have been a good circle for Rose of War. They didn't really, reap anything that they sold for that match.
Well, yeah, like I think Rose of War has been an interesting team. They are like very structural, but also lackluster from time to time, but with surprises. Like just the game just now, like the star player of the team just made it work so well, and they take turn as well. Right? Sometimes it would be M2M that makes it work, but they almost never switch on at the same time. Am I wrong for saying that?
Like 2% wrong.
No. Okay, well, she just gave me a compliment in the way that must be the worst. I don't know how she
I
does
like to
it.
keep us on our toes. Okay, let's just leave it at that.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I can take that. That's fine. No, I can accept that.
All right, so Team Queso doing Team Queso things. I think this is their last chance to really turn things around. 18 points in 5 matches, so an average of what, three plus a little bit more points. But we do see this collision course as 7 Deadly Sins rotating out. We see, oh, okay, buggy run over once again. Just everyone needs a buggy run over clip as they just shooting at each other. Jaguar, 7 Deadly Sins, and Fierce Gaming all on top of each other on this mountainside.
Yep, and that is what we want to see. 7 Deadly Sins, we talked about their aggression, but not against my team, please. But I did have a problem with that, actually. Like, to be a Novo team to be here around this time, to take this type of action, you got to give them respect.
Who did you pick again? Fierce Gaming, right? Yeah. Man, just caster cursing them again. 2 players left alive off of that one, and I don't think they got any eliminations in it.
No. and here's the thing. Sometimes, I did say this, they have a structure as a team, we like it, but it's also quite methodological, and it takes the circle to do that last bit of work for them for it to be a huge game, right? So we've seen it on Miramar before, so it's not like, oh, look at this, I'm just gonna go against all the wind, all the tides, and we'll still make it work. Sometimes that's a little bit too harsh, and that is why I think for the crazy series of circles in PMGC Grand Finals, they were struggling.
Here's my prediction team, though, Aton 7. I mean, they clearly heard the rotation. They clearly heard the shots and saw it lighten up the kill feed, seeing 7 Deadly Sins, and then they know 7. I mean, at this point, they played against each other so much. They know 7 Deadly Sins, Potato Hill, no brainer. They get the entry knocked. They know it's only 2 players left alive from 7 Deadly Sins, so here opens the floodgates of the push. They know this is easy pickings for them if they can play it right.
Absolutely, and this is the time for them to shine. I know that coach is watching. I know he may DM me if they take this one. Friend needs to leave the charge, and that will be 7 Deadly Sins trying to peek a little bit, but that is going to be a pull away quickly. Will that be quick enough? The answer is no. Friend will spray it down. That's a 2-piece.
He leaves the last player, 7 Deadly Sins. Guerra just running for the hills with his tail tucked between his legs as Aton 7 says, thank you very much for the extra loot. We're going to collect this, collect all your vehicles, and just take over this Potato Hill and chase them out of the area. So Aton 7 off to a wondrous start with 2 eliminations found.
And here's the thing, we complimented 7 Deadly Sins, but they forgot one thing, is not to repeat the mistakes of the enemy. This side, the west side, is held usually against the west, or it's just not this way. Like, I think the eastern side is the best roadblock for that, otherwise it's free entrance to take the best spot away from Potato Hill to push you down. So it's like layers after layers, one wave after the next, team's been eliminating each other.
I think they might be able to identify that, right? They just came from the east to aggress onto the west. Maybe they will send 2 back on over there to take that positioning again. But everyone's kind of banking on the central, slightly to the eastern side. But the circle does play a little magic trick and shift on over to the Gaka area. Nobody in the general area into the center as we see the players get in their cars and dive bomb it into the center.
Well, I think it might be an interesting one. So inconclusive there, so hard to think whether it's going to be good for Everest teams or Gatkas or even Pachinki. How about Northern teams? So it's an open book. Teams just need to find a split and just adjust accordingly. I think center is still the way to do this.
Yeah, and Team Queso, you saw them. They're like, we're going to play it real quiet. We're going to play it real slow. We need to get some points here and not having to rotate, because that's where we keep getting caught off. We rotate and we get people picked off one by one. So they haven't really left their drop spot at all. Now that they see it's shifted a little bit closer, they know it's going to be somewhere in the Gatka area. Now they're starting to mobilize along with Buluc Chabtan, going from school all the way to the hillsides just on the other side of Watertown.
Yep, and Fraternity, like, we have not seen some huge plays from them yet, but they have been resilient through all of it. And here is one way to not drive, and I mean, it's through very key spots of the map as well. So I find that a little bit hard to understand.
I mean, if you're getting shot at, you want to drive perpendicular to the way they're shooting, right? Because now they have to trace is a little
Right.
bit less accurate. You don't want to be driving in the exact line that they're shooting because it's so easy just to gyro down, hold down your phone, and then be able to just laser in the exact direction. I think that was a mistake there for Stelacy, losing one off the rotation, but Jaguar to collect up on the elimination.
Absolutely. And Jaguar needs these games. Like, I think they've been, once again, resilient because being the bottom team, like literally down at 16, was such a hard scene. But bring ourselves over to Everest, like there's a way to hold it, and Golden Eagles is not doing it.
Yeah, Golden Eagles maybe
Yet.
soaring a little bit too close to the star that is the sun of Delta Stars. Looks like Golden Eagles at Racheto, though, with the UMP just hip firing, gets the knockdown, trading back and forth. They're good at, doing a little bit damage back and forth. Now Delta Stars, though, looks like it's running out of gas, and it's going to be one player left alive. Sal's trying to quickly get the revive on Estorm. They get the reset, though, as they wrap around this little outcropping. Escanor just too little, too late. And Delta Stars pluming out in 16th position.
Golden Eagles with the confidence to come in, the angles to pinch perfectly. That was a nice one to watch as we wait for another 20 seconds before this one closes. I think that's quite a lot of action, to be fair, for a phase 2. And we've lost already 11 players, and it's quite, some from the teams that we don't want to see at all. And this is the price of, just going to spots thinking there's no contest. You really still need to bring that essential when it comes to scouting to all phases.
Yeah, the scouting, like 2018, just drive up there, see if they shoot at you, right? And then they're scouting like some of these higher IQ teams. You'll get close enough that you can get visual visibility or get some sound indication, but not too close that they can, turn the tables on you and aggress it. And I think that was whoever had it first. I think the other team just kind of steamrolled their way up there. No way anyone would be up here, and then fell into the grasp of Golden Eagles.
Yep, and that is going to be... I actually really start to enjoy the way that they play. I don't know why. Like, there's so many teams, I think, from the regions that we watch. For me, maybe the European region, that just plays so reactive. Just because you get knocked, just because you hear someone, you don't want to pull up play. But no, like, this is different, and I really like it. I think this is a good amount of the different type of play style within this scene. They just need to, refine it. So I have a lot of hope for Latin America, and I think they will continue to do well. Like CP9, another one that we talk about, back to where they used to lay down a lot of pain for Isurus, which is Pachinki.
Now their little, punching bag isn't in the lobby anymore, so they can't just rely on those eliminations right off the bat. So just sitting down in the Pachinki area, they probably saw this solo from Seven Deadly Sins just send it into this compound if they were paying attention. But on the other side, we have Golden Eagles now finding Stelacy once again, just getting picked off one by one by one. And I think Golden Eagles you especially like because you like to see them now performing well versus they kind of barely slid into that qualifying spot. So just kind of a matter of under promising and over delivering as our expectations were kind of low, and now they're doing so well for themselves.
Yep, and it's going to be, I think, Jaguar to watch. We have been looking at these teams going up and down, and teams that has been maybe bottom through league play has been making a statement to bounce. We've got Team Queso that still needs to do it, but we feel like they would. Jaguar is one that never really been bottom, I don't think. But they are still putting up a fight. So, like, by that, I think every team in the finals has shown resilience to the point that I find it admirable, actually. Even for Estorm, they had tough plays. I feel like they could have crumbled a lot more. And the reason that I talk about this topic, I think, is key for match 6 every day. The fatigue is really real. I think, like, when you are hyper focused, you can be really drained, and even your voice would be gone. I think not as a caster, as a player, and we've seen those before. This is great training, and then I've seen a lot of good sign from this team, and now it takes crystal clear clarity now, like, into these open compounds. They know it because the classical spots, chopsticks, Gatka, Everest, school compounds, and all these things. Like, and it's about them making that work, and we would constantly monitor whether they can do work, make it done, get it done with less work.
The fatigue really makes or breaks the teams, right? It's the matter of, hey, maybe a player is so fatigued that their comms aren't as informative as they should be. You know, they miss saying, they miss pointing something out, they miss checking one corner, and it causes the downfall of a team. Or, hey, the fatigue of the IGL, maybe it took him 5 more seconds to make a decision of where exactly to go because he wasn't thinking at 100%, right? And those 5 seconds can cause you to, get there on time to beat another team, or get there too late and then cause a squad wipe.
Yes, I think they need to help each other. Is what we need to know, and part of creating a team is finding those qualities that complement. And I think we still have a lot of teams, to be fair, through the years, trying to just pull talented people together, not thinking about clash of personality and stuff like that. It's just like have scandals left, right, and center. It's just like terrible, and they're just attacking each other on different platforms and things like this. It's hard. It almost take certain professionals to come in and assess personality types, motivational. There's something about the motivation models that to see how players behave, and there's also something if you guys are actually interested, read into something called the Chin paradox as well, which is key, I think, in terms of esports and sports, to see what switches on the player, where is their weakness, and then you really need to write that down and see how it works.
Yeah, I think we've seen in all regions, right? Hey, let's just kick 4 of the best players in the entire region together. On paper, should be perfectly fine. Who's gonna IGL? I don't know, but they're just gonna run and gun it the whole time, right? And everyone's like, oh my god, like no one can ever compete with this team. And then you sometimes you see them and you're like, why are they performing so bad, or what is not clicking here? And there's so much more than just, hey, shoot everyone in the lobby than in PUBG Mobile, right?
Yeah, I feel like I have something to say based on my just brief impression of the other American, teams. Maybe North America, but I think there's a lot of scandally things around there, and you can see a lot of talented players completely screwed themselves over, with a mindset when it comes to whether it's self-worth, whether it's how they reinforce and how they demonstrate confidence sometimes in a damaging way, and even having some sort of competition within the team when your actual enemy is the enemy team, right? So a lot of things like that, and I think Latin America has shown that the cohesion is there, the willingness is there. There's no complete fragmentation of teams, maybe other than Noobs Esports so far, and Isris arguably. But I just need to point out the facts, right? But we'll go back to this game. I think all those are important. I mean, shower thoughts, right? Bedtime thoughts, when you find some solitude, calm time, those are the things to really think, and it goes beyond your strategy of the game, really. Please, if you can understand that, I think it would be very, very helpful.
Yeah, these teams, though, they're having a lot of time to have these kind of shower thoughts in the middle of the game, though, because we have yet to see all that much action pop on out. Yeah, Team Queso, though, does find one player from Fraternity as the other one does a drive-by running into the midst of it. This is once again Team Queso trying to funnel players, and the players landing into the laps of somebody else, and this time it's going to be Aton 7 to clean up on some of these eliminations onto Fraternity. So I think that was just, not getting enough information, Fraternity, and just rotating through these 2 incredibly strong teams.
Yep. No, see these teams fighting around the southwest segment. Aton, we know they know how to work the edges. They know how to use a temporary dip. But Team Queso also eager to make a statement. And I think it's going to be a very interesting clash, once again, between the favorites of maybe you for this game and for the viewers. And I think there's so many purple on that minimap that is doing my head in. But All Glory Gaming also come and have a look and realize there is resistance there and decide to go wider. Will that be easy though? Influence. No, sorry, Infinity is there.
Yeah, I think Aton 7 has placed themselves in a point, and I mean, the pressure's on the backside there because you can see that light purple of Team Queso rotating to their western side. I believe, yeah, Kunha was found out by one of the players of Aton 7, so they're having to stop their rotation, try to go for the revive, as Aton 7 is calling back their teammates like, hey, we got a team over here that is bleeding. We need to clear them out or they're going to aggress from us onto our northern side.
Absolutely, and right now Infinity actually found that spot, and Estorm as well, feeling comfy when they shouldn't be. Yes, I think this is going to just be burning of utilities, 40 seconds each for these smokes, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, and they can just maybe try to keep it there, but there's no good way out, and that's the problem with emitting this way.
Once again, we see that. Hey, I'm going to sit in the car and hope they don't clear it out because they're key here. Focusing on Kami. I think waiting on the smoke to dissipate, but he has been found out. Gamble now shooting out into the car as he comes on out and does land the last couple of shots on Estorm. So our last place team going out much, much too early.
I gave them compliment as well. Come on, please, guys.
Yeah, you did.
Right, it's okay. They can. I think they were worth some compliment, and right now they just need to go back onto that writing board, sit down, look at each other, and make sure that they can come back stronger. Onto that northeastern side, though, Jaguar, we talk about them, and they have refused to go down. Now, with 3 kills on board, they will slowly swamp in against CP9. Yeah,
that very strategic wipe from them. Now sitting at quite a few eliminations, 4 eliminations found from them as Infinity. They have lost one down onto his knees, but they've got that southern side. However, Aton 7 is going to be lingering the distance. However, the Titan has now been put down to only 2 players up. Royals of War clearing out their little shack. I don't think they're quite on the edge of the circle, but they need to go for a reset and try to get a little bit further in.
Yep. Oi, and that is going to be a terrible one. Like, he would bite his tongue after that, and yet Ayala trying to do this now by his lonesome. No chance to properly reset, but we'll find a good angle through the window. That is going to continue to impress me, and it's important, like, from a player who tends to die a little bit earlier. That's not from me, that's from Monica. She told me that. And now working the edges still is not going to be easy. Fran is there ready to set up, and I think that might just be GG for Queso tonight.
Yeah, this is the run out into the open, desperate, trying to rotate into the circle as Fran just giving up on this, just moving it a little bit further in, and he lets now Ayala just run in for free as Jaguar. There's a resetting here, but All Glory Gaming just found out a little bit too slow, a little bit too late. Circle about to shift one more time. Absolute chaos in this fifth phase.
Okay, let's make a bet when it comes to whether Mezexis can get more than 5 kills from this compound. My guess is... I
said yes, you have to take no.
No, I was going to say no. Okay.
No.
We're just going to... No. I don't think so. Yes. I think they will actually lose. I think they are actually going to go out at 4th place with 2 kills, is what I'm guessing. We'll see.
So I win if they do anything besides 4th place and 2 kills.
Okay, fine, yeah.
Well, there's 2. There's 2 eliminations found so far. Okay, I like how they're coming up. They clearly know that, hey, we got the only compound here. Somebody's probably going to crash here and just kind of reinforce a position on this southern side.
I'm actually just making that point that, to be very exaggerating, because we have seen there's a particular weakness in this region so far, and we draw the line at around the midline across the teams, and the bottom half title teams hold compounds inefficiently. So they may lose players, they suffer knocks, they don't know how to leave when they need to. So stuff like that, I think it's important to address that.
Yeah, well, Jaguar clearly needs a little bit of help vacating their premises. They've used, most of the utilities here, smoking it, trying to keep their angles covered from Mezexis shooting down below. Bros aboard trying to find this last person from Golden Eagles and just spraying and praying through the smoke. Does find the hit markers, and out goes Golden Eagles. This time Jaguar. When it wasn't Mezexis cleaning up, it's now Royals of War to shift their focus.
Yeah, Royals of War, definitely got those statements to make after quite a few tough starts, but they have edged in just okay. The Dreams is still in there doing work for them, and that is a player to watch. There will be more work to do, and that will be Buluc Chabtan that he has to dethrone. The movement's okay, just finding the time for that quick reset potentially.
Oh, that unfortunate just cancellations twice on the first aid as he doesn't know, do I heal or do I fight? And it's actually the fight from his teammates that do end it up. Now goes Buluc Chabtan out in 6th position.
Well, this is the gacha that we're asking for, and seems like Mezexis has allowed Monica to win from that one. They will get pushed out of the compound slowly, and they will be able to keep at it.
That was a perfectly placed nade. I think they just had, you know, the IQ of, hey, I heard the shots, I saw him where he goes. There must be B, and we do see the head. We love the headshots at the, you know, whenever you see a K9 sniper shot at the very, very end, it's like, wow, you're still brave enough to still hold a, you know, a sniper rifle this late in the match.
Absolutely. I mean, you never know. Those are game changers. We've seen even on PMGC as well. Like, there's some good boat action snipers are going to change the game, even in the end game, in these clutch moments. But we are seeing right now there's quite there's still a way to spoil it, right? So I don't want to say it, but I will. I think that's just a different way to jinx Mezexis so that they can make a break for themselves.
Well, we have a yellow running in the open. I think Mezexis is just waiting for it. You have, when you're an owl team, you got eyes. You can see almost 360 degrees around your head, and they're not going to let any sort of information get away from them. Jaguar had been able to hold on to 2 up on the hill, but I think they're just straddling the edge of the circle. I think they just have it, and it's all Glory Gaming to try to rush out into the open this time.
Imagine losing this one. I think this biggest zoneless in a way that in terms of pushing teams into areas for multiple phases when the other team's got like barely anything to work with. When it comes to rocks, trees and stuff like that. So Mezexis Dreams has to take this one. We're not quite there yet, but we are ready into phase 8.
Watch out, just clearing some of those bushes to make sure his team doesn't get ambushed by All Glory Gaming later, allowing one to creep up a little higher, Follow finding the critical knock onto Seba as, oh my god, Jaguar just allowed one to run up onto him and just, you know, just take them completely out. Now it's going to be Mezexis to fan on out, and this is their bread and butter. They send one out wide, have a different angle, and this is going to pinch All Glory Gaming to no man's land.
Finally, and they're going to make it work, I think, with the flank coming in a little bit later than we want, but the pinch is right there. That was the only spot that they could hide. And finally, we see them come in strong. I feel like we haven't seen them with a chicken dinner almost like in forever, but I might be wrong. I think they might have gotten one, but this time they bet on the right compound and the gods have blessed them.
You wanted a little bit more color in terms of the logos on here.
Oh, yeah.
I think, we should have both picked the very colorful logos, but Mezexis Dreams, very happy to see them because they were also one of those teams kind of on the very bottom. So we're seeing quite the shakeup in the standings in just day 1 because they are very volatile, right? We only have the 6 matches, so one win is going to skyrocket you up.
Yep, for sure. And just can't wait to see that overall standing. But of course, we first celebrate Mezexis Dreams taking a 10-kill chicken dinner. I wonder what that does to them, because they were just meddling in that middle and bottom pack, and now with this win they may come in tomorrow with a lot more strength.
Somebody go back and clip when Tarzan was like, can Mezexis win this match with more than 4 eliminations?
Oh, it's fine. Like, just clip it and I'll happily take it. You know, I can be harsh. I can try to be there to make a point. It's all good. Clip it and send it and we'll be enjoying it. But you know what else we enjoy? Looking through the stats. But we need some time before those are prepped, so we'll see you guys shortly.
What a way to end the match. Mezexis taking the chicken dinner. So that is 6 matches we have under our belt with 2 more days of finals to go.
Yep. Of possibilities from those 12 games. I think the possibility that it should come from the preparation, which is the key challenge, to balance between even an extra scrim, rest, eating, all these stuff between now and tomorrow. That is going to be the challenge. I feel like they know better now, but with with one more game to play every day, that means like we have less for everything else. So we do hope these teams have the endurance for it, because it's actually the real test, and it will be the mental game that is the hardest one to fight.
Yeah, we talk in real sports. Not that esports isn't a real sport, but we talk in sports about endurance, right? That's like physical endurance, being able to run that distance, being able to do that physically. And PUBG Mobile, it's more so that mental endurance, right? It's like, can you play for, 5 hours almost? Maybe a little less, something like that. Can you play those matches in a row and keep performing at that consistent level? And it's really Buluc Chabtan who has showed us that they're the ones that probably have been able to keep it the most consistent across them. But we do have our MVP of the match, the TNX from Mezexis, with 4 eliminations found.
Good. Very good for the team. A bit of a change. So we now, I think, officially have no teams that's continuously in the slump, but we need to consider how much of that work was done by the zone. Of course, that's a little bit mean. I will give it to them. It's, after all, it can be screwed up a lot more. We know peaking from a compound like that could be very tricky, as shown by other teams before. So they held the full team towards the end, and that itself is an achievement.
Mezexis Dreams, though, I did say I really like their logo. I know this is the last time I mentioned a logo today, but this is one of my favorite ones, so I'm glad to see them up on the board. But I'm very interested to see the ending results for just this match. Mezexis Dreams in first with 25 points after their 10 eliminations.
Yeah, and Jaguar as well. Important to take finally. I think they must have doubled their points,
Yeah.
by games like this. But of course, the game before, they did a bit better as well. I think All Glory Gaming is, a surprising one today. I never properly understood why they were at 6th place until kind of today. But they have a particular method that is not always gonna work, right? Very placement point heavy, and they don't really find a way to fight what's in front of them sometimes. The circle's not on our side, no, we're gonna go for survival. No, sometimes you can fight for an opening, but Rose of War finally making a better game as well.
Yeah, and even better, Team Queso, probably the best game that they have played today. On the flip side, though, once again, we do see Fierce Gaming just slowly slipping out of that top spot. I think the highest was 2nd place, that they were tied with Buluc Chabtan, and now probably have fallen even further down the leaderboards. As we do see some of these other teams, though, we do see them kind of consistently staying at that bottom half.
Yep, and there's going to be a little bit of heartbreak for quite a few. I think there's ups and downs. I don't think they were a team that were consistently just tied down there, but I think I want to talk about Fraternity, because they started today quite well, but then they slowly fall short, and maybe it was just those early placement points that allowed them to go right there, but we will continue seeing. After all, they are still at 10th place, but we see the stretch being made a bit more now, but not quite in 7th to 9th place. We've got quite a few teams. It's interesting to have an eagle sandwich between Furious Gaming and Aton Esports. We don't expect them to join in that pack. But
yeah, as we see more and more matches, now you see the gap starting to widen, right? It's that 1st place to 4th place. Now that is 37 points in difference. So now it's getting to the point where it's not so volatile. Not one chicken dinner is going to skyrocket you up into 1st place anymore. But we see the bottom teams, though, they are kind of close, right? We see Team Queso, they are able to move up just slightly back into 13th place. So 29 points for them. For them to just get 1 chicken dinner. Let's say they got the chicken dinner tomorrow, that puts them right up in that almost 40-point mark, and that's right within that like 4th to 8th place, something like that. So it's not out of reach for any of these teams. It's just they need to work even harder to make up for the points they didn't get today.
Absolutely. And of course, fighting for those top 5s, right? Like we want to go to PMPL American Championships, right? So they get to fight against these 2 other regions to really see how much they've grown, and we really want a good representation of it. Sometimes it's a bit tricky because you can see a team dominate through the whole 3 weeks that we watched and then falling short in finals, but that's the thing. Like sometimes people say, oh, that's not too good, but 18 games I think is enough. Like when you know that is going to happen so that you can optimize and therefore have your best boost and performance on that day, it's doable. It's part of your skill, and so yes, that is one thing that we'll be looking out for, and Team Queso need to have a huge bounce.
Yeah, I mean they are a team that we know can perform, and it's just kind of unfortunate that we've seen them do this 29 points across 6 matches, so not even 5 points per match. They're a team that really needs to, I guess, perform for that. So thank you guys so much for watching. You can find us on our socials. Mine is Monica XGGS, and then Tarzan is at Professor Tarzan. But we will be back with day number 2 tomorrow, same time, same place.
Have a good night.